I declare open this hearing of the Environment and Communications Legislation Committee into the 2026-27 budget estimates. I begin by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the land on which we meet and pay our respects to elders past, present and emerging. The committee has fixed Friday 17 July 2026 as the date for the return of answers to questions taken on notice. The committee's proceedings today will begin with corporate matters and general questions of the climate change, energy, the environment and water portfolio. Under Standing Order 26, the committee must take all evidence in public session, and that includes answers to questions on notice. I remind witnesses that in giving evidence to the committee, they are protected by parliamentary privilege. It is unlawful for anyone to threaten or disadvantage a witness on account of evidence given to a committee, and such action may be treated by the Senate as a contempt. It is also a contempt to give false or misleading answers. The Senate has endorsed the following test of relevance of questions at estimates hearings. Any questions going to the operations or financial positions of the departments and agencies which are seeking funds in estimates are relevant questions for the purposes of estimates hearings. That is a broad test of relevance. I remind officers that the Senate has resolved that there are no areas in connection with the expenditure of public funds where any person has a discretion to withhold details or explanations from the Parliament or its committees unless the Parliament has expressly provided otherwise. The Senate has resolved also that an officer of a department of the Commonwealth should not be asked to give opinions on matters of policy and shall be given reasonable opportunity to refer questions asked to the officers to superior officers or to a minister. This resolution does not preclude questions asking for explanations of policies or factual questions about when and how policies were adopted. Witnesses are reminded of the Senate order specifying the process by which a claim of public interest immunity should be raised. I incorporate the public interest immunity statement into Hansard. An officer called to answer a question for the first time should state their full name and the capacity in which they appear. Again, mobile phones should be switched to silent. Senators are aware that one of the roles of the committee chair is to ensure that proceedings are conducted in an orderly way. This is not intended to prevent rigorous questioning of witnesses, but to help ensure that senators exercise their rights, privileges and responsibilities in a careful, civil and appropriate manner. I remind senators of their obligations under the Behaviour Code of Conduct for Australian parliamentarians to treat witnesses with dignity, courtesy, fairness and respect. As chair, I intend to uphold these standards. These are public proceedings, being video streamed live via the Parliament's website, and a Hansard transcript is being made. If there are no objections, the committee authorises media recording and photography of the committee's proceedings in accordance with Senate Resolution 3. I remind the media that this permission can be revoked at any time and the media must follow the direction of Secretariat staff. I now welcome Senator the Honourable Murray Watt, Minister for the Environment and Water. Minister, did you wish to make an opening statement?
Yes, please, Chair. Nice to see you all. Look forward to an exciting and interesting day. Thank you, Chair, for the opportunity to provide an opening statement to the committee. It's now been nearly 6 months since the Albanese government passed our landmark and historic changes to Australia's environmental laws. The reforms to the Environment Protection and Biodiversity Conservation Act, better known as the EPBC Act, will better protect our environment while powering productivity through faster and clearer approvals processes. Since then, we haven't wasted a day putting these laws to work. Part of the laws have already begun, and we have begun extensive consultation on the remainder, including the national environmental standards that will drive the legislation on the ground. This budget will deliver faster approvals for housing, energy and critical minerals projects, with more than $500 million in new funding to help implement these historic reforms to Australia's national environmental laws. This budget locks in funding for the establishment of Australia's first ever National Environment Protection Agency. The funding will ensure the National EPA can be a strong, independent regulator with a clear focus on ensuring better compliance and enforcement of our strengthened environmental laws. It will also ensure the National EPA can support national productivity through quicker, more streamlined approvals for projects important to our nation's future prosperity, like affordable housing, renewables and critical minerals. We have moved quickly to establish and fund the National EPA and ensure its full benefits can be felt by business, the community and the environment following the passage of our reforms in November. The budget also includes funding to streamline environmental approvals, unlocking investment in areas of national priority like housing, energy and critical minerals. The government will also provide funding to states and territories to encourage them to adopt and implement streamlined environmental assessment pathways that take advantage of the recent reforms. This will remove duplication, ensuring project proponents can benefit from quicker, more efficient environmental approvals, while of course being subject to strong environmental safeguards. We want to ensure that we're building houses and energy projects that our country needs to prosper while protecting the environment. That's what sits behind those landmark reforms. Today, I'm pleased to announce that the Albanese government has smashed through our target to cut through the red tape and delays in environmental approvals that were holding up the construction of more homes for Australians. An outcome of the government's economic reform roundtable in August last year, the housing strike team, established within the Department of Climate Change, Energy, the Environment and Water, was given the target of assessing 26,000 new homes by July this year. Since then, the government's housing strike team has not just met that target, but hit it out of the park, and I congratulate all of the officers involved in that effort. As of today, the strike team will have approved 35,675 homes since that target of 26,000 was set back in August last year. And this brings the total of new homes approved by the Albanese government to 78,000 homes since we came to government. All up, since August last year, the strike team has given the green light to 21 metropolitan housing developments, supporting 19,906 homes, and 13 regional housing developments, supporting 15,769 homes. While doing this, we have of course ensured that environmental impacts of these housing developments are assessed, avoided and minimised, and imposed conditions where necessary. And the assessments and approvals process is only going to get faster, simpler and more reliable from here with the rollout of our landmark national environmental laws. This budget also supports the continuation of key environmental policies and programs, including for native species and ocean protection, as well as Australia's transition to a circular economy. Just to give you a quick flavour of the key initiatives in our budget this year beyond the $500 million of funding for EPBC reform, we've delivered $110.8 million over the next 2 years to extend the Saving Native Species program and H5 bird flu preparedness efforts to safeguard many of Australia's most vulnerable animals and plants and protect and recover our most biodiverse natural landscapes. The budget delivers $91.8 million in new funding to protect and restore the World Heritage listed Great Barrier Reef. It delivers $17 million to continue efforts to boost Australia's circular economy policy, program and legislative efforts, $16.7 million to continue water reform activities in the Murray-Darling Basin, and $11.5 million to continue marine conservation and protection activities across our Australian marine parks and to progress national ocean actions. This includes tackling illegal activity in marine protected areas, involving First Nations groups and marine users in managing Australian marine parks, strengthening national collaboration and speeding up restoration work in the ocean. These initiatives are of course in addition to the substantial ongoing funding for a range of environmental initiatives, including the Australian Bushland Program, Antarctic Research and Environmental Protection and the review of Australian marine parks. This budget, in summary, is protecting our precious environment and powering productivity through faster environmental assessments and approvals, and I'm looking forward to answering your questions today.
Thank you, Minister. I also welcome Mr Mike Kaiser, the Secretary of the Department of Climate Change, Energy, the Environment and Water. Did you want to make an opening statement, Mr Kaiser?
No, Senator.
In which case I will hand over to Senator Henderson.
Thank you very much, Chair. Good morning to you all. Minister, I just want to start by asking about your knowledge as to the government's broken promises not to increase. So there was a promise made before the election not to increase capital gains tax, tax on trusts, winding back negative gearing. When did you first become aware that your government was going to break those promises?
In what way is that possibly related to the budget of this department?
Because there are many businesses across this country which operate in this sector, Minister. You're not aware of small business operating in the energy and environment sector? It's very relevant.
That is the most pathetic attempt to weave a non-relevant issue into an estimates committee that I think I've seen in 10 years in this parliament.
So you can start by denigrating me, Minister, but you're here to answer questions.
Yeah, I'm here to answer questions about the budget and activities of this department.
They were core announcements made in the budget. Could you please advise this committee when you became aware that the government was going to break its promise?
You will have ample opportunity to ask questions about the various tax measures introduced in this budget when the Treasury estimates appears, which I think is next week.
So Minister, did you argue against or support these decisions in Cabinet?
I refer to my earlier answer. I mean,
Minister,
can I just say, it shows how bereft the opposition is of any policies or ideas about environment, energy, climate change and water, that your opening questions are completely irrelevant to the activities of this department.
Minister,
you have no idea.
Minister, it shows how bereft you and your government are that you are making these changes, which is destroying so many businesses. So please let me ask my questions. Minister, have you met with a single small business affected by these changes since the budget was announced?
Again, that's not relevant.
Well, it is relevant, Minister.
It's not relevant to this department's activities.
Of course it is. Of course it is, because many of these small businesses operate in energy, environment, in water. So I'm asking you, have you met with any small businesses affected by these changes?
I refer you to my previous answer.
Well, that's not an answer, Minister.
It is, actually.
Well,
and it's an answer to it's a direct answer to a question.
That's pathetic. You said, in fact, Minister, that there are only small numbers of people in the community affected by these changes. That's not the case, Minister. And so I again ask you, you are required to answer questions. Have you met with a single small business affected by these changes, including businesses which operate in these portfolios?
I refer you to my previous answer.
Well, that's pathetic, Minister.
Thank you. I'll take that as a compliment coming from you.
Do you support the decision to break a promise the Prime Minister made to the Australian people on his own count on over 50 occasions?
Again, that's not relevant to this estimates.
Well,
do you seriously not have a single question about the activities of this department?
Furiously texting on your phone seeking some help.
I was actually replying to my mum, who wanted to know what estimates hearing was on today.
Right.
She might enjoy this.
Minister, do you know when a promise from the Prime Minister is serious or not? I mean, this is a really serious issue, Minister. The Prime Minister made promises to the Australian people that have been broken, including to many small businesses operating in your portfolio areas.
Well, when you have a question related to the budget and activities of this department, I'd be happy to answer that.
So is the Prime Minister's word still his bond, Minister?
I refer you to my previous answers.
Minister, when should Australians trust you and your government in the future?
I refer you to my previous answers.
Wow, how pathetic. Minister, what is the point of an election commitment made by the government when you break those promises to the Australian people?
I refer you to my previous answers.
We've heard from every industry, Minister, accountants, miners, farmers, small businesses, tech startups, about the impact that this is going to have on investment, including in the areas covered by these portfolios. What are the impacts amongst the stakeholders in your portfolio of your broken promises to raise taxes, kill investment and see jobs and businesses go offshore?
My recollection, Senator, is that there are 2 whole days of this estimates fortnight that are allocated to the Treasury, and they would be very well placed to answer all of your questions. What we're here to do today is to answer questions about the activities and funding programs of this department, and I'm astonished that 10 minutes have gone by and you haven't got a single one of those questions. Sounds like we're going to be finished by lunchtime today.
I'm astonished that you can't answer any of these questions.
No, I'm choosing not to. I'm choosing not to.
You're refusing to do so.
I'm choosing not to because there's an entire committee that is devoted to the questions. I'm not sure if you've gone to the wrong... Are you in the wrong room? Are you in the wrong room?
You don't have to be so denigrating,
Senators,
Minister.
Senators, it is very early at the beginning of a long week. I have let this go for a little while. I'm not sure how constructive it is. This system works best if people ask questions and answer them.
Thanks, Chair.
And let's stick to that format.
So, well, point of order, Chair. It would be probably helpful if you could provide some guidance to Senator Henderson as to whether these questions are in order, given that this is a committee hearing about the Department of Climate Change energy, environment and water, and not one question yet has related to the activities of this department.
On the point of order, Chair, if I could just address the point of order. Minister, I'm asking questions about the budget which have a direct impact on these portfolio areas. So there is no point of order, and
Well,
it's
that's your
pathetic,
view.
and
That's
it's
your view,
pathetic
yes.
that you are refusing
Well,
to answer these
Senator
questions.
Henderson, as I said a moment ago, if we could reset perhaps the tone of this, and I appreciate that there's been back and forth here.
I'll keep on going, Chair.
But
Thanks.
my ruling on that, Minister, is that we have a broad test of relevance in this hearing to the extent that there is an endeavour to coat-hook it into the department's operations, which I have heard. I think it's still within bounds.
If Senator Henderson chooses to use her time asking questions about another portfolio, that's entirely her decision.
Well, Minister, I'm sorry, please don't denigrate the Chair's ruling. The Chair has just ruled that my question is in order.
I think the Chair is
So can I ask
comfortable with-
again, and please stop interrupting me when I'm trying to ask questions, what are the impacts amongst the stakeholders in your portfolio of your broken promises to raise taxes, kill investment and see jobs and businesses go offshore?
Well, again, that's not relevant to the activities of the department. What I can tell you, though, Senator, is that stakeholders, including the business community, are very happy with the faster decision-making, assessments and approvals that's happening as a result of our EPBC reforms that your party voted against. That's relevant to this portfolio.
Minister, just to remind you in relation to that, the oil and gas sector is not happy because if you remember, we now have a system where approvals in oil and gas in the middle of a fuel crisis are not prioritised.
Well,
they were your changes.
That's not true. That's not true.
That is
and I don't
true.
know how many oil and gas companies you've met with, but I've met with some quite recently, including with environmental groups, and they understand what our reforms actually deliver. I'm not surprised that the Liberal Party doesn't understand those reforms because you weren't capable of working out who your negotiator was around the reforms.
People understand that you did a dirty deal, Minister. So, as I say, I'd really like you to answer the questions.
Well,
and not continue.
that last 2 minutes has been about our portfolio, so I'm happy to keep talking about our EPBC reforms and what they're delivering to business and the environment. I think that's a really good place to start.
So Minister, I want to ask you, are you concerned about the backlash to the budget that we have seen from literally thousands upon thousands of people across this country?
Again, that's not relevant to this department's activities.
I'm talking about the budget, including the impact on stakeholders in your portfolio.
Is there a particular initiative in this department's budget that you'd like me to address? Because that's what we're here to talk about today.
Minister, the Chair has already ruled in relation to my questions. I'm asking about the impact of businesses operating in your portfolio areas that have had a massive impact on them. So are you bothered by the backlash, Minister?
I refer you to my previous answer.
Extraordinary. How much more time do I have, Chair?
Well, I was going to give you an initial block to just roll for a bit, so
Yeah.
if we can work through on that basis, I'll give you another 10 minutes and then I'll rotate the call.
Yeah, okay. I'm just wanting to turn to the material published on the evening of budget night by the department. It seems there was a link to the budget but no specific material by the department. Is that correct?
I'm not aware of that, but...
Mr Kaiser, can you address that question?
Sorry, Senator, can you be more specific? I'm not aware of
Well,
the
I'm asking about the
circumstance you're
material
describing.
published on budget night by the department. So what budget night material did the department publish?
All of the usual material, as far as I know.
Well, could you tell us what they were? Because I'm aware that I think there was a link to the budget but no specific materials.
Senator, if I may, Louise McCulloch, Deputy Secretary, it'd be, I'm not sure what link you're referring to. We would put our own portfolio budget statement up The actual budget papers themselves are published by the Treasury and the Finance.
No, what I'm asking is the materials published by your department.
So the portfolio budget statement is what would be published by our
Right, no
department.
other materials.
Not that I'm aware of,
Okay.
Senator, unless there were media releases.
Okay. Minister, can I go back to the issue that I raised briefly before? Why and how did you decide to remove the fossil fuel actions and projects, I'm talking about coal, petroleum, from the fast-track approval pathway under the new EPBC Act?
Well, that's clearly not a corporate question, and we'll have many hours to discuss that when we get to the relevant outcome.
So, Minister, you've just addressed that question in corporate, and it is a corporate question.
It's not
so
a
you've
corporate
already addressed it.
It's not
So
a
I'm
corporate
picking up.
question.
I'm picking.
I was pointing you
Doesn't matter.
to an example of something that is relevant to this
That's right.
department, as opposed to the dozen or 20 questions that you opened the day with.
Okay, so you've already raised this in corporate section. It's now open to me to ask that question. Could you please address that question?
Well, Senator, to the extent that the department is able to assist and the appropriate officials are able to provide colour to that question, I think it would be better asked in the substantive section. I do take the Minister's point that it was raised in response to a question. I think it would be better if we did that in a different section.
Okay.
It is a matter of substantive rather than corporate.
All right, I will move on. Can I ask about COP31, the costs involved in the Minister being the President of Negotiations for COP31. Could you please detail the costs involved in that role?
Senator, sorry, while my colleagues are getting ready to answer that question, I just thought I might point out that all of our portfolio budget materials are on our public-facing website.
Thank you. I was actually asking about additional materials, but thank you for that.
So, good morning, Senator. Kushla Munro, Deputy Secretary. So in relation to Australia's role as President of Negotiations, it is a function that is held by Australia, not just the Minister for Climate Change and Energy. And my colleague, Dr Box, is happy to take you through the budget measures.
Good morning, Senator. Sally Box, Head of the International Climate Negotiations Division. As Ms Munro said, Australia's role in COP31 is a responsibility of the Australian government. The 26-27 budget measure is $147.8 million over 3 years from 25-26. It's a measure entitled Standing with Our Partners in the Pacific, and it is supporting Australia's relationships with the Pacific and other trade partners internationally to enhance security, resilience and economic opportunities through Australia's role in COP31 and to deliver the pre-COP and a leaders event in the Pacific.
So can I ask who selected the name, the Office of the Presidency? Was that the Minister or the Department?
I did, Senator.
You did?
I did.
And did you seek any advice in relation to that name? Did you speak to the Minister?
I discussed it with my colleagues, and that's the name we chose. I established the office, not the Minister. The Minister did not request this of us. It's a sensible, pragmatic, organisational response to the fact that we have responsibilities to deliver on behalf of the Australian Government in the Pacific, and in terms of the pre-COP that we have to organise with our Pacific partners, the Leaders Forum in the Pacific, and that we have a relationship with Turkey to manage. It was a sensible organisational response to pull together largely business as usual resources into a focused effort to deliver for the Australian people on our responsibilities.
So the organisational chart for the department has changed a significant number of times since around mid last year due to Minister Bowen's COP31 presidency. How many staff are currently within the international climate negotiations line area?
I'm not certain.
I
My
can take
colleagues
that.
might-
Yep. Just give me 1 second, Senator. I'll
How
find.
many staff are in the Office of the Presidency?
In the Office of the Presidency, there are currently 28 full-time equivalent staff.
And how many in the international climate negotiations area? Is that the same?
The International Climate Negotiations Division, which I'm responsible for, has other branches: a negotiations branch, a Pacific Partnerships branch, a stakeholders and collaboration branch, and the Office of the Presidency. It actually reports to me, and it also reports to the head of the International Climate and Energy Division.
How many staff are in the Office of, are in stakeholders and collaboration?
As at 20 May 2026, there are 21.6 full-time equivalent staff.
And what about Pacific Partnerships?
The same date, 19.9 full-time equivalent.
And on what date was the Office of the Presidency created?
I believe that was the 16th of March 2026. That's when our new structure came into effect.
So earlier iterations of the organisational chart did not include this office. Well, so why was it created?
It was, as I said, Senator, we, on behalf of the Australian people and the Australian government, we have a very focused, specific task to undertake over about a 12-month period, and that is to deliver with our Pacific partners, in cooperation and collaboration with them, a pre-COP in the Pacific in the lead up to COP31 in Turkey, and a leaders forum in the Pacific. And we also have a relationship to manage with Turkey in respect of the Minister's responsibilities as President of Negotiations. It seemed sensible to me, given that relatively short-term focused effort that we're delivering as a result of Australian government decisions, to organise our existing resources into an office that could work specifically on that. Importantly, the vast bulk of the resources in that office are existing business as usual resources, because we are the climate change department and we have ongoing responsibilities in respect of these issues.
And does the office itself have a budget?
The office itself does not have a specific budget. We're undertaking this specific task, but most of the people in the office are existing long-term public servants who would be working on these sorts of issues anyway. They just happen to have a very focused, specific set of deliverables for this 12-month period in the lead up to COP31.
So I want to ask about the travel of staff, firstly departmental staff. Are staff in the office expected to undertake international travel?
They always are, Senator. This is an internationally facing department. You can't be the climate change department for the Australian government without undertaking international travel.
And what
we would be doing our responsibilities, the Australian people and the Australian government, a disservice if we did not meet and engage face-to-face with our Pacific partners, with Turkey and with others in the world.
So how many staff have undertaken travel since the Minister was confirmed as President?
Specifically in relation to COP31?
That's right, and the Office of the Presidency.
Well, no one's undertaken work as a result of the Office of the Presidency. No one's undertaken travel as a result of the Office of the Presidency.
Right, I don't understand that, because Mr Bowen is travelling around the world as the President of Negotiations. So you're saying that on all of those trips he's not supported with any staff?
No, he is supported, but it's not
right.
as a consequence of us establishing the office, is the only point I'm making.
But it's a consequence of him doing this role, isn't it?
Yes.
Oh, well, I think you're arguing with semantics here, Mr Kaiser, if I can say.
Wanting to make sure that there were no semantics.
It's probably just where our government doesn't make any apologies for participating in the international environment about action on climate change and energy issues. That's what a responsible government does, and it's a strong contrast to what we saw from the Morrison government in particular, where we were left as an international pariah on these issues.
Can I just go back to asking about the travel? How many staff have travelled to support the minister since he was confirmed as president, and what was the cost of that travel, please? If that can be broken down on a trip-by-trip basis.
Just like to mention that the minister has only travelled once internationally since he's been confirmed as president of the negotiations, which was to the Copenhagen Climate Ministerial last week. So there's only been one trip that the minister has undertaken since he was confirmed as president of negotiations.
And how many staff travelled with the minister on that trip?
There were 5 staff who travelled with the minister on that trip.
And what was the cost of that travel?
Well, that travel only happened last week, Senator, so those costs haven't been acquitted yet.
No, I understand. That's fine, but I'm asking what was the approved cost of that travel?
I'll take that on notice.
Just rotate the call and come back.
Yeah.
Do you
Can I
want to
just
answer
finish
one or two
asking
questions?
just a couple of quick questions?
Sure.
So, in March 2026, 4 departmental staff travelled to Fiji for a pre-COP operational scoping visit. So they stayed there for 4 days. Whereabouts did they stay? Are you able to give any details of that trip?
I just might ask Mr Higgins to join us at the table on that particular trip, Senator.
Good morning, Senator. David Higgins, Head of Division International Climate and Energy. Yes, as you mentioned, 4 DQ staff travelled to Fiji to engage with the Fijian government in relation to early preparations for pre-COP. Your specific question was what though? Sorry,
Whereabouts did they stay?
I'll have to take that on notice. We were in, and I travelled on that trip, we were in hotel accommodation in Suva for meetings with the Fijian government, and then we were in Nandi to engage with hotel venues along with colleagues from the Fijian government. I can't, and I don't have the details in front of me, remember the names of the hotels, but I can provide that to you on notice should you wish.
Could you perhaps come back to me on that?
Yep.
Yeah, this morning if you could, because obviously you were there. So that would be really helpful if we could understand that. So did you stay in any resort type hotel accommodation?
No, we did not, Senator.
No, you didn't. Okay. Look, I might leave my questions there. Thanks, Chair, and I'll come back to that.
Chair, I might just remind Senator Henderson that when former Prime Minister Scott Morrison and Angus Taylor attended COP26 in Glasgow, they took a total of 13 political staffers in addition to the 2 ministers, and no doubt there were public servants as well. It's pretty normal for ministers to be accompanied by officials when they undertake international travel.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Waters.
Thanks very much, Chair. I have some surprise questions about nature and the environment, so I assume we have the right people in the room.
We're doing corporate, if they're corporate at this point.
I think they will be. Let's give it a shot. So biodiversity spend in the budget is projected to drop by 46% in real terms by 28-29 to just 0.04% of the total budget. How does the shrinking allocation for nature in the forward estimates align with the government's nature positive commitments?
I think, Senator, that is more appropriately covered in the relevant outcome when we'll have the relevant officials there. But I've seen that figure quoted by some advocacy groups. I'd be interested to know when we get to that discussion how they've calculated that figure.
Which outcome are you directing me to ask that in?
2, which I think is straight after this anyway.
Program 2.1 or 2.2? Both. Okay.
And it's straight after corporate, isn't it, I think?
Right. Okay. I was going to ask about the fact that the sector's called for investment in nature and biodiversity in particular to be lifted to 1% of the budget for a long time. Have you considered that request? Again,
I suggest we come back to that in outcome 2.
Great. It's going to be a fun week. The budget also includes a $67 million funding cut to the National Environmental Science Program. Am I allowed to ask that here, or
Again,
shall I ask
that would be an
somewhere
outcome
else?
2 matter.
Great. Okay.
When we're getting into individual programs, of course, that's exactly what we'll do in those outcomes with the relevant staff.
Okay. Now, the budget makes a number of references to expediting and coordinating approvals and reducing hurdles and fast-tracking projects. That's the sort of language that we heard in Queensland and the Northern Territory before they introduced coordinator general roles that allowed bypassing environmental laws for particular projects. Is the department considering establishing a coordinator general type function?
No.
Okay. Has that been, have you been asked to work up any possibilities, or have you been asked to do any work on that?
No.
Okay. Is there an intention to consult on that in future?
There was some discussion about this as an option following the economic reform roundtable the government held late last year, but I would reckon any work that has occurred on that since has been led by the Treasury. So that's probably it's probably best to put those questions to Treasury.
Okay, so this department isn't having any input into that process?
Well, I think my office has certainly been asked about it. I'm not sure about officials. I think what Mr Kaiser is saying is that it's not work initiated by this department. I'll leave it for officials to speak to that.
Okay, thank you. So it hasn't been initiated by you, but are you working on it at all?
I think we've been consulted by Treasury as part of their work.
Okay. What stage is consideration up to?
I don't know.
That's
Senator,
probably a Treasury question.
Yeah, it's not our primary responsibility.
Okay, what facets were you consulted on?
I think, again, I'm not really sure if we've got the officials here in corporate to address that, but that would come up in the context of outcome 2 as well. So maybe when we get to that, officials can provide you with some further detail.
Okay. Can I just check which officers have been involved in those discussions? I would have thought it would be at secretary level, but maybe not.
No, I think we'll have to get back to you, Senator.
Okay. All right,
I'm conscious that we were consulted in a process because, of course, environmental permitting under the EPBC Act is an aspect.
Is in fact your jurisdiction, yes.
It is our jurisdiction, but if my recollection serves me correctly, the Treasury was considering this role in a much broader context, like, for example, the state-owned investment vehicles that it seeks to coordinate the activities of, Foreign Investment Review Board considerations, you know, a whole range of whole-of-government activities that a Coordinator General could be used to coordinate, of which we were only one aspect. But I don't know where Treasury is up to in terms of its considerations, but I do know that this department was consulted at one point. But I'd have to get back to you with the detail of that.
Yeah, thank you. I'm interested in the timing of that consultation and if there's any future consultation that you're expecting, and the scope of what you've been asked to consider, and you know what work you're doing on whatever you've been tasked with, if anything.
I don't believe we're doing any work, and of course on the 1st of July we established the National EPA, and the main focus of Treasury's inquiries were in respect of work that would now be done by the EPA. So I'm not anticipating any further contact from Treasury. I'm not saying it won't happen, but I'm not anticipating any further contact from Treasury on the topic.
Thank you. I'm interested in the division of labour between the future EPA and a potential Coordinator General. Is that something I can ask about now, or?
Well, it's all very theoretical because there is no Coordinator General.
Yeah.
Well, it's all theoretical because none of it's happened yet, but we've seen in other jurisdictions a huge incursion into the jurisdiction of environmental decision makers. That's kind of the point. You override them, and I don't want to see that replicated federally.
Yeah. Just to reinforce what Mr Kaiser is saying, the department's focus and my focus in this general space has been establishing a new EPA from the 1st of July. Whether it be in this outcome or later, certainly officials could talk to you about the thinking around the division of responsibilities between the department and the EPA. But as Mr Kaiser's said, from our understanding, there has been no decision made to have a Commonwealth Coordinator-General, and therefore it's a bit hard to talk about what responsibilities might be divided when that construct hasn't been put together.
Yes.
So I think when we get to outcome 2, we'll make sure that there are some officials who are able to, give you some more detail, but I think in the end most of those questions will need to go to Treasury.
Okay, thank you. I'm just interested in whether yourself, Minister, or senior departmental folk will push back on any incursion into the responsibility of the EPA by this potential Coordinator-General.
Yeah. Look, I think it's fair to say that in any discussions that I, my office and presumably the department have had, we have made the point that one of the goals of the EPBC reforms was to simplify and speed up decision-making around project assessments and approvals. Of course, there's a very strong environmental objective around those reforms as well, but one of the objectives has been around decision-making and ensuring that those reforms are implemented fully, including through the new EPA, has really been our focus and what we've been saying to the likes of Treasury.
So you'll push back then on the EPA's role being cannibalised by a potential Coordinator-General?
Well, I think what I would say is that our position and my position is that the reforms that we passed last year and that we're now implementing will achieve many of the objectives that a Coordinator-General process might be looking for, in the sense that those reforms are at least partly about speeding up decision-making, in addition to the environmental objectives that those reforms had.
So will you suggest that you don't support a Coordinator-General's role?
I'm not going to talk about private discussions I've had with ministers and their officers, but I think you can see from what I've said that we've been focusing on the implementation of those reforms and, if you like, standing by them as the solution to speeding up decision-making and protecting the environment.
Okay. How many of those private conversations have you had? I understand you won't go into the contents of them, but you just referred to them. How many of these conversations have happened?
I'm not about to talk about or number private conversations. That makes them not private.
Okay. When was the last time this issue was raised?
Nice try, but I don't talk about private conversations with my colleagues. That's why they're private.
Okay. Perhaps can I ask, when was the last time the department was working on this particular proposal and any possible intersection between the EPA and a Coordinator-General that Treasury is pushing?
I don't think it's right to characterise the consultations that were conducted by Treasury that we participated in as us working on the proposal. Our view was sought, is my recollection,
okay,
and we can come back to you with details about when that was.
Thank you. Was it just the once?
I don't recall, Senator. We'll have to get back to you with details.
All right, thank you. I look forward to finding out a bit more about that in outcome 2. Can I ask now, I've got some questions about the National Adaptation Plan. Shall I ask those here, or is that outcome 1.1 tomorrow?
That might be more tomorrow. If you're talking about climate change adaptation, it's probably
so
tomorrow.
just funding for the plan versus resilience versus disaster ready fund. Is that now or 1.1?
I'd say it's probably tomorrow, yeah.
Okay.
What we have here now is the corporate team for the department as a whole. There's a range of matters they can talk about that they administer. Obviously, the rest of today is environment, tomorrow's climate change, including adaptation.
All right, well, I'll ask tomorrow, and if I'm told tomorrow that I should have asked today, I will take it up with you. Can I ask now about the climate case, the ICJ advisory opinion? The UN General Assembly last week confirmed that earlier ICJ advisory opinion that states, in this context means Australia, has an obligation to avoid climate harms. Has the department undertaken any assessment of its exposure to legal risk, firstly from action taken by Pacific countries claiming that Australia has failed to adequately address climate harms?
Again, Senator, that might be a question best left till tomorrow when we've got officials here who can answer specific questions about that. We try not to have the entire department in the room at once when we're going over 2
Sure.
days, so we ration them out according to the agenda.
Okay, so that's 1.1, is it?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. Just to make sure I'm asking them in the right place, I'm interested in whether you've done any assessment of your exposure to legal risk from investor-state dispute settlement claims relating to the rejection of fossil fuel projects or to potential future safeguard mechanism changes. Is that a tomorrow issue?
Yeah.
Great. 1.1 again.
Sure.
First of all, it is a question for outcome 1. I think it's 1.1. But the court matter is still ongoing, so it's not something that we've done a lot of work on.
Sorry, which court matter are you referring to?
I can't get the pronunciation. The ICNJ was only recently, so we would still be in our early days.
Oh, it was a good 6 months ago.
The UN resolution.
The UN
on the matter was
resolution
only just
confirming it was
the
last
UN
week, but the actual
resolution.
ICJ case was several months ago.
Yeah.
In any case, if I'm not mistaken, it's something that DFAT is taking the lead on.
Okay.
It's not.
Okay.
We're not primarily responsible.
Thank you.
That's correct. Yes.
All right. Well, look, I'll try to raise it tomorrow and see how far we
Sure.
get. And similarly, the outcome of the current High Court case about Mount Pleasant coal mine examining Scope 3 emissions, liability for that. That's a tomorrow question also.
That's today in the...
Probably in outcome.
In relation
Yeah.
to the international liability for failing to take climate change seriously per ICJ and the UN General Assembly.
Probably outcome 2 is the best place for anything related to individual projects.
Okay, this is more about, have you got advice about your the nation's exposure to liability as a result?
If there's someone at the
cases
table
like
who can
that?
answer that, happy for that to happen. Otherwise, there might be someone who appears in outcome 2 who can answer that.
Anyone at the table now then? No? Sorry, is that what you just said?
I'm happy if someone is here who knows the answer, but otherwise outcome 2 would be...
No, we're best to take it. We're best to take it.
Yep. In the relevant outcome.
Okay, great. And then last little section from me, although I am going to have quite a lot in the next outcome, Chair, is just in relation to the use of AI, which has been flagged for use in EPBC assessments. Can you give me a bit more detail on how and when you're proposing to use AI in EPBC assessments?
I think, again, what we can say here, we can give you a flavour of it here, but again, outcome 2 is where we could cover that in more detail because it's relevant to the assessment and approval process, which we're covering in outcome 2. But in general terms, the department has been working on a pilot of how AI technology can be used to improve the quality and speed of environmental decision making, including in relation to EPBC assessments and approvals. That's what I can say in general terms, and there are literally officers whose job it is to work on that, and they can talk to you about that in outcome 2.
Yeah, okay, I will want to know a bit more detail there. Is there a governance framework? Have you done a risk analysis?
Yes.
Are there areas that you're ruling out use of AI on? All of that for later?
It's helpful to know the kind of things
Yeah,
that you'll
that's
ask
the
because people
flavour.
can get prepared for that.
Great.
Thanks.
Well, that's me for now. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Roberts.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for appearing again. Good morning, Minister.
Good to see you,
You're looking
Roberts.
chirpy.
Always chirpy, just
I
like
know.
yourself.
The Minister for Climate Change and Energy, Chris Bowen, is the President of negotiations for COP31, Conference of Parties, in Turkey, taking place in November this year. Has the department incurred any expense in respect of that role for travel, expense for extra staffing, or expense in any other related purpose? And if so, how much?
Yes, Senator, we covered some of that ground previously in answer to questions from Senator Henderson just moments ago.
The specific amounts weren't covered though, were they? For staffing, travel and related?
I think what we said were that a number of staff did travel with Minister Bowen most recently as part of his responsibilities, but that those figures had not been reconciled yet because I think the staff literally arrived home on Saturday.
Does he have any additional staff as a result of his duties, not just travel?
In terms of his ministerial staff?
In terms of his position as President of negotiations, does he have any additional staff, any additional expenses?
In his ministerial office? No.
Are the taxpayers paying for anything for the United Nations role?
Well, there was a specific budget measure which provided funding to the department to assist him with that role.
What is that amount?
My colleagues will be able to help you with that,
Senator. The amount allocated for the budget measure standing with our partners in the Pacific in the 26-27 budget was $147.8 million over 3 years.
147 million over 3 years.
That's right.
And that, just to be clear, that's because it shouldn't be misrepresented what that money is for. It might be helpful to have Dr. Box just set out what that money is going to. It's not to create an office, for example.
I'm all ears.
Yep.
So the money's for a range of activities, Senator, for the delivery of the pre-COP, the preparatory meeting in the Pacific in Fiji with a leaders element in Tuvalu, for things like sponsored travel for Pacific delegates, for additional events in the Pacific, to support a pavilion at COP31. It also includes some funding for the Pacific, for the Presidency Youth Champion, to support our Pacific climate envoys, and of course also includes some funding for staff and travel.
Thank you. Was there an amount, I may have missed it, for the cost of attending COP31 itself?
Yes. For COP31, no.
Isn't it? So that's yet to be added.
That budget measure will support attendance at COP31, but the delegation for COP31 and associated costs hasn't yet been determined.
Why are the Australian taxpayers, Minister, paying to raise Minister Bowen's international profile? Where's the benefit to taxpayers? Where's the return on investment? What is the return on investment?
Well, you won't be surprised to hear me say that that funding is not about raising Minister Bowen's profile. It's about ensuring that Australia has a leading role in international negotiations regarding climate change and energy. Now, I know you and I, Senator Roberts, have a pretty different view about whether climate change is real, what we should be doing about it, but the reality is that countries all around the world are negotiating and reaching agreements about this, and our government's view is that it's a very good idea and it's in Australia's national interests to be helping lead those negotiations. You know, we've got a view that you'd rather be involved in negotiations than having outcomes imposed on you by the rest of the world, and through Minister Bowen occupying that role gives Australia a front row seat in those negotiations. You know, the other reason for us doing this is because it's an opportunity for greater partnership with our Pacific neighbours. I'm sure, Senator Roberts, one thing you and I could agree on is that the Pacific is a region where there is a lot of national security interests for the Australian people, and an opportunity for Australia to work in partnership with the Pacific on an issue that they consider to be arguably the biggest challenge they're facing, being climate change. That is a good thing for Australia, and dealing with those national security interests as well.
I think the better way to go about dealing with our neighbours, who are very important to us strategically, is to tell them the truth. So that's much more important for me. You said costs imposed or agreements imposed. The UN cannot impose an agreement on us. The only way it can be imposed is if parliamentarians in this place legislate it.
Well, again, you and I might disagree on this, Senator Roberts, but our government and I personally believe that it is useful to Australia and to the Australian people to be part of international agreements about how we manage a range of challenges facing the world. You know, there are some governments around the world that have withdrawn from those sorts of agreements.
Like the United States of America, for example.
For example.
Keir Starmer calling it now the ending of climate catastrophism.
Well, I don't think the UK has withdrawn from those agreements, and we think it would be a negative for the Australian people if we were to withdraw from those agreements. I know one nation's got a different view. You're entitled to your view, but we think it's better to be at the table, in this case in a leadership role, leading the world to negotiate outcomes that are in Australia's interests.
Minister, are you aware that 65% of the voters in the recent Farrer by-election voted for a party that wants to end net zero?
Are you adding the Liberal and National Party votes to your party's votes there?
No, we're not.
60. I didn't think you got 65%.
No, we didn't. We got about 40%.
So that's what I'm wondering, how you got from 40 to 65.
The other minor parties. Have a look.
Well, look, I recognise that there are different views about this in Australia. I think this government has been pretty clear going into the last two elections that we support action on climate change, and that that is not only a good outcome for our environment, but it's good for our economy and jobs as well. We've gone to the election with that policy. We've won the last two elections. We're now implementing that policy. But, you know, you're entitled to a different view.
I may have missed something here, Mr Kaiser or Dr Box, but COP30 in Brazil was extremely expensive at 1.6 million taxpayers paid for. What's the budget for the actual attendance at COP31?
We don't have a specific budget for attendance at COP31 yet, Senator, because we haven't determined how many people will go to COP31, but the travel to COP31 will be taken from that 147 million that I mentioned that's in the budget.
All right, thank you. In COP30, you gave away $395,612 in grants to bring along climate change activists and so-called stakeholders. Will you be doing that again in COP31? And if yes, why? What is in it for the taxpayer? And will, like Mr Rudd took as Prime Minister to Copenhagen, 114 people, including his hairdresser, will that same graciousness be extended to Mr Bowen?
So you're correct, Senator, that we did have a grants program for COP30 that supported a range of organisations to attend COP30 in Belém in Brazil, including youth organisations, First Nations organisations, and organisations from a range of sectors, including the agricultural sector. There is funding in the budget to support organisations to attend COP31 in Antalya in Turkey, but the parameters of that haven't yet been decided.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate your direct answers. This next question comes up frequently, so I assume you have the data on hand. What is your budget for international travel within the climate change and energy portfolios? That's wages, airfare, accommodation in the 2026-27 financial year. Could you include a breakdown, how much, over how many days, and for how many employees?
Senator, these decisions in terms of what's the required travel is always taken on a case-by-case basis. And a lot of the work that we do is virtually, and it's really by exception that there will be that international travel, but it is necessary to build the relationships, to negotiate outcomes. That's the responsibility that the government has given us. So we don't have, I think, the detail that you are asking for, Senator Roberts, given that we need to plan through what's going to be the priorities for this year and, as I said, make those decisions almost on a case-by-case basis.
Thank you. Could you give me an idea broadly of the categories of considerations that will go into that, or could go into it?
That go into
yes.
Travel.
Selecting travelling companions.
Yeah, happy to. Oh, you've got it there. Sorry.
So I think there are a range of factors that we consider. Value for money is obviously a very big consideration.
What was that, I'm sorry?
Value for money.
Yeah.
Whether the intended meeting outcomes are of significant benefit for Australia's climate, energy, environment and water agenda. We also consider whether virtual or alternative representation options aren't suitable. And, of course, all approved travel requests include a contingency. So it's really, we look at the intended meeting outcomes, whether virtual participation is available, and, of course, value for money is an overarching consideration in accordance with the PGPA Act.
So value for money is a pretty subjective thing. Depends on the goals of your party going there. Coming back to the EPBC Act, your website page for the new National Environmental Standards under the EPBC does not appear to have been updated for some time. it still says circulation draft of the new standard would be made available in April, and it wasn't. When will the new standard be made available to senators?
I'm not sure when that research was done, Senator Roberts, but in the last month we have begun consultation on a second round of consultation on 2 of those national environmental standards. And in outcome 2, we'll be able to talk to you at length about that.
Okay, thank you. As things stand, the EPBC Act is, in our opinion, we differ on this, no doubt, is a disaster for economic growth in Australia. The Minerals Council of Australia quote an increase in average decision times for resources projects of 60%, from 2.3 years in 2019 to 3.8 years in 2025. What steps are you taking to increase your throughput?
Again, we could have an extended conversation about this in outcome 2, Senator Roberts, but that was exactly one of the key reasons for the reforms that we passed the Parliament last year. I know you voted against them, but one of the key objectives of those reforms was to speed up decision-making on projects after that blowout of timeframes that you referred to. And we're confident that will happen.
So I note that the budget, and you've answered this question in, not answered in question in part, but you've answered a related question from Senator Waters. I note the budget includes a measure for introducing AI. Will that help in data collection and analysis, or will that be actually making decisions? Again, we can talk about this in more detail in outcome 2, but the primary purpose of that AI pilot and tool is essentially to help proponents in preparing their applications. But there are people who know a lot more about it than me who'll be available to talk to you about it in outcome 2. Okay, thank you.
But Senator, if I could just add to the Minister's answer, an important principle in the application of AI in the public sector more generally, and including in this department, is that humans remain the decision makers.
Thank you. Minister, are you using ludicrously long delays in approvals for minerals projects to discourage application for minerals projects?
No.
On a $500 million project, the holding cost of the project across a 3.8-year development application cycle will cost the proponents $25 million a year, almost $100 million total across 3.8 years, 4 years. How is this not a financial penalty on applicants caused by a procedural failure in your department?
Well, again, Senator Roberts, we could have an extended conversation about this in outcome 2, but that was a key objective behind the EPBC reforms, was to speed up assessments and approvals of projects.
Okay, let's get a benchmark going. How many applications for resource projects with the project cost in excess of $50 million are you currently holding, and what is the average age of those projects?
There'll be officials available to answer those sorts of questions in outcome 2.
What is your expectation for reductions in this figure of 3.8 years? When will the EPBC laws stop getting in the way of economic growth and the breadwinner jobs that go with mineral projects?
Again, we could talk about that in more detail in outcome 2.
Can we talk about mining being a driver of the economy, standard of living, and the
Yeah,
6.6 to 1 jobs multiplier from coal mines?
In my opening statement, Senator Roberts, and I realise you weren't here for that, I referred to the fact that one of the key objectives, along with greater protections for the environment, one of the key objectives behind the EPBC reforms was to speed up decisions around housing, energy and critical minerals projects.
So one of the things that's become clear with New Labor is that it appeals to activists to get more votes.
Well, that's your view.
Yeah. Is the government aware, Minister, that obstructing resource projects stifles funds for social and welfare programs for caring for people?
Well, I would agree with the general proposition that economic development delivers economic wealth for the country that can be used for those sorts of social services.
And mining is the key to developing economic
It's a big
wealth.
industry, I recognise that.
#1 exporter.
It's a big industry.
Thank you, Minister. Thank you, Mr Kaiser. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Senator Roberts. Senator Henderson.
Thank you very much, Chair. I just want to return to the questions I was asking about the trip to Fiji. This is the pre-COP operational scoping visit. Could I ask, so I asked about where departmental officials stayed, and I was told Suva and also Nadi, I think.
Nandi.
Mr. Higgins?
Correct, Senator.
So the FOI that's been released on this travel says that you stayed at Denaroo, Fiji.
I beg your pardon?
The FOI says, released in relation to this trip, says that you stayed at Denaroo Island in Fiji. Is that correct?
So, Senator, as I said previously, we stayed in Suva for 2 nights and we stayed in Nandi for 2 nights. The specific hotel venues that we stayed in Nandi, it was the Tanoa Plaza Hotel in Suva, apologies, and in Nandi it was the Tanoa International Hotel. We
so
visited
how do you
venues
reconcile, this is the document that says that you were staying in Denaroo Island in Fiji, which is a resort island. Is that not correct?
So that is not correct. We stayed at the Tanoa International Hotel in Nandi. We certainly visited accommodation venues in Denaroo because that's the expectation of the Fijian government, is that's where the pre-COP conference will be held. So much of the work that we did in Nandi was on Denaroo Island, visiting venues, but we did not stay on the island.
And why were you visiting those venues? Is this...
So the reason for the trip was to work with the Fijian government about arrangements for the pre-COP conference, which will be held later in the year. The likelihood is that the venues will be on Denaroo Island, where the maximum conference capability in Fiji exists.
Okay, so you didn't stay on Denaroo Island, just to be clear, even though the document released under FOI says that your destination was Denaroo.
So yes, because that's where our meetings were, but that's not where we stayed.
Okay. So the approved spend for the trip was $28,000. There was a significant amount incurred through fares, which I'm not... it looks like there's quite a discrepancy actually in the fares. So for business class fares, yourself and Ms. Perez, your fares were almost 3 times that of the 2 EL2 and EL1 officials that travelled to Fiji. Can you explain the difference? These were all business class fares, but you're obviously an SES2 and an SES1 level. So why were your fares so much more expensive?
I would have to take that on notice, Senator, but essentially we work through our travel provider to assure that we get to where we need to get to in a timely way and in a cost-effective way. I actually recall flying on at least one of those legs in economy, so I don't have what you have in front of you at the moment, but I'm happy to take on notice to see if we can provide anything further.
Provide details of the flights,
yeah,
and also the accommodation. So what was the actual accommodation costs?
Again, I don't have that in front of me. I've provided you with the detail of the names of the hotels, but I can come back to you with...
Yeah, I would
detail.
appreciate. So have you settled on the pre-COP hotel location, so where those meetings will be?
We're still working with venue providers in Fiji, and we are working obviously with the government of Fiji as the host of the pre-COP. So we haven't yet settled on hotel venues. The conference itself is most likely to be at the conference venue attached to the Sheraton Hotel in Nandi, but again, no arrangements have yet been made with venues.
That's the Sheraton Hotel in Nandi?
In Denaroo, sorry.
In Denaroo, yes. I can see the Sheraton Hotel in Denaroo. So that will be on Denaroo, will it?
Correct, yes.
Again, Senator Henderson, it's not uncommon for officials to travel overseas for international projects the government is working on. I'm aware, for example, that Mr Tian, the Shadow Minister for Energy, visited the Maldives twice during 2021 as official travel, and I'm sure we could go back and look at what officials accompanied him.
Thanks for that unhelpful addition.
Well,
because it's
you're
not
trying to
relevant
make
to
an
my.
issue out of.
It's not
you're trying to make an issue out of
questions.
something that.
No, there's a
governments-
discrepancy, Minister. There's a discrepancy between the documents released by the department and I'm asking about Mr Higgins' accommodation arrangements, and I'm pleased that he has confirmed those, so I do appreciate that. I'm not making an issue of the travel, but I'm properly asking questions about the arrangements.
I think everyone knows what's going on, Senator Henderson, but that's okay.
And the costs. All right, well, Mr Higgins, if it's possible to come back with that further information about the costs, that would be appreciated. Can I just go back to COP31? How many international engagements of staff within the office or within the department participated in or facilitated that Minister Bowen has attended?
So as Dr Box referred to earlier...
Sorry, I can't hear you, Ms Munro.
I'll get a bit closer. So as Dr Box referred to earlier, there has in fact only been one international trip that Minister Bowen has undertaken since Australia assumed the role of President of Negotiations. That was to Denmark last week, and as she detailed, there were 5 staff that travelled with Minister Bowen.
I did ask about the costs. They're not yet acquitted, but what was the approved spend for that trip?
And as Dr Box said, we would have to just take that on notice and provide that to you.
All right, if you could come back to the table with that, because that would be a known figure. I appreciate it hasn't been acquitted, but if I could understand the approved spend. So if I could just, Dr Box, so can I just ask, in your area, which includes the office, so how do your scope of responsibilities interact with the Minister's office? Are ministerial submissions sent up in the normal way?
Yes, Senator.
So I'm just looking at, in 3 previous budgets, including my EFO and the portfolio additional estimate statements, they've included new funding for COP31. What's the total quantum of funds that have been allocated for COP31 activities from the date the presidency was announced until today?
So, Senator, as I mentioned earlier, the 26-27 budget measure has titled Standing with Our Partners in the Pacific, provides $147.8 million over 3 years from 25-26. That supports our relationships with the Pacific, our role in COP31, including the delivery of the pre-COP and the leaders event in the Pacific. The department's appropriation is $116 million. The rest is for DFAT, so 116 of the 147 is for the department. It's also worth mentioning that the cost of this measure was fully offset from a reprioritisation of funding from the Strategic International Partnerships stream and from within existing resources from the Foreign Affairs and Trade portfolio.
So in the budget, in the 26-27 budget, there's a measure entitled Delivering on Australia's COP31 Agenda, which contains a spend of $50.4 million over 2 years from 26-27.
That's so, Senator, and that's within the 147.
That's within the 100 and...
That is within the 147.8 million. So
and does that measure include provision for APS staff to travel?
So the measure, the $147.8 million measure, includes both administered funding and departmental funding, and some of the departmental funding supports staff.
Well, what's the total cost then? So you're saying that some staff costs are not included in that $147 million?
No, what I'm saying is that the $147.8 million includes funding for the department, and some of the funding for the department goes to staffing costs. But the staff in my division and in the International Climate and Energy division are supported from baseline funding, but also from these terminating measures.
Okay, so what's the total additional cost then of staff in relation to COP31?
So I don't have a cost for specifically for staff, Senator, but staff are supported through the funding received in the budget.
Could you take that on notice and bring that back?
Certainly.
Ideally to this morning.
Sorry. Also, Senator Henderson, the officials will know better than me, but my understanding is that $147.8 million is not new money. Dr. Box, oh, sorry, I missed that bit. Yep.
Dr. Box did say that.
Yeah, I missed that bit.
So do you have any idea of the additional staff costs associated with COP31 which are not included in the 147.8 million?
I'd have to take that on notice, Senator.
Sorry, you did take that on notice, but do you have any rough idea? That's what I was asking.
No, Senator.
Okay. So what proportion, can we break down that 50.4 million? So what proportion of that is for pre-COP?
I can't break down the 50.4 million, Senator. I can tell you of the 147.8 million, of which the 50.4 is a part of. I can tell you how much is departmental and how much is administered.
Well, how much is for pre-COP?
No, Senator, because how much is for pre-COP will depend on a range of factors, including for the issues that Mr Higgins was talking about in terms of the cost of hiring a venue, etc., which are still being worked through at the moment.
But you must have some forecast. You can't just come up with a total figure over 3 years and not understand how much would be allocated to pre-COP.
So there was certainly there's certainly work done to build that budget, but I cannot give you an accurate number as to what pre-COP will cost at this point in time, Senator.
Okay, so can I please ask for the details of those estimates on notice, please?
I'll take that on notice.
Thank you. How many COP31 virtual meetings has the Office of the President facilitated?
Are you referring to virtual meetings of the Minister or virtual meetings in total?
Both, please.
So we would undertake virtual meetings almost every day of the week, Senator. That is part of what we do, is engage internationally with Turkey, with the Pacific, with a range of our international partners. Those virtual engagements would be undertaken not just by the Office of the Presidency, but by all staff across the International Climate Negotiations Division and the International Climate and Energy Division, because engaging internationally on the phone or via Teams meeting is a normal part of our business.
So how many virtual meetings has the Minister held?
I'll take that on notice.
You don't know?
I think there was in response to an FOI request, Senator, I think we calculated since he was determined as the president of the negotiations between then and whenever the FOI was released, which was sometime in April or May. There are more than 30 virtual engagements, but I don't have the precise number on
More
there.
than, I missed that.
30.
More than 30 remote meetings.
When you say remote meetings, they are phone calls or Teams meetings that the Minister would have with his international counterparts in relation to our engagement in international climate and energy.
All right, well, if we could please have a list of those meetings and whether they were by phone or by video conference.
Certainly.
Senator, can I also just make one other point? Just that Minister is responsible for climate change and energy matters, and a number of his meetings with international counterparts cover the full spectrum, and particularly in relation to the fuel security issues. So I think we'll just sort of have to consider the best way to represent that in our answer to you.
Well, if we could then therefore add in that answer on notice the purpose of the meeting as well, that would be appreciated, so we can differentiate that. Can I just go back to the pre-COP in Fiji? So can I just understand that you're looking at venues, but there's no determination or no decision as to whether it will be held at the Sheraton Fiji resort?
Correct, Senator. So
that's the one you're looking at, though, the Sheraton Fiji Golf and Beach Resort.
Correct. There's a conference venue there. It's the largest in Fiji, and we judge it's most likely to be the one most suitable to accommodate an event of the size that we expect Pre-COP to be, that the Government of Fiji, as the host of Pre-COP, will ultimately make these determinations. We are working with them through the various options, but the formal decision and associated contracting hasn't yet been made.
Okay, so the formal decision hasn't been made, but that is likely to be the decision.
Yes, in terms of the conference venue, correct, because there aren't a great number of alternatives.
If I can also
And
make
what's the cost of, what will be the cost of hosting that pre-COP conference at Denaroo Island?
As Dr. Box said, we don't yet know. We haven't made the decisions with respect to where, and consequently, the total quantum isn't yet known.
Well, so you tell me that you've gone to Denaroo Island to discuss holding a conference there for pre-COP, and no one bothered to ask how much it would cost?
Yes, of course we did, but the fine detail of what indeed we would be putting on in terms of the amount of time we need, the various spaces that we would need is yet to be determined.
Okay, so I'm asking what costs have you been given as to what that will cost in general terms?
So we haven't been given specific costs that would enable me to accurately answer your question, Senator.
For a general estimate and as to what the cost would be to hold pre-COP at the Sheraton at Denaroo Island.
So I'll have to take that on notice. I'm assuming your question goes to not just the physical meeting rooms, but the other aspects that would make up the pre-COP. Is that correct?
That's right. And also if I could have a breakdown of the different types of costs. You don't have any of that information available?
Not to hand, no.
Okay, well, if you could perhaps bring it back as soon as possible.
Certainly.
These are pretty important questions I'm asking.
Yes, no, I appreciate that, Senator. As the Secretary indicated, this session on the program pertains to corporate matters. Our expectation is that we would be dealing with questions that pertain to these matters in outcome one tomorrow when we come back. So that's part of why I don't have some of what you're seeking in front of me now.
You were at Fiji. You were
Correct.
in these meetings,
Correct.
Mr Higgins.
Correct.
We're not talking about other officials. You were there.
No, I realise that.
You asked the questions, how much it would cost, and so I'm asking for you to provide, in general terms, an answer to this committee. Are we talking 50,000? Are we talking 100? Are we talking $500,000? Are we talking, please can you give us a general indication as to what you received when you were there on the island having these meetings?
Yes, and I will come back to you on notice with those details. But just to be clear, the nature of our engagements with the venue providers certainly went to costs, but much of it was to determine what was suitable and what wouldn't be suitable based on our expectations for the program of events. So, yes, cost is of course a consideration, but we were trying to determine what might be possible given what is available there.
Mr Higgins, you were there. You asked those questions about cost. I'd really appreciate if you could give the committee some general indication as to what those costs were, what it will cost to hold the pre-COP conference at the resort on Denaroo Island.
Yes, I'll come back to you on notice on that.
But you were there at the meeting, so what do you recall in relation to the costs?
My recollection isn't the best way to answer this question from my perspective, Senator. I will come back to you on notice.
Can you bring that back to us this morning?
I don't think I'll be able to come back to you this morning, no.
Right. Do you remember what the conference hire costs were?
I don't know.
Or the room costs?
What do you mean by room?
Well, if people were staying there at the venue?
We engaged with 4 different hotels in terms of accommodation, and we also spoke to those hotels about the conference facilities that they have, the event spaces that they have available to them, and then with the conference centre itself, which is a separate facility attached to the Sheraton. So there is a range of information that we were provided, which goes into the mix of considerations that we in the Government of Fiji will enter into as we work through what's possible and what will work and what will ultimately be cost effective.
And what's Australia's share of this conference?
I don't...
In terms of the cost?
We have indicated that we would support the Pacific in the delivery of the pre-COP, so our expectation is that we will bear a significant portion of the costs.
And what is that proportion?
That's yet to be determined, again, because the Government of Fiji is involved in the hosting of this event, and we need to work that through with the Government of Fiji.
Well, have they said what they might pay for? They might pay for some costs?
Well, there'll be a range of in-kind costs in addition to bearing some financial costs, and that's yet to be worked out. So, for example, transport is something that the Government of Fiji may be able to provide through resources that it has at its disposal. That would be a cost that we would not then occur if they're able to provide that, and those are elements that we are engaged with the Government of Fiji in resolving.
Okay, well, Mr Higgins, I am going to push you on this because you were in these meetings. There was a very substantial amount of money that was spent on you and other officials going to Fiji for the specific purpose of planning for this pre-COP conference. You were in those meetings. I'm asking you if you are aware, in general terms, of what those costs are, that you are required to answer my question, please.
Senator Henderson. Mr Higgins has indicated that he will take your question on notice and will come back to you. I think through his testimony you've heard that it's not a simple proposition. There's a negotiation to be held with venues. There's a negotiation to be held with the Pacific nations. It's not an easy question to answer without being able to take it away and give it some consideration. You're being unreasonable, Senator, on Mr Higgins. Just because he attended meetings does not mean he's able to recall a single figure, which at this point in time would be an estimate in circumstances where so much is still uncertain. You're being unreasonable, I'd suggest, and I'd hope that you could allow him to come back with a considered response.
Mr Kaiser, I'd ask you not to reflect on me. I'm entitled to ask these questions.
Yes, of course you are.
I understand that he doesn't recall every specific figure. So then I asked Mr Higgins, could you recall in general terms? In terms of if Australia...
that he will come back to you with a considered response, which
so
is
what
not
I'm asking
unreasonable
is
in the circumstances.
what Mr Higgins recalls, because he was in the meetings, and that was the purpose of the visit. So,
right, isn't it better for him to be able to give you a considered response?
I'd like as much information...
rather than rely on a recollection on the spot in complex circumstances?
Mr Kaiser, if I could just continue with my questions. I would like as much information now as possible. Mr Higgins, I understand that you don't have every specific detail before you, but I have asked if you could bring that back to the committee as soon as possible. But do we have, in terms of the budget for this conference, what is the approved spend for the budget to hold this conference? Do you know that, Mr Higgins?
I do not, Senator.
So it's a blank cheque, is it?
No, it's most certainly not a blank cheque.
So what is the approved spend then? Is that been determined?
No, it hasn't yet been determined because we haven't yet determined the costs of the event that we are seeking to put on with the Government of Fiji and our Pacific partners.
Okay. Well, look, I would ask if you could bring further information back in relation to this, because this is taxpayers' money we're talking about. If you're going over there to negotiate the costs of holding this pre-COP conference, then Australian taxpayers certainly are entitled to know, and I'll direct this to you, Mr Kaiser, they're entitled to know what sort of money is being spent. This is budget estimates. We're interrogating the government's budgetary spend.
Yep, Mr Higgins has an obligation to provide the committee with accurate information. All he is asking for is some time to collect his thoughts, probably refer to some documentation and come back to the committee.
Mr Kaiser, do you have an approved budget for this conference?
Well, it's, as Mr Higgins has indicated, the budget is subject to negotiations with venues, further discussions with our Pacific partners, a range of factors which are not yet determined.
But there's no approved budget. I mean, I sort of find that extraordinary that it's just... If you're holding
well, it's within
a conference
our budget.
And if you're the...
It'll certainly be funded within our budget allocation.
If the Australian government is liable to hold this for the majority of costs, I'm pretty amazed that there is no upper limit that's been determined, given the conference is going to be held in November this year.
Well, the upper limit for our entire effort in relation to this is, as has been explained, in terms of the budget allocations.
And what's that budget allocation
the figure
for this
that
conference?
Senator Box indicated to you.
It's the 147.8 million in the budget, which includes administered funding and departmental funding.
It certainly won't be more than that, Senator.
Oh, thank you. Well, that is a great relief. So Australian taxpayers know that there's not going to be more than 147 million spent on this conference.
No, not on the conference, on our entire effort, including working with our Pacific partners, which has a range of implications for this nation, including national security, relations with Turkey, a whole range of matters, supporting our minister and making sure that we do a good job in the national interest in a range of forums. That's what that budget allocation is for.
Well, as the Secretary, these are really important questions, Mr Kaiser. I would ask that you come back as soon as possible to this committee with more
That's what
details.
we've indicated we will do, Senator.
They said they would do that 10 minutes ago.
I said as soon as possible.
Well, they're entitled to come back with an accurate answer, and Mr Higgins has already said that may take a bit of time. We sort of got to that point 10 minutes ago, and since then we've just been saying the same thing. I'm
asking, Minister, for this information to come back as soon as possible, because so far we've been told that there is a line item of $147 million with very little detail. And it's extraordinary to me that there's been no proper forecasting. We can't get a breakdown. This is a very substantial amount of money.
Senator Henderson, that is exactly what the outcomes over the next 2 days are intended to deal with. This is not the area of the estimates where we get into line-by-line descriptions about particular budget outcomes. Outcome 1 tomorrow is where more detail will be able to be provided about that $147 million. And Mr Higgins, over 10 minutes ago, said that he would come back to you with an accurate answer on the cost that you've asked about.
Well, Minister, I'm pleased that you've now indicated that you're willing to do that and come back in the appropriate outcome, which is exactly the information and the answer that I was seeking. I just would like you to come back so that we can ask further questions about this during this estimate.
What I said, just so you don't misrepresent what I said was that officials tomorrow will be able to take you through what that $147 million line item is about. There is a separate question about possible costs of the conference. Mr Higgins has taken that on notice. I'm not going to commit him to a time frame when he's going to provide that answer. But I'm sure he will do that as soon as he can.
One of the other
Thanks, Minister. Could I just, conscious of time, I just want to move on to another issue.
Sorry, before you do, Senator, can I?
Yeah, sure.
I've conferred with Mr Higgins. Part of his reluctance is not just his recollection, his ability to recollect on the spot here now discussions which occurred some time ago. It's also because we're in a discussion and a negotiation with commercial entities over the cost of these venues. And so there is a degree of reluctance to describe what the budgeted figure is, because as soon as that becomes public knowledge, then those venues will charge that amount. We can be certain of that. And so part of the reason why Mr Higgins wants to take your question away and give consideration to the kind of answer that we can provide is so that we can be accurate with the committee, but also in the interests of taxpayers, value for money for taxpayers, we do not want to divulge our negotiating position with commercial entities.
Well, I was actually simply asking what was the proposal. I mean, I could go on there. I could go on the website and find out what the cost of hiring the conference venue is.
Well,
no, but it's not a...
But are you going to be extracting a better deal than the normal commercial deal?
Yes, we expect we will be able to, given the size and complexity of this and the requirements of it. There is a lot to negotiate through. We're not simply hiring a room, Senator.
I mean... All right. Well, as I say, I would really welcome more information on this.
Sure.
I mean, as I say, we could go on the website, or I could ring them. Perhaps I'll give them a call at lunchtime and ask what their costs are. But I'd really, in all seriousness, we're talking about a very substantial amount of money, of taxpayers' money, and Australian taxpayers are entitled to know. So I'd be very, very grateful if you could come back with details in relation to this.
Yes, a considered answer given our position in terms of negotiating with commercial entities. We will do that, Senator.
I'm conscious that we are coming up to the
Yes,
end.
thanks. So I want to move on to...
There was a freedom of information reference that you made earlier. Do you have the number or the relevant document that we might identify?
It's LEX 82912.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Can I just move now to the appointment of Ms Harris as the independent reviewer of the Water Act? I'm just keen if I could address those questions with you, Mr Kaiser.
There's an entire outcome to do with water. It's outcome 4. So the officials involved in that review will be there then.
All right, I appreciate that. So I was actually wanting to establish whether we could ask these questions in corporate or...
Outcome 4 would be the place to ask them.
Could I ask about just the fact that Ms Harris, just in terms of more of a staffing management issue, Ms Harris is also working as the Fuel Supply Task Force Coordinator. And so I just want to understand, I guess, the differentiation of those two roles.
That's a great question to ask in outcome 4 when we've got the relevant officials with us.
Okay, we will return to that in outcome 4.
Sure.
That is not a problem. Dr. Box's... Dr. Box, if you could just return... to the table. Thank you so much. Look, I just want to ask about whether you've identified any waste at all within your area of responsibility, any wasteful spending that you've identified?
No, Senator.
You haven't? What about, could I ask about just generally staffing growth in the department within your area and also more broadly, Mr Kaiser? Because I understand there's been some voluntary redundancies. There's been a voluntary redundancy program and there's also been a hiring freeze.
No, Senator, there's no hiring freeze.
Right.
What we've done is we've tried to more carefully control our recruitment activity by escalating the levels within the department at which hiring can be approved. So deputy secretaries are expected to play a much more direct role in specific hiring decisions, and in some cases I take on that responsibility as well. So we're simply trying to take a more cautious approach by elevating the approval levels within the department for hiring. So that's not a hiring freeze. And we are undertaking a voluntary redundancy program, but that program is not yet concluded.
Mr Kaiser, I'd like, if you could provide, if you've got a copy of this, you sent an all-staff email on the 1st of April 2026, and it was also published on your intranet. And it suggested that there was a freeze on recruitment.
I can't recall the precise language, but we've certainly been hiring since then, but as I've said, on a more cautious and selective basis.
Okay, so could we get a copy of that email, please? That could be provided to us.
We'll get it, yep.
Okay, so on the 1st, I'm just a bit concerned about the response you just gave me before, because my understanding is on the 1st of April, you sent an all-staff email indicating that a freeze on recruitment had been implemented or was being implemented, voluntary redundancies were announced, and there was a freeze on international travel and on interstate travel.
I don't think I used that language, but I'd have to get the document in front of me, Senator.
I was just going to say, Senator, my recollection while we're searching for the document is that we used the word pause and then went on to say what conditions would be, we'd consider recruitment.
Okay, so there was a pause on recruitment announced on the 1st of April. And
that's right.
So since that time, how many additional staff have been hired as either ongoing, non-ongoing or contract staff?
Sorry, Senator, while my colleagues get that, can I read into the transcript the precise words I used in that? So what I said was the board has also decided very reluctantly to pause all new recruitment activity from today until further notice. Recruitment already advertised may continue. However, before any offers are made, written email approval must be sought from your Deputy Secretary.
So, Mr Kaiser, when I asked that question earlier, you said that there was no freeze.
Well, there's no freeze.
Right, well, it's a pause, is it? It's a pause.
Yes, I think that there's a difference, Senator.
You say potato, I say potato.
Well,
but
you suggested that the email used the word freeze.
Well,
no,
I didn't. I said that the email indicated that there was a freeze on recruitment. So now we learn there was a pause.
Well, hang on. To be fair, you were asking Mr Kaiser to remember the content of an email that you didn't have the courtesy to present him with. So
I don't have a copy of the email. That's why I've asked for it, Minister.
Well, I think he's entitled. He's now got the email.
All right. Thank you.
And
Thank you, Minister.
It doesn't say what you said it said.
Mr Kaiser, if we could have a copy of that email now that you have got that email,
sure.
I'd be grateful. So could you tell me about how many staff have been engaged since the 1st of April as either ongoing, non-ongoing or contract staff and where they are located?
Senator, what I can tell you now, because I've got it in front of me and I can then get more detail for you on notice, is that there's been 15 processes advertised externally since the new arrangements were implemented on 1 April. So we've run 15 processes. The outcome of that, I'll just have to take on notice.
And what do you mean by you've run 15 processes?
15 recruitment processes.
15 separate positions?
Processes, it may be for more than one position.
Okay, so how many staff have you engaged since that recruitment pause? Mr Kaiser, do you know?
That's a very specific question, Senator, which I'm sure we'll need to get back to.
All right, if you could bring that back on notice. Could you describe this pause, or whatever the words that you used, in relation to interstate and international travel?
Sorry, what was...
Sorry, we'll get you a copy of this, Senator, but again, I'll just describe in detail what I've said. I said we need to be conscious now of what Australians are experiencing given fuel costs and availability. Domestic travel should be minimised in consultation with your Deputy Secretary. International travel is not prudent at the moment, particularly to places where Australian government has said do not travel or reconsider your travel. Now, that was, Senator, back on the 1st of April. The situation in relation to fuel has stabilised since then considerably. We're still very watchful as the Energy Department, of course, of the fuel circumstance. But at that point in time, on the 1st of April, I did suggest that international travel was not prudent. But certainly since then, with the stabilisation of the fuel situation, the department has recommenced international travel where required, as you've heard from my colleagues in the climate change area.
Senator, if I might just add to that, the context in which the position we took on international travel was also informed by the state of conflict in the world. And at that stage, we were assessing both from an affordability but also a work health and safety risk from actually travelling, which is why we said may not be prudent.
So how many people have expressed an interest in voluntary redundancy?
Senator, the process is still running, but broadly, we've had around 230 express an interest.
And will there be a requirement for compulsory redundancies?
No.
So you're convinced about that?
Yes, it was made very clear that for a voluntary redundancy, for the circumstances for a voluntary redundancy to exist, there has to be mutual agreement.
Can I just ask about the arrangements with the EPA?
Sure.
So where is the EPA located?
The EPA will be located at the John Gorton building and in state branches, in capital city offices, it will be co-located with DQ.
And so has there been any... What's the rental arrangements with the EPA? Are they paying rent to the department?
Yes, Senator. So I think the first point I should make is the EPA doesn't exist yet. It comes into existence on 1 July. So we're currently in the process of sorting out what shared service arrangements the department will provide to the EPA, including property, which would be on a cost recovery basis. So yes, there'll be a fee for the services that the department provides.
And so that's under negotiation, is it?
That's right.
And are you looking at market rental and other arrangements?
Senator, we have our John Gorton building. A whole floor, separate floor, will be devoted. Once the EPA comes into existence, we will then enter into a contractual arrangement as to the cost of that. Obviously, we have thought through some of these things, but I don't have those sorts of details to hand. Roughly half of the EPA's staff will be outside of Canberra, spread throughout the offices located interstate.
Okay. Yes,
break
thanks.
time. Yes, so we're going to break now for 15 minutes.
Chair, I have got some more questions.
In corporate.
I'm going to try and be as quick as possible.
Well, look, I mean, ultimately, I'm not going to force you to move on. But anyway, we can talk about it at the
Thank
break.
you.
We'll break now for 15 minutes. Thank you very much. We'll be back at 11. Thank you very much, Broadcasting. We are resuming with the corporate part of the program. Outcome 1, Senator Henderson.
Thank you very much, Chair. I just wanted to turn to ARENA and its staff headcount. It surged 122%, Mr Kaiser, from 74 to 164. Yet funding for the battery breakthrough initiative, solar sunshot and hydrogen head start round 2 has been cut or capped to the tune of $1.3 billion. How does a body need more than double the staff to administer what is obviously significantly less money?
Well, I'll start on an answer on the bit of that does have some relevance to corporate and then hand to my colleagues. The staff at ARENA were departmental staff and they're now transferred to ARENA, so that increase that you're seeing isn't actually an increase in staff, it's a reallocation from departmental staff to ARENA staff, but my colleagues might be able to respond in more detail.
That as it is, even if it's a reallocation, why does ARENA need such a huge increase in staff?
ARENA's on the agenda.
No, but this is corporate. We're talking about staffing.
Well, no, you're asking me to justify ARENA's work, which I think is best left to ARENA.
But it was a decision made to reallocate staff to ARENA.
No, well, sorry.
Senator, when, and I can't recall the details, but there was legislation passed recently which allowed them to employ their own staff directly, whereas previously the department employed the staff and on their behalf, so they were departmental staff. I think what you're referring to is their ability to employ staff directly, but you would be to get to the detail of that, because that's my understanding. ARENA is a separate agency. It's not something that this department has accountability for, so you'd be better to get to the detail of it by asking ARENA the questions.
I appreciate that. So, Mr Kaiser, you're not able to provide any further information in relation to this increase of staff?
Well, it's not an increase in staff, Senator. That's the point we're making. They were departmental staff and they were transferred to ARENA, so there's no greater resourcing in general terms. I mean, ARENA may have more information on the exact numbers of staff movements, but the vast bulk of the allocation of staff that you're referring to in terms of a percentage increase was simply because of the reallocation of staff from DQ to ARENA. They were already working there, but they're now counted as ARENA staff rather than DQ staff.
All right, well, we can interrogate that more when ARENA is before us.
Yep. If I can just supplement that, because it was the transfer of departmental staff into ARENA, but there were also legislative changes to ARENA's Act, and this basically gives effect because they couldn't employ people directly. There are only 2 positions under the original Act, which was the CEO and the CFO. So it is both a transfer of departmental staff and the ability to employ people directly rather than as consultants or contractors. So the decision was made to provide actual ASL to ARENA to give effect to that purpose.
That's right.
Okay, if I can move on to the CEFC has grown its head count by 7%. Does that have anything to do with being directed by the Minister to absorb higher than normal financial risk at all?
Again, Senator, I think that's...
The CEFC is scheduled to appear tomorrow.
Yeah.
But I'm asking, does it relate to the Minister's direction in relation to absorbing higher than normal financial risk?
And that, in relation to department's role in that, that's outcome 1, which is on tomorrow.
Page 11 of the energy thing. Yeah. Okay, so what about... what about the CER? So CER staffing has grown 18% to a peak of 534 positions.
Again, Senator, that is CER is a separate agency. They are scheduled to come on tomorrow, and as it relates to the department, it's outcome 1.
So you can't give any insight into why? I mean, these.
No, Senator. I don't track other agencies.
So this
ASL.
is the Clean Energy Regulator, of course. Why they've grown by 18% to a peak of 534 positions.
They're a separate agency, Senator.
And so I appreciate that, but can you give any insight?
No,
Senator.
I think it's been clear for a little while now that the departmental officials can't.
And can you, Minister?
No. There's a whole... You'll have the Clean Energy Regulator for 90 minutes tomorrow night. I'm sure they would love to answer your questions. This is the corporate division of the department. This is not the Clean Energy Regulator. This is not the ARENA. This is not the CEFC, but they will all be appearing tomorrow.
So what about the Australian Energy Regulator?
This is also not the Australian Energy Regulator,
So
and while we're at it, it's
no.
not the Snowy Hydro, it's not the Climate Change Authority, it's not the
Minister,
Australian Energy
I
Infrastructure Commissioner or the Emission Reduction Assurance
I really
Committee.
appreciate you not being...
Well, I mean, if you want to take up time asking about agencies that aren't
I'm
here, that's a
asking
matter
about
for you.
the department's
Senators,
role. The department's role.
we haven't had to do this yet. I'm really reluctant to interrupt, but I think let's try and get through this as a question and answer. To the extent that the department doesn't have that information, Senator Henderson, you're entitled to ask the question. They've given those answers. Let's get through it.
Thanks. So, I mean, I just particularly want to ask about the budget papers show that the ACCC will only drop by $297. Now, there was a transfer of staff across to the Energy Regulator, and yet the Energy Regulator has inflated its staff. Now, Minister, you're the representing minister, I appreciate that, but in departmental briefings, we were advised and that there would be no net change in staffing positions. So that was advice from the department in relation to the move from the ACCC, obviously now to your department. So can you explain that difference, why there's been such a surge in staff numbers?
For the AER?
That's right.
So Senator, the AER is appearing tomorrow. What I can tell you now is I think it was about 543 staff transferred into the portfolio, into the AER from the ACCC. The impact on the ACCC would clearly depend on a range of other factors, including what they may or may not have received in terms of measures in their own portfolio.
No, but I'm specifically asking about the very clear representations that were made by the department and the government that there would be no net change when the AER moved out of the ACCC, and that evidence was given in the Senate committee as well. So
Senator,
can you explain why there has now been this very significant additional cost incurred?
Senator, I don't know that there has been, because I don't know. The AER is appearing tomorrow. The relevant officials who may know something about the AER will also be here tomorrow in relation to outcome 1.
Yes, Ms Cullick, but I'm talking about the departmental advice that we received and the evidence that was given. The number of positions has gone up very substantially, from 297 staff to 534 positions. Now, when this legislation went through, we were told there would be no increase in staff as a result of the changed arrangements.
Senator, I can't comment because the relevant officials are not here today. They will be here tomorrow.
Okay, well, we can come back to that, but these are matters that we will also be seeking to address with the department. Chair, I'm now going to hand the call over, if that's okay, through you to Senator Bragg.
Sure. Let me just check. Are we still in the corporate section?
Still in corporate, yes.
Senator Bragg, we are. I appreciate you've just arrived. We're running a little bit behind. Okay, no problems. Thank you.
Thanks, Chair. Good morning. I just wanted to ask you about the total resourcing. So I think the budget says that it's gone from $30.6 billion in 26-27, which is almost $8 billion less than $38.5 billion in 25-26. Is that right?
Sorry, what were those figures
Which budget
again,
are you talking about there? The department's budget?
Talking about for the total budget for the department.
Sorry, can you repeat the figures?
Sorry, my understanding is that the portfolio budget statement say that the total resourcing has changed from 30.6 billion in 26-27, which is almost $8 billion less than the 38.5 billion in 25-26. Is that right?
So Senator, you're referring to total funding in relation to both departmental and admin funding.
Yep.
And included in that figure, which went from 38.5 to 30.6 billion, included in that figure are drawdowns from the CEFC special account, modifications to the cheaper home batteries program, and the cessation of equity injections for Snowy Hydro.
Okay. And is there also some planned termination of critical inputs to the clean energy industries program? Or is that what you're talking about?
Sorry, what was the question?
Is there also a saving from the planned termination of the critical inputs to clean energy industries program? Is that what you're talking about, the batteries?
No.
So what's that all about then?
So, Senator, the
Budget Paper 1, Statement 6, page 236 says that expenses are estimated to decrease over this period, right? And then it says that one of the proposed, savings is planned termination of the critical inputs to clean energy industries program 26-27.
So, Senator, I don't have that level of detail. The relevant officials who know that outcome will be here tomorrow.
Tomorrow, okay.
Yep.
So, for example, Senator, of that roughly $7.8 billion difference that you're identifying, 4.3 of that is simply because we were effectively holding money for the CEFC in a special account, which has now been drawn down by the CEFC. So it's an accounting construct where 4.3 billion of that is because the CFC drew down money that we were holding for them.
Yeah, I get that. I mean, that's helpful. That's the point of budget estimates, to work out why all these things have moved around. So so that's a bit over half of it. And so where's the rest of it?
For example, there were some changes made to the cheaper home batteries program at MyEFO, which was announced by the government. That accounts for a further $2 billion, and then there's other measures as well.
What are the other reductions?
Well, for example, there's been some changes to the flow of equity injections for Snowy Hydro, which accounts for approximately another $1 billion of it.
What was the number then?
$1 billion?
$1 billion.
Yep.
There's a reduction of 200 million for the department, roughly.
So that's
in departmental.
That's a cut to the department. Yep.
Yeah, so it's all changes in all types of appropriation sources between 25-26 and 26-27.
The way to think about those numbers, Senator, is it's the global number for the portfolio as a whole, taking into account all the relevant movements of the agencies, where the department interacts with those agencies. For example, we hold their special accounts.
So did you say there was a removal of $1 billion of equity?
No,
Snowy Hydro. What did you say before?
So, Senator, there's a payment for Snowy Hydro equity in 25-26, and there isn't a payment in 26-27.
There's no payment. Okay.
Yeah, so that's why there's a difference.
It changes the big number.
Yeah.
Okay. What are the other ones?
So a drawdown to the CEFC special account of $4.3 billion. Approximately $2 billion with respect to changes made and announced to the cheaper home batteries program.
Okay.
And a reduction in departmental funding of $200 million. Okay. So that's those figures are a very poor indication, in a sense, of total departmental resourcing, because they overly reflect the timing of various allocations of funds between us and some of the other portfolio entities like CEFC and Snowy Hydro.
So I understand all the big ticket items there, but can you tell me more about the $200 million cut to the department?
Yes, so Amanda Lee, Chief Finance Officer. So our departmental funding is different between 25-26 and 26-27 by 188 million.
Yeah.
88 million of that difference is because we're transferring funding to the new National Environment Protection Agency, so as part of the processes for setting that up. And then funding is also transferring to ARENA, so 17 million of our departmental will be going to ARENA again because they're being able to, staff will no longer be engaged by us. And then it's the net impact of a range of terminating and new measures. So it's ons and offs across a range of different measures.
Yes, more than half of that $188 million is again, in a sense, accounting. As my colleague said, because we've created the national, or will from the 1st of July create the National Environmental Protection Agency, $88 million transfers from the department to the EPA, and there's also been that transfer in respect of ARENA, given that they now hire staff directly rather than the department staffing ARENA. So more than half of that $188 million is, in a sense, accounting.
Are any of these people working on EPVC stuff?
Yes, the National EPA, which gets created from the 1st of July, works on EPVC matters, yep.
Which is more an enforcement agency than a decision-making, isn't it?
Well, I wouldn't say that. It has. It consists of, generally speaking, it consists of the responsibility for compliance and also for decision-making and assessments in respect of EPVC referrals.
It could be, yes. There's judge and jury. Okay, yeah, that's fine. Okay, that'll be interesting. Then, okay, so that's the main one. Okay, fine. So there's going to have you're going to have 700 people at the EPA. Is that right?
I think it's of that order, give or take.
Righto. And so how many of those people came over from the department?
All of them.
All of them?
Senator, just give me a moment.
There's existing teams that do this work, and they will transfer into the EPA, plus a proportion of our corporate staff who will move across in order to support the EPA in terms of its corporate functions.
So 700 people go into a new bureaucracy. They make judgments. They enforce them, right? They do both.
Mm-hmm. That's not unusual.
And the model, Senator Bragg, that was contained in the reforms retained the existing model for decision making around individual projects, which is that the Minister of the day has the power to approve any project, but can delegate that power to currently officials in the department. That will become delegated to officials in the EPA, and well over 90% of decisions are made that way.
So most decisions are made by the department, not by the Minister?
Correct.
Yeah, so do you imagine that will change?
Not dramatically.
Okay, so this new bureaucracy will be making most of the judgments and then enforcing?
Their role will also be to enforce the law and enforce conditions of those decisions. And as Mr Kaiser said, that is not an unusual model across government.
Right, so, okay. Now, 700 people, what's the budget for the new agency?
So the budget for the new agency is set out in their portfolio budget statements, so they have their own portfolio budget statements.
Sure.
The total resourcing for them, for that agency next year is $207 million.
Are they coming today?
Well, they don't exist
They
yet.
don't exist yet.
Right, so who's working there now? No one?
Well, there is no national EPA. It starts on the 1st of July, but many of the functions that will be performed by the EPA are currently performed by various divisions of the department who will be appearing over the course of the day.
Now, where's it going to be, the EPA?
We covered this earlier.
Where will it be?
It's co-locating with the department in Canberra and in our state offices.
Okay. So 700 people, $200 million a year, is that right?
No. Yeah, 207, yes.
In 26.
27.
Yep.
Yeah.
that would have been otherwise spent by the department.
Okay, so did you already cover how much this new thing's going to cost?
Well, I think we just did.
So what's the cost difference? How much more does it cost to have all the paperwork and all the business cards changed to this new thing? Paper clips, whatever.
Well, I think the EPA...
You've already been asked that?
I think the EPA will use the same paper clips as the department. I don't think they're looking at a different brand of
I'm just trying to work
clips.
out whether these things have already been traversed.
No, the issue of the paper clips of the EPA has not yet been traversed. You're the first to introduce that.
Okay, because of course I think most people would think, well, why do you need a whole new bureaucracy when you've already got a perfectly good one?
Well, with the greatest of respect to the department officials, you would be the first member of the Liberal Party to say that the current system is perfectly good.
Well, you're not asking me questions, are you? Maybe you are.
No, I miss those days.
Well, there's still time.
It was the one part about opposition that was good.
Well, there's still time for that. But I guess the question is then, how will you justify setting up a whole new agency?
Yep. So,
which sounds like a lot of money, a lot of people moving around, new business cards, new stickers, new pieces of paper, new paper clips.
I think, why don't I give you a general answer? There are officials who can go into more detail about what will change when we get to outcome 2, the people who are working in those divisions. But we did believe as a government that there was benefit in having a more independent regulator of environmental activity at the Commonwealth level. But you can
still override it, yeah?
When it comes to individual project decisions, but not when it comes to compliance and enforcement. That was one decision we made in those reforms, was that the EPA will be totally independent of ministerial intervention when it comes to compliance and enforcement. And I think that's a good thing. Not to mention, we have gone to 2 elections in a row committing to establish a national EPA. So, and the reasons we did that were as I've just described. So we like to fulfil our commitments.
So 350 people... Really? So 350 people work there now, do they, in the department on these issues? How many people work on these issues now in the department?
Sure. Yep.
So Senator Shane Gaddis, Acting Deputy Secretary. So if we look at the line area division as it was at the end of March, so the 2 line area divisions which will move from that department to the EPA, Environment Regulation Division had 384 FTE at the end of March.
How many, sorry?
384.
Oh, yeah.
And then Environmental Permitting and Compliance Division had 220 FTE at the end of March, so there's 604 in total. Then there is 52 which will transfer from the centre of the department to provide corporate functions, and that leaves an increase in the ASL between that and the ASL allocated in the budget of 42. And that 42 is to implement the new functions under the environmental law reforms. Yeah. So you'll recall a new act will be in place. We're slowly rolling it out, and officials can come to the table in outcome 2 and talk you through the elements of that reform. That will require additional staff. We'll have to run the old system while the projects are going through the old system, and we'll have to run a new system from either September or December, whenever the new laws come into force. So we will need additional staff to run the new system alongside the old system.
Okay, so you've got 42 new people coming in.
Up to 42. That will be a decision for the CEO about where those resources are allocated.
Okay, and so 42 new people, and how many people will work on the fast track? What do you call it, fast track, or do you call it something else?
Well, it's an unknowable thing, Senator, because
how could it be unknowable? Isn't this the main point of the reform, to fast track things?
Just let me explain, Senator. So those new laws come into force later this year. If they're not proclaimed earlier, they come into force on the 1st of December, and it depends on the quality of the applications that people put forward, whether or not they're eligible for the streamlined assessment pathway.
But in broad terms, as we've mentioned, the Environmental Regulation Division, which currently does the assessments and approvals of projects, moves across to the EPA, and in broad terms, the number of people doing that work will be similar to what exists in the Environmental Regulation Division.
How many is that?
I think we heard it was...
384 was the figure I gave you.
384. So where do the extra 42 people go? They go to there or they go everywhere?
As I said earlier, that's up to the CEO to allocate the resources across the new agency, depending on where the priorities are.
Yeah. How many people have applied to be CEO? You've already traversed this, I imagine.
We haven't been over the recruitment.
Okay.
I don't know whether we have that number. I don't know whether we would normally disclose it. Happy for others to if they want to. What I can say about the recruitment activity is that it is extremely well advanced, the CEO.
What's the salary for this job?
I think that the advertisement had the figure of roughly $500,000. I think was included.
500 grand.
Rem Tribunal determined.
Which is commensurate with other regulatory roles in government with a similar budget, similar number of staff, that kind of thing.
Okay, so you don't know how many people have applied for it?
I don't personally. I'm not sure whether any of the officials has that detail.
No, and I'm not entirely certain that it'd be appropriate to disclose it.
Why not?
Well, I said I'm not sure. So
Well,
I just don't,
who cares how many people have applied? Surely it should just be known.
Well, as I said, I don't know, Senator. So we can take that on notice and give you a considered answer.
When will you make the appointment?
As the Minister indicated, the process is well advanced, but we're not yet at a stage where we're able to announce the
And this is a ministerial appointment? You make the appointment, Minister?
I think technically it'll be done by Executive Council on the recommendation of Cabinet. But what I can say is that we are tracking well to have that person starting on the 1st of July.
Hang on.
When it's established.
Tracking well.
Hang on. Surely you would have a strong view on the appointment as the Minister.
I do.
Right. So you'll make the appointment.
I will provide my recollection.
You advise.
Hang on. My recollections, correct me if I'm wrong, is that I provide there's been a panel who have made recommendations and guidance to me. I then make a recommendation to the Prime Minister.
Yep.
The Cabinet then makes the decision because it's a significant appointment, which then goes to Executive Council.
Have you asked for a short list?
Well, I was provided with a short list. I don't know whether I asked for one. It's followed the usual.
That's such a tricky answer. I mean, well, either you've asked for one or you've been given one.
I've been given one. That's what I said.
Okay. And
because there was Mr. Kaiser might be able to take you through the recruitment process, but there was an advertisement. Applications were received. Feel free to continue about the steps.
There was a panel appointed. We shortlisted from amongst the applicants. We interviewed that shortlist. From that shortlist, we made recommendations to the Minister, and then the Minister takes it through the Cabinet process and ultimately to Executive Council.
How many people on the shortlist?
I don't recall. 3
or 5?
Oh, it was of the order of 5, give or take. But yeah.
Do you recall?
Not precisely. It was about 5.
Okay, so you looked at 5 people's CVs.
Yep, we interviewed about 5 people.
And you looked at 5 people's CVs, Minister?
Say again?
Did you look at 5 people's CVs?
I'm only hesitating because I don't know the level of detail we would normally provide about a recruitment process, just recognising the privacy of individuals involved. But my recollection is that the panel essentially recommended 3 people as suitable, and I've considered that advice.
Okay, and that's before Cabinet now, is it?
Well, we don't discuss Cabinet matters, do we? But it has to go to Cabinet before it goes to Executive Council.
Well, it's the 25th of May. The appointment starts on the 1st of July, so I imagine you'd be pretty close.
You might remember my very first answer was that we were well advanced.
Okay, so we don't know how many people applied. We know you've seen a short list of 3 to 5 people, and that is close to or before Cabinet. So when you give this person their writing instructions, will you give them a statement of expectations or something like that?
Yes, there will be a statement of expectations provided to the EPA.
Okay, and will this fast track stuff be in there?
I would expect. I'm just trying to remember whether we've actually done some work on that already.
Not yet. So we have yet to draft a brief to the Minister with the statement of expectations, so he has not yet seen it.
But it would be reasonable to assume that the objectives of the EPBC reforms will be reflected in that statement, and they include speeding up decision-making, assessments and approvals, and stronger protections for the environment.
So in terms of this fast-track business that went through Parliament last year, did you get any advice on the decision to exclude oil and gas projects?
Well, we're getting firmly into outcome 2 matters now, so I'd suggest we can do that when we get to outcome 2. I've been happy to answer the kind of corporate and recruitment questions, but we're getting into policy content now.
All right. I think my last question then is just around this issue of the funding for the development of bilateral agreements. I imagine this is in relation to the proposed agreements with the states.
Yeah, again, that's more an outcome 2 question, which is next.
Okay, I think, what's this for? That's 1.1. Is that from here?
Just in terms of the contract, if you can ask.
Okay, yeah, sure.
Yeah, because that's corporate.
I think I've just got one more thing to ask about, which is corporate. So I think this is a bit of a detailed one, but there's a contract notice, I think, which is CN 423310. I believe it's a contract for graphic design. One of the officials can dig that up. CN 423310.
Oh, in our contract law?
Graphic design.
I don't have that before.
Senator, we'll have to just take that on notice and we'll take that reference and find the answer. I have a sneaking suspicion it will be relevant to outcome 2, but I don't know that for a fact.
Okay, we can come back to it then, outcome 2, but we won't let you off the hook. We will ask you about it then.
Could you
capture the reference?
I was going to say, could you just give us the reference again so we can source it?
CN 42333310.
Okay.
Thank you very much, Senator Bragg. In which case we will now move off outcome 1. Thank you very much for the officials who have been involved in answering those questions. And I will call officers from the department relating to outcome 2: conserve, protect and sustainably manage our natural resources, protect and conserve our natural and cultural heritage, reduce and regulate use of pollutants and hazardous substances, take a leadership role on these issues internationally. And 2.1, conserve, protect and sustainably manage and restore Australia's natural environment. Yeah, that's the first part. So I've got to send the water. Plenty of liquids for a little while, and then got that done. Got a few different packs in this space. So. All right, if we have the officials in the room, we're now moving to outcome 2.1. Senator Waters.
Thank you very much, Chair. Hello, all the new folks who've joined us. I want to start off asking about the standards. Can I have a time frame, please, for the completion of all of the national environmental standards?
Hi, Senator Jennifer Kay, Acting Head of Division for the Environmental Law Reform Task Force. So we're aiming on finalising 4 key standards by mid-year. So as the Minister said earlier today, 2 of them are currently out for public consultation. Those are the matters of national environmental significance and environmental offsets. We are expecting 2 further standards on community engagement and data and information to be released for their public statutory consultation in the coming weeks. Data and information and community consultation.
Yeah. Released in the next few weeks, was it?
In the coming weeks, that's correct.
And sorry, just for precision, when are you hoping to have all 4 done?
We've said by mid-year, Senator, so we're expecting at some point in July, we're hoping.
Okay, great. The environment sector has strongly criticised the draft Matters of National Environmental Significance Standards for inserting a new Section 7 that effectively provides that compliance with process-based principles will be enough to demonstrate that environmental outcomes have been met. This is obviously completely inconsistent with the outcomes-based approach that the reforms were apparently meant to achieve. How is the department satisfied that this weaker approach will actually lead to better environmental outcomes?
Can I just start? We, of course, reject the claim that's being made that what is being proposed contradicts the outcomes-based approach. In fact, we believe that what we've put forward as a standard reflects an outcomes-based approach, but I'm happy for the officials to talk you through in more detail.
I think before we pass to Ms Kay, it's also clear that the Act provided for the principles to work towards the outcomes. I mean, that was in the bill, and that was what was passed by the Parliament. So that sort of backs up the Minister's statement about that this is operating in the way that the bill and then the Act is intended to work. But I'll pass to Ms Kay.
How does compliance with process equate with outcomes? Please walk me through how that makes sense.
So I think the M&ES standards are a really important part of the broader reforms, and as I think we might have spoken about previously, there's a number of things that are baked into the legislation already that improve environmental protections. So those include the unacceptable impacts test, the net gain requirement and the mitigation hierarchy. The M&ES standard exists in concert with with what's in the legislation, as well as the other parts of the reforms, including protection statements, the restoration contributions, etc. So in terms of how it all sort of works together to shift the dial for nature. So they set legally enforceable requirements, which include objectives, outcomes and principles that are aligned with Australia's international and constitutional obligations. There's also a non-regression principle that's built into the standards and into the legislation, which means that once they've been made, they can't be weakened or altered in a way that weakens environmental protections. But there's also providing for a nationally consistent framework for decision-making across the EPBC Act, while allowing for flexibility for different contexts and different protected matters. So one of the things I know we've had to consider in the balancing of the standards themselves is the need not just to apply across different decision-making frameworks, so that includes not just individual project approvals, but also bilateral agreements, bioregional planning, regional forest agreement accreditation, but also the range of protected matters that there are. So we've needed to consider that when we're making the standards. But it also does things like embeds the mitigation hierarchy in decision-making. It provides greater clarity about important considerations for the decision-maker. And there's an increased transparency and early accountability on proponents to apply the standard and its key principles in a way that achieves the standard's outcomes.
Thanks for all that context, but I'm specifically interested in the new Section 7, which wasn't in the initial draft and is now in the revised draft.
Yeah.
And I'd like a policy explanation of how you think that will work, because all of the sector are saying this isn't going to work. It's not about outcomes, it's about following a process. I'm keen for your response to that.
Thanks, Senator.
Or the ministers.
Yeah. So, I mean, one of the changes that came from the standards that were released earlier at the end of 2025 is a number of changes that came through the legislation, including the change to the test. And so one of the things was a change from a not inconsistent with to a consistent with test. So one of the things that we had to consider when we were updating the standards, including the vast array of feedback that we took on board from the first public consultation, was how to make sure that these standards are workable across, as I said, not just the range of protected matters, but all the different decision-making pathways. So it's about having a standard that is able to be applied by decision makers and by proponents, and that they are able to demonstrate consistency with the standard through the process. And so that was the intention behind inserting the new Section 7.
Okay, but that still doesn't answer the question of why Section 7 deems compliance with a process tantamount to achieving an outcome.
So it's not it's compliance with the principles that are set out in the standard, and so it's about how do we actually make sure that proponents are able to demonstrate consistency with the standard, and they do that through demonstrating consistency with the principles. And the principles then roll up into the outcomes and objectives, so that it is part of the decision making.
But why do they roll up? Why aren't you looking at outcomes rather than just have they followed the process that these principles state?
So, as I said, Senator, we need to make sure that the standards are sort of workable and able to be applied, and the way that we did that was through having that consistency with the principles is consistency with the outcomes.
Okay, so the objective of the reform was to try to improve environmental outcomes as well as speed up certain things. How is making standards weaker so that you can apply them in a multiplicity of circumstances going to improve outcomes?
We're not making them weaker. That is a claim being made by some environmental organisations, but we are not making them weaker. And
well,
that,
the
for the reasons
exposure
that you
draft
just said,
versus the current draft, it is weaker.
we don't believe that represents a weakening of the standards. I know some environment groups are making that argument, but that is not. We don't agree with that position.
Can you explain for me why, Minister? I heard what Ms Kay has said, but it still doesn't make sense to me.
All I can do is repeat what Ms Kay has said, which is that these standards provide a level of detail and strength that has never existed before under the law. They are designed to ensure that the environment is protected, and they are designed to ensure that decision makers and proponents have a better understanding of what is required when an assessment is being done. You know, you would be aware, having worked in this area of the law, that it is completely opaque at the moment, the system for what sits behind decisions that are made. One of the benefits of these standards is that it puts in writing the factors that are going to be taken into account during decision making. And as Ms Kay has said, what we have done with the most recent version of the standard is to set out principles that need to be reflected by a proponent. Those principles are designed to deliver the outcomes that we're seeking. That's why we don't accept the criticism that we've walked away from outcomes. And in doing so, we're trying to make these standards much more workable and understandable for those who interact with the Act, being decision makers, proponents, environmental groups and the community at large.
Well, it sounds to me as if you're trying to post facto create standards that will permit things to be approved that might otherwise have not been approved.
That's not the intention.
So you're trying to weaken the standards so that you don't have to worry about outcomes.
That's not the intention.
Can I just to clarify, Senator, I referred earlier to the bill which passed the Parliament. So section 514YE, open bracket 4, close bracket, a national environmental standard, A, must prescribe one or more outcomes or objectives, and B, may prescribe any of the following: parameters within or principles by which an outcome or objective is to be achieved, or 2, processes or actions to be followed or taken in achieving an outcome or objective. The approach we've taken is entirely consistent with the bill that passed the Senate.
I would argue that section 7 might be consistent with the second part of what you read out, which was the optional inclusion, but the mandatory one was an outcome. And you're now saying that if you follow these principles...
They contain an outcome.
Hang on, please don't interrupt me. You're now claiming that compliance with principles will equate to compliance with an outcome. That's the fundamental point that the environment groups are baffled about, and frankly anyone with given it more than 5 seconds of thought is baffled about. And I still don't understand how you're saying those two are the same.
It's a process-based piece of legislation, Senator. People go through, we do an assessment, we apply conditions, and the conditions are meant to meet outcomes the same way the standards go through and provide principles by which we try to achieve outcomes. So I can't see how you don't follow that.
So they'll follow a wonderful process and trash nature, and that would be fine under your standards.
That would be the claim made by the Greens political party, but of course that is not what the position of the government.
Well, so why are you putting section 7 in then? Why was it included in this second draft and not the first draft?
That's been explained, but happy to go back over that again.
I didn't really follow the specific
let's go over that again.
on that.
So, Senator, as one of the changes through the legislation was the change to the test on how the standards must be considered. So a change from the original draft legislation included a not inconsistent with.
That's right, to be actually
and there was a
consistent,
change to the consistent
which
with.
is meant to make it stronger, not weaker.
And so when thinking through how we would update that in the new draft of the standards, including a lot of the other, as I said, taking on board a number of other pieces of feedback that we got through the consultation process, it was thinking through how the standards could then be applied, taking into account the intention of the change in the test. And so one of the things we need to do is make sure that the standards are actually workable for assessment officers, decision makers and proponents.
What about for nature?
So I think, Senator, the environmental outcomes are spelled out in the standard itself, as well as the other parts of the legislation which have protections for nature built in. I think the other thing is embedding the mitigation hierarchy is a really important part of the standard, and so making sure that proponents have avoided, mitigated, restored where appropriate before they get to offsetting. That's one of the key environmental protections that's built into the standard itself. So that plus the unacceptable impacts tests, the net gain requirements, et cetera, are part of the environmental protections that the standard is part of.
Minister, does it concern you that the feedback from environment groups whose stake in this is to try to protect nature, does it concern you that they're saying this is a weakening? And are you actually open to their feedback on these draft standards? Will you be considering strengthening them?
Well, for starters, it is true that there are some environment groups, but not all, who have concerns about this draft standard. I don't think we should say that every single environment group does. Second of all, the purpose of consultation is to listen to what people have got to say. I have personally met with the CEOs of 4 of Australia's largest environment organisations to hear their concerns. The department has done so on a regular basis, as well as my office. You know, of course, they are not the only voices that we're listening to in this discussion, but we are certainly listening to what they've got to say, and their feedback will be taken into account, as will anyone else's.
Will you actually make any changes to the draft?
Well, that remains to be seen. The consultation process hasn't finished yet.
Oh, okay. That is,
we can come back to you.
I have actually quite a lot of real questions.
Not a problem.
So please do come back to me.
Oh,
We've been talking.
I suspect there'll be an outcome too for a while, so that's all fine.
Thanks, Chair. I've just got some questions regarding the housing strike team. That's something I've learned. My first question is actually to the Minister. Minister, I can see from the media this morning that you have made significant progress in the number of homes approved by this government. Can you provide an update to the committee on the work?
Sure, thanks, Senator. I know building new homes is a great passion of yours and many other people in our community. Yeah, we've got some very pleasing figures that have come through on the progress we've made with housing assessments and approvals. You might recall that during the government's economic reform roundtable held in August last year, we made a commitment to fast-track the assessment and approval and decisions around housing. There were about 26,000 homes waiting for assessment and consideration. We committed back in August last year to make a decision and clear those 26,000 by July this year. I'm very pleased to say that 2 months in advance, sitting here now in May, not only have we met that target, but we've absolutely smashed it. The strike team that was formed within the department to focus on this has approved 35,675 homes. So, you know, almost 50% more than what was the original target. And as I said in the media this morning, I'll take the opportunity again here to congratulate those officers who've done such a fantastic job. You know, assessing these projects properly, ensuring that environmental standards were met, ensuring that the projects avoided and minimised environmental impacts, and now approved. So that'll go a long way to building the homes that Australia desperately needs.
And now to the department, can you provide a state-by-state breakdown of the work that's been done by the housing strike team?
Thank you, Senator. Kate Gowland, branch head in the Environmental Regulation Division. We haven't actually got a state-by-state breakdown. We've got a breakdown across regional and urban environments. Sorry, I'm just finding the right figures. Oh, sorry, no, we do have a state-by-state breakdown. So 21 are in metropolitan areas, so that's 19,906 homes, and 13 are in regional areas, that's 15,769 homes. So there was 1,023 homes in Victoria, 3,369 homes in WA, 14,026 homes in New South Wales, and 17,257 homes in Queensland.
Awesome. Last estimates in February, I asked some questions about the work of the housing strike team. In response to my questions, departmental officials provided evidence that there was a period during the coalition government in which there were no projects approved on time because of the coalition's failure to provide adequate funding. It was unclear at the last estimates whether there were any housing projects impacted by that. Can you advise me whether there were any housing projects impacted during that period?
I don't know, Senator, that we have those historic figures at hand. We might have to take that one on notice.
Okay. The department has previously given evidence that there were 92 housing projects awaiting assessment when the Labor government was elected in May 2022. It stands to reason that the department was given more resources to undertake this important work, that there would have been less housing projects awaiting approval in May 2022. So.
Sorry, Senator, I don't quite understand the question.
If the department had more funding, would it have been that there were less housing projects awaiting approval as of May 2022?
I think maybe we could come at that in the general rather than the specific, Senator. So if there were more assessment officers available to assess projects and our statutory timeframes were being met, then we would be moving through faster than in a period where we had fewer resources and our statutory timeframes weren't being met. So maybe that's the best way to answer that one.
Thanks. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Senator Walker. Senator Bragg.
Thanks. Yeah, that's good. You've got to do your drive-throughs, do them properly. So how many have you got now that are ensnared in your regulatory quagmire? About 100,000?
This is from the bloke who voted against the EPBC reforms.
Well, you're making it worse, not better.
Well, we just announced today that we've approved over 35,000 homes ahead of schedule.
How many have you got in there?
I'm happy for the department to give you the answer.
You don't know?
I don't try and do the department's work for them.
It's about 100,000.
Where'd you get that figure from?
The department.
Where?
At a prior hearing.
If you know that, then why do you need to ask?
Well, I just want to see how many there are today.
Thank you, Senator. We actually currently have 79,885 homes.
79,000, okay. So last time it was 100,000, now it's 79,000.
You're welcome.
So that was a good question.
You're welcome.
But you didn't want me to ask that question.
I love your question.
Very defensive, very defensive.
Senator,
Okay,
it's also...
so 79,000, okay. So that's if we go back to the economic reform roundtable, reform in inverted commas, or bunny ears, as some people like to call them, you wanted to clear out 26,000. You say you've done that?
Yeah, more than done that.
Okay, but there's still 80,000 in there.
Senator, it's probably worth pointing out that this is a pipeline. So if you're comparing figures over time, they're hardly going to be an apples with apples comparison because more comes into the pipeline and some leave the pipeline. So to take to take a figure of homes that are in the pipeline at one point in time and compare it to homes at another point in time and say that that's the amount that has been processed is just incorrect.
But hang on. if we had this economic reform, had this economic reform roundtable, and you said you wanted to get rid of 26,000, and now you've got 80,000, isn't that more?
Yes, because it may be because more have come into the pipeline, not because we've processed less.
Well, how many have been received since the economic reform roundtables?
Senator, we can take you through the pipeline, the ins and the outs. So if you're patient,
let's go through it in detail, because this is a very hazy area, and I'm just...
It's also... Sorry, Senator, just while my colleagues...
I just want to get some hard numbers, because I think people just expect there to be clear numbers and accountability rather than all this fudging and smoke and mirrors. So
yes, we're happy to...
The question is, how many houses were ensnared in your regulatory quagmire at the economic roundtable last year with Dr Chalmers?
Well, while my colleagues get those figures, I might also point out that our ability to process these applications and referrals depends a lot on the quality of the work that's done by the proponent in terms of the application that they make. Yeah, you just want numbers, but I'm just saying that it's not an accurate reflection of the department's performance.
People are over the spin. They just want numbers. What are the numbers?
It's not. You don't need to insult public servants by referring to their answers at spin.
I don't need to hear all that. I just want to know the numbers.
I know you're in a bit of a bad mood, but we'll try and help you.
Actually.
We all saw that interview yesterday.
All right.
At least I'm honest.
Senators.
You are.
That's good. Good to be honest. Highly recommend it. You should try it.
Yeah, I have been. 35,500 homes cleared since the roundtable.
How many?
Well, I'm sure that officials are getting those figures for you.
Yeah, we're getting a bit off track here.
Yes.
Thank you, Senator. I can tell you that we have currently 8 waiting on approval decision, so very close to the end. That's 1,530 houses. That's 8 projects. There's 846 homes that are waiting a referral decision, so that will take 20 business days. That's the statutory timeframe for a referral decision. And we're currently we have a high rate of meeting statutory timeframes at the moment, so it's a good estimate to assume that we'll make that. Under assessment with the proponent at the moment, which means that the proponent is actually undertaking their environmental impact assessment, there are 48,989 homes. And then under assessment with the department, which is generally the department looking at an assessment to make a decision to direct a proponent to publish, which is towards the end of the process, and that's 28,520 homes.
Okay, so in total you said it was 80,000.
That totals it's actually 79,885,000.
So these are very dumb questions because I'm not a very smart person. So the first question is...
Senator Bragg, come on.
It's probably true, it's fair enough. The first question is, how many were in the system as at the economic roundtable?
93,753.
93,000, and now there's 80,000.
79,885.
Okay, so you've improved it by 14,000.
Net.
That's net, yes. So that's a dynamic system. There are projects coming in. We've actually had 27 new referrals, which is 26,936 houses since that time.
Sure. So, sorry, just how many did you have at the roundtable time?
I might help and just step you through it, Senator. So at August, which was the date that you were interested in, there was 93,753 houses in the system.
And now we're down to 79,000.
If you let me finish, Senator. So since that time, there's been 26,936 new houses referred into the system. You heard from the Minister before that 35,675 have been moved out of the system.
So you say, yeah, okay, thank you. Thanks for that, that's good. So you're saying, Minister, you're saying you've cleared out 26,000. That's your...
No, the target we set ourselves in August was 26,000.
Yep.
We achieved 35,500.
But you still got 80,000 in there.
Yes, because there's about 27,000 new ones have come in since then, and that was not the entirety of the applications that were in. And as the officials have said to you, of the 79,000 applications that are currently in the system, nearly 50,000 of them are currently with the proponent, with them doing the work that's required.
Sure, but you've gone from 93,000 to 79,000, so you've improved things by 14,000, not 26.
Well, if you want to ignore the 27,000 that have come in since, I don't know how we could have cleared them.
It's not a massive improvement though, is it really?
You're so negative.
Well, what you were saying you were bragging about this in the media, were you, today? I think that was
I don't think I used the word bragging. I'm not sure why Senator Bragg would use the word bragging.
I won't charge you a royalty if you use it. I think that Dorothy Dixon indicated that you'd done some media.
I did.
Today. So where did you do that media?
In the Mural Hall.
Okay, good.
It was 8 a.m.
Was there much coverage?
It was a cracker.
Yeah. Was there much coverage?
I don't know. I share the facts, and then it's up to the media to decide what they report.
We'll look into that one for you.
Go for it.
Okay.
Do you want me to take that on notice, whether it was a good press conference?
So we're down to 80,000. So, but I mean, overall, the 80,000 homes inside this bureaucracy is still a lot of houses, isn't it?
Well, 48,000 of those homes under consideration are currently with the proponent to undertake the studies and provide the information they need to provide. I'm not having a go at them. That's an important part of the process.
It's good not to have a go at the private economy. Whatever's left of it, we want to try and retain, don't we?
Yeah, I support a mixed economy, yeah.
Do you? I thought you supported the communist economy.
Well, that's what you and your media allies are saying.
Well, it's true.
Well, you and your media allies say it's true.
You're getting closer and closer to communism every year you're in government.
Senators, as edifying as this all is, let's get back.
You just keep chasing one nation.
Senators,
and we'll focus on the rest.
Minister as well.
Okay. So
questions and answers.
Can I just ask some really simple questions? So how long does it take to get a house approved through your quagmire?
Well, of course, I reject the assertion that it's a quagmire.
It is. It takes years.
Well, it's a system that was originally legislated by the Howard government and that we have reformed, and we expect the process to become faster and simpler as a result of the reforms that we passed and that you voted against.
So how long will it take?
Well, every application is going to be different. Some will get through faster than others, but one of the new pathways that we created in the reforms that you voted against was a new streamlined pathway, which guarantees Mr. Gaddies might explain the detail and the timeframes.
So, Senator, the new streamlined assessment pathway, if proponents, and what we're trying to design here is a set of systems which can allow proponents to have certainty predictably up front.
So how long? What's the average?
The average for the streamlined pathway, or the average?
Just how long will it take to get a house approved through this system? I call it a quagmire. You call it something fantastic. I don't know.
So, Senator, under the new reform system, which will start later this year, the streamlined assessment pathway for proponents who can have all the information that the department requires up front, and our analysis before the reforms were that roughly 50% of projects we go through the Act could have that. We'll be able to go through the system, I think it's 50 days. So 50 days if proponents can meet their obligations up front. We're going to roll out a whole heap of new regulatory guidance material to help proponents. The standards will provide clarity around what's needed for decision making. 50 days from beginning to end.
50 days would be good. What's the average now, do you think?
You got that figure?
Yeah. Sure. Senator, the average time since,
days.
As at 11th of May, under the current government, the average time has been 165 weeks.
165 weeks?
That I'm currently getting the figures on what they were like under the coalition government. You might want to pull up stumps now.
But no one's interested in all your politics.
It's not politics, it's facts. It's facts. Do you not want facts?
I love facts.
Okay.
I'm into facts. I'm asking how long.
Come back to you with facts.
Well, that has said 165 weeks to get a house approved under your system, and now you're going to get it to 50 days.
Okay, here's a few facts for you.
The problem is you've got more houses
Here's a few facts for you. In May 2022, the mess we inherited from the coalition government, at one point in the coalition's term of government, just 6% of approvals were made on time. That was in financial year 2018-19. By contrast, and after significant investment from this government, in the year to date, the department is making 93% of decisions in accordance with statutory timeframes. 6% under the coalition, 93% under this government.
You don't have that on your phone?
No, I don't actually. I'll see what I can find for you.
Just ask your staff, but the official just said 165 weeks.
Yeah, and we've made no secret of the fact that we think that the timeframes for decisions, assessments and approvals are far too long. That's why we passed reforms to the laws last year, which you voted against, including this new streamlined pathway that guarantees proponents a much faster approval and decision if they provide the information that's required.
Okay.
I don't know why you voted against that, but you did.
No, but so that's fine. Like, I just want the facts. So you think you can get to 50 days?
No, I haven't committed that to every project. What that pathway
If you should have
is,
said 50 days.
yeah, for those proponents who supply all of the information that's required up front. What I can say to you, Senator Bragg, is that one thing I've learnt in this portfolio is that very often when my office receives a complaint from a proponent about how long our department is taking to make a decision, very often we find that that proponent has not supplied the survey data and other data that's required. We will do our part. I think everyone's pretty clear on the fact that I'm determined to make this department work as quickly as possible, but there's also an obligation on proponents as well.
I mean, we want you to be the best you can be, right? So are you saying that if everyone gives their paperwork in the right form, that you can give them 50-day approvals?
That's essentially what sits behind that, yes.
Okay, well, that's good.
Because it's an incentive to
that. Would be a big
I should say, just as there are proponents who drag the chain, there are proponents who do the right thing, get their surveys done in advance, come to us with the information that they need, have worked out their offsets. They are the applications that it's much quicker to approve. In the time that I've been the minister, there have been some projects, and I'm thinking of a couple of solar farms that have been approved within a matter of 2 or 3 weeks because they're on cleared land with minimal environmental impacts. The people have done their work. That's how people can get a faster time frame, as well as us focusing our resources and, of course, the reforms that we've passed that you voted against.
That's good. We love solar.
Some of you do.
I do. I think it's good.
I know you do. You're a bit lonely on that front, but
no, I'm not lonely. Everyone thinks it's good.
I don't.
Yeah, it's good. It's great.
He likes batteries in his own home.
Yeah.
All right. Before we get too far off track, Senator Bragg, you've got a couple of minutes left in this block.
Okay. Well, that's so. But in summary, so effectively, the evidence that has been given today is that there's 80,000 houses ensnarled in this thing. You think you can go from 3.2 years to 50 days if people give all the right pieces of paper? How many people will be working on these housing approvals?
Well, we can get you the figures if we have them about how many people are involved in the housing strike force that we've had, strike team that we've had, that have cleared that backlog of 35,500. But as we've said before, the overall number of people who'll be working on this kind of work in the EPA is roughly the same as the number of people who've been working on that kind of work in the department. And I think the figure
there's no cuts to that?
Not that I'm aware of.
No. Okay. So how long so should we go to this issue about the advice that you received in relation to the oil and gas?
Yep.
So do you just want to give us what advice?
Well, my understanding,
because we try to probe this. You probably don't know this. I don't want to embarrass you. We tried to probe this at the hearing, but we were told that only you could kind of give us the information. So
well, this is the Productivity Commission. It's a productivity inquiry you're talking about.
Yeah.
Yeah. You probably haven't seen this because you've been in here, but my understanding is that an answer has been provided this morning to a question on notice that you asked there, and I haven't seen that answer, but I'm told that it says the department did provide advice about the exclusion of fossil fuel projects and that it was feasible to implement.
That's it?
That's what I've been provided with, yes.
Senator, I can probably add to that. So I think we also, the answer also goes to the fact that the fossil fuel projects will benefit from broader parts of the reforms as well. So while they are not part of the streamlined pathway, there's a number of other improvements in the reform process that fossil fuel projects will benefit from.
Okay, so effectively the politicians say, well, the executive says, we think that we need to make this arrangement for whatever reason, and then you give technical advice on it.
We advised on the feasibility of the
you said it was okay.
Amendment.
Well, I think the Senator's evidence was that our advice was that it was implementable.
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you, Senator Bragg. I'm just going to move the call, but we'll come back to you in the round. Senator Whitten.
I would want to talk about some threatened species and koalas in particular, and specifically the Clark Creek wind farm. I'm pretty confident it's been spoken about here before, so just in case anybody's not aware, there's going to be a removal of up to 1,513 hectares of endangered koala habitat. I note that koalas have moved into endangered now with some other species, and 17.83 hectares of habitat for the endangered greater glider. Is the department aware of this specific wind farm and this specific information?
Senator Declan O'Connor-Cox, branch head of the EPBC Regulatory Reform Branch. I believe that the Clark Creek Wind Farm is an existing approval from some years back. Is that the wind farm you're referring to?
Yep. But in particular, koalas have now moved from endangered to threatened in the new EPBC Act. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Yep. And you're obviously aware, because I'm sure it's been spoken about here before, of euthanasing koalas that may have been injured or harmed in the clearing of all that bushland?
Senator, during the assessment and approval process for any project, there are requirements around how clearing of habitat is to occur. And there are steps that the proponent must put in place to ensure that any protected species that are there are safely dealt with. So those include trained fauna spotters, pausing on clearance and allowing time for any protected species that might be there to move on. There is no sort of requirement to euthanise koalas. That's not part of the process that they undertake. I think you might be referring to some plans.
It's part of their management plan.
Yeah, I think you're referring to a part where a koala, for instance, is inadvertently injured in the course of the clearance, or where the approval holder comes across a threatened species that is injured, whether it was injured as part of the undertaking of the approval or not, and there are requirements around the sort of normal care for that animal. But yes, if an animal is sort of beyond that type of help, and the right thing to do is to.
Sorry, did you say that type of help?
Yes, so assisting the animal, giving it veterinary assistance, moving it on. So it would only be where the animal is sort of critically injured and suffering where an approval holder would euthanise an animal.
I would argue the only acceptable number of koalas being injured or clubbed to death is 0.
Would you hold that position if we were talking about a coal mine or a gas project, or is it only renewables?
Yeah, I don't think koalas should be killed. I don't think it's acceptable that we have a level of less than 0. You know, I'm not saying you can't knock down a tree, but I'm saying koalas, the number we're going to kill is 0. I think most Australians would argue for that point.
The difficulty with that is that that would mean a very large number of housing projects, energy projects, whether it be fossil fuel or renewable, minerals projects would not occur if we were required to have 0 deaths. What we take, I don't want to make light of this, we do take these environmental obligations seriously, and that's why we require proponents of projects to avoid, minimise their environmental impacts, and if they're going to still have some, that they've got to offset them. But if you say that 0 koalas or 0 certain other species can be killed, then that would mean no housing projects, no energy projects, no minerals projects.
Is there a consequence for killing one?
Well, certainly if there's a breach of conditions or breach of the law, then there would be.
No, but I mean, they're allowed to accidentally kill one, and then if it haven't quite killed it, they can club it to death. Is there a consequence for that? Do they have to report that?
Yes, Senator, our approvals don't say you are allowed to kill koalas or you're allowed to kill a certain number. They set out procedures to avoid harm to koalas. If they come across a koala that appears injured, whether it's an inadvertent action by the approval holder or not, there are processes in place to take care of that koala. There are state laws that also govern the taking.
I just got stuck on your language. Take care of that koala.
I beg your pardon?
You said there's.
I don't mean take care of that koala in the.
Yeah, I'm hoping that's not how you were using it.
Yeah. So take care of its welfare.
Okay. So how many have been killed or injured to date on that project?
I would have to. I don't have that information in front of me, Senator. Sorry, I'd have to take.
Do you know if it's zero, or do you know if it's?
I don't know whether there have been any koalas injured or killed as a result of that approval. I'd have to take that on notice.
That project was approved back in 2018 by the former government as well, Senator Whitten. It's obviously been constructed since then, but the approval and the conditions were made in 2018.
Yep. I'm just interested in the koalas.
So,
I can tell.
Senator, you spoke about the compliance outcomes. So we've spoken about what happens when proponents behave in good faith and accidents happen, and if that can be explained. Perhaps we can describe to you what would happen to a proponent who goes out and deliberately breaches their conditions and has harm to koalas, and Ms Yiannopoulos might be able to take you through that.
Yeah, thanks. Danny Yiannopoulos, Acting Head of Division for Environmental Permits and Compliance. So with any compliance matter, we look at two factors really. One is the harm, and then the second part to it is the behaviour. So where there is genuine intent to create that harm, that's where we would come down with the full force of the law. And obviously we don't want to see any harm in the environment, but if there is, then we're looking for how do we restore that, whether they're looking for an offset or retribution afterwards. So going after a penalty is not always the right outcome. That might deal with some of the behavioural elements, but what we're looking for is those offsets in the environment as well.
How does the department satisfy itself that they've done everything they possibly can to make sure there are no koalas there? Because, I mean, I've been in business and I've seen some shoddy operators, and it comes down to money in the end sometimes. Wander through the bush, no koalas here, but
perhaps
there's no consequence unless you can tell me otherwise.
There's normally an audit process that we want to take you through to assure ourselves that proponents are acting in a consistent way with their conditions.
Yeah, so we do have an audit program where we audit a whole range of conditions and check in with those proponents that they are delivering those elements. There's a lot of proponents that are required to report to us on a regular basis in terms of their management plans, so we are looking at that.
But you don't actually check their work? Nobody from the department will go for a wander through the bush and make sure they've done what they said they were going to do?
Yes, we do site visits. Yep. Depending on the level of the audit, we do a whole range of desktop activities, and then we go out and do site visits as well.
Yep. Do you accept that allowing the clearing and potentially killing koalas is a failure?
Well, what we try to do through these laws is put in place a set of laws that protects the environment, whether it be koalas, certain plants, whatever the species might be, while also providing a process for important economic projects to proceed, and that is a balancing act. We could have a system that says absolutely no development that has any environmental impact can occur, or we could have a system that says do what you like, any environmental impact is fine. What we try to do, and this was, I guess, one of the central principles behind the reforms that we passed last year, was to have a balanced package that does provide stronger protections for the environment but speeds up the process forward making decisions. And, what I can say is that the officers in our department, when they're assessing projects, they have a very keen eye for what environmental impacts a project is going to have. One of the things we achieved in the reforms was to strengthen the requirement on proponents that, first of all, they've got to avoid an environmental impact. Second of all, they've got to mitigate it or minimise it. And if they're still going to have environmental impacts, then they've got to find environmental offsets. And again, one of the things we did in the reforms was require that those offsets deliver a net gain for the environment. So, you know, we don't live in a perfect world. We don't live in a world where all projects go ahead regardless, or no projects go ahead. What we try to do is come up with a system that preserves, especially our most important and threatened environmental species, while finding ways to build the housing, to build the energy projects, to build the mining projects that we need as a country. But it's not easy.
I totally agree. There has to be a balance. I think most Australians would struggle with killing koalas. However, I'm glad you brought up offsets.
Well, the thing, can I just say, like, I understand the One Nation Party is not big fans of renewable projects, get that, but the very same questions may well be asked by our friends over there in the other corner of the room about coal mining projects. There are coal mining projects and gas projects that see some impacts to koalas. I don't know how you feel about that.
I also feel sad about the koalas there.
So what we try to do is put in place a system that doesn't favour one sector or another, but looks at what the environmental impacts are going to be.
Senator Whitten, I was going to move the call in about a minute. Did you want to start your new topic, appreciating that I'm going to interrupt you shortly, or would you like to wait until...
We'll come back to offsets. I just thought it was a good segue, but...
No, I appreciate that. It's just I don't want to cut you off midstream on that one.
No problem.
Senator Waters.
Thanks very much, Chair. Sticking with standards, can I ask now about the First Nations consultation standard? And just to put it in context, there's a reference in Budget Paper 1 on page 23 that says there is an investment in, quote, legislative reforms that reduce regulatory duplication and clarify community consultation requirements necessary for offshore resources projects, providing more certainty for investment and better consultation outcomes for local communities, including First Nations communities. This will speed up assessment timeframes, reduce regulatory compliance costs and provide greater legal certainty for title holders and regulators, end quote. Can I first just check, is that referring to the EPBC reforms that have already been passed, or is there some new EPBC reform that you're cooking up?
Senator, that sounded like a reference to the DISA legislation, the Offshore Petroleum and Greenhouse Gas Storage Act. Is that the case?
I don't know. It's your budget paper. That's why I'm asking the question.
Our budget paper.
It'd be helpful if you can point us to the page so we can check.
Yeah, page 23.
Of the portfolio budget statement?
Of budget paper 1, I think it's a...
Okay. Let's just have a look at that.
So we might be able to talk you through while somebody finds that specific reference, Mr Wentworth might be able to come to the table and talk you through the NOPSEMA accreditation process that we're going through, because I think that's what it would be relevant to.
Yes, before you give me the general overview, please, I've got some specific questions about that while you're looking up that first thing. The Federal Court previously found that NOPSEMA's consultation with First Nations communities was inadequate, and there's obviously the reforms created a separate approval pathway for NOPSEMA projects that the Minister can decide on a case-by-case basis whether a project will follow that pathway. I'd like to be assured by the Minister that you won't use that pathway until the First Nations standard has been completed.
Well, to be honest, I haven't turned my mind to that about the timing of when we would make use of that change. If we are talking about the same thing, the change that was made to the intersection between the EPBC Act and NOPSEMA processes, others can explain this more eloquently than me, but that was really about trying to avoid a situation where you had duplicated processes considering the assessment and approval of a project, and to simplify that in one process under the EPBC Act.
I understand that.
I don't think I'm in a position to give you the commitment that you're asking for, partly because we have not made that decision yet.
Right.
Well, I mean, more generally on the First Nations engagement standard, that is something that we have also had underway. I advised a range of stakeholders, including environment groups, earlier this year that we were not going to be able to finalise the First Nations engagement standard as quickly as we had initially hoped, And that's because, as you'd be aware, there's a separate piece of work underway around reform to Australia's cultural heritage laws, and many of the same issues arise in those processes. And we want to make sure that whatever standard is developed for the EPBC lines up with the work that we're doing on cultural heritage reform as well. So that's the reason why that standard has been delayed.
Yeah. Okay, you said earlier, one of your officers said earlier that it would still be completed by the mid-year July
Not the
deadline,
First Nations
no?
engagement standard. No,
your officer specifically mentioned it at that point.
I think they mentioned community engagement or community consultation. That is a separate standard to First Nations engagement standard.
Well, when is the time frame for the First Nations engagement standard then?
I can't really commit to a particular time frame because it's dependent on the progress with the cultural heritage reforms. But, you know, certainly we would like to get it done as soon as we can.
Okay, so sorry, please forgive me. So the NOPSEMA pathway that you can, on a case-by-case basis, say that a project can go down, I would have thought under the reforms that passed, you would have to accredit that NOPSEMA pathway as compliant with the First Nations engagement standard before you could send anyone down that pathway. Can you confirm that's correct?
I might get our technical experts to talk to you, give you a precise answer on that.
So, Senator, part of the NOPSEMA pathway, and I'll get my colleague to talk in more detail about it, is essentially similar to an accreditation. So we would need to accredit that they are not inconsistent with the standards.
And so the standards would have to be made in order to have something accredited against them, yes?
It would be accredited against any standards that were made at the time. But I would say that at the moment we don't have the power to accredit NOPSEMA, that is part of the tranche 2 regulations that we are consulting on at the moment, so that the ability for the Minister to accredit NOPSEMA is not yet live. So we're in a bit of a interesting temporal state.
That does sound a bit like limbo if you've got a pathway that you're allowed to use, but it has to be accredited, but you haven't yet given yourself the power to accredit, but you won't rule out using the pathway.
I'll get my colleague to talk a little bit in more detail about the current state and then what we are doing through the reforms.
If you could do that in the 60 seconds we've got before the break, that'd be great.
Sure. Blaine Wentworth, Acting Branch Head, Environmental Law Reform Task Force. So currently actions covered by the NOPSEMA OPGGS regulations are undertaken under a strategic assessment, so that's an existing arrangement where those proposals don't need additional EPBC Act approvals. The reforms put forward, there is an option to make a declaration, which is akin to an accreditation, where the Minister can make the declaration that those regulations meet the requirements of the Act that include any standards, include that there's no unacceptable impacts, etc., and therefore it'll move from using that strategic assessment through to using the declaration, and therefore will only need the one regulatory oversight rather than
Thank you, that's nice and clear. But how can you accredit a process if you haven't finished the First Nations engagement strategy?
So the National Environmental Standards...
Will you go back and re-accredit it once that standard is finalised?
Yeah, so the declaration can be updated to take into account any new standards that are made, so that can be a new assessment against the standards, and with our accredited partners, whether it's NOPSEMA or any bilateral agreements with states and territories, if new standards are made, we would work with them in order to bring them up to the new required standard.
Okay, it just baffles me that you can accredit a process when you haven't got all of the standards done to accredit that process against. And I'm pretty sure First Nations communities will feel rightly deprioritised if you're going to accredit this pathway and potentially use it when you haven't even finished the engagement strategy and when this has been a sore point already.
So National Environmental Standards is an ongoing component of the Act, so there can always be future and new standards made going forward. So the system is designed to take into account any new standards that can be made from time to time. So it takes into account the need to consider what standards are made when that accreditation is made, but there can always be the situation where a future standard is made beyond that and we'll need to update.
You shouldn't accredit a process until you've finished your First Nations engagement standard. Minister, what does that say to First Nations communities right around the country that are concerned about, in particular, offshore resources projects
What it
that
says,
you don't care whether they're going to be engaged with, because you're going to accredit the pathway before you've even done the standard.
That's what the Greens political party
No,
would
I
say.
want your answer. I'm worried. I thought you'd say everything will be fine, and you haven't said that. So please explain.
I'm trying to. We are moving as quickly as we possibly can on a combination of measures: cultural heritage reform, drafting and finalising standards, implementing the EPBC Act reforms. We are moving as fast as we can, but the two issues are tied, and we can't finalise the First Nations engagement standard for EPBC purposes without having progressed cultural heritage reform. But I can assure you people are working extremely hard on that as well.
So will you rule out using that NOPSEMA pathway before that standard has been finished?
I'd like to take a bit more advice on how that would work before I can give you an answer, but happy to come back after the lunch break if you'd like me to.
Yes, please.
Thank you very much. On that note, the committee will suspend until 1:15. Start at 1:24, Senator Waters. We're on outcome 2.1.
Thank you. I've got some questions about bilaterals, unless, Minister, you had just a follow-up to that last line of questioning on the engagement standard.
This is the issue regarding NOPSEMA, consultation with First Nations. What we thought might be helpful is just to give you a quick rundown on the work that has been happening with NOPSEMA around First Nations engagement on projects, which I guess addresses the core of your question.
After the court found they were inadequate?
Yeah. So I think there were a couple of people from the department who can...
Have they fixed them yet? That's really all I want to know.
What was that,
sorry? To be so... I'm feeling the time poverty, unfortunately, so if you could be nice and succinct, that would be wonderful.
Thanks, Senator. Michelle Jimmazal, Head of Heritage Division. Yes, we've been working closely with NOPSEMA and making sure that the work that they're doing will be easily able to be dovetailed into the work we've been doing on the standard, making sure that the principles around proponents engaging with First Nations people early in the piece in a genuine way is the kind of foundation principle. So we're working quite closely with them and ensuring that the two processes are aligned as much as possible.
Okay, even though the timeframes aren't aligned.
So what's important is making sure that First Nations people are engaged early in the process in a genuine way, and we are both working very closely together to make sure that the principles are the same and that work continues.
Are you saying that you are hoping that NOPSEMA will increase their own standard for consultation to an equivalent amount that the subsequent First Nations engagement standard under the UPBC Act would then set, ergo you can then accredit it? Is that what you're meaning to tell me?
What I said was that we're making sure that the principles are the same, because what we don't want is proponents to have to, all First Nations people, to enter into different types of discussions around requirements, and we're wanting to make sure that the principles are the same. So we're working very closely together to ensure that the work that they're doing now and that the work and the way that the standard will be when it's finalised, that they're in step.
Okay. If you could give me a bit more detail on notice about how in step and timeframes, that'd be great. Thank you. Might move on to some general questions about bilats. The budget's got $45 million to progress bilateral agreements with states and territories. Can I have an update, please, on where the accreditation discussions are up to with states and territories?
Yeah. So, Senator, I'll start and I might get my colleague to come to the table as well. So we're working actively with jurisdictions on progressing bilateral agreement discussions. So we are having constant conversations with states and territories about kicking off the process for a bilateral agreement negotiation.
I'm going to need a bit more detail than that, I'm afraid.
Just while Ms Kay comes back to you with more detail, at a political level also, you've probably seen that I've been engaged with a number of states at ministerial level, including premier level in some cases, around our desire to enter bilateral agreements with the states and territories quickly, obviously subject to environmental safeguards, and happy to talk to you about that as well. We've had a very positive response from almost every state and territory, with the exception of Queensland, who have, as you probably know, Senator Waters being a Queenslander, they've decided to establish a Queensland Productivity Commission inquiry into the EPBC reforms, and they have said that they are not interested in negotiating a bilateral agreement with us until after that inquiry concludes, which is a disappointing response and a surprising response. And what that means is that it will slow down both our ability to deliver the environmental protections and also the faster approvals that sit behind those bilats. But the officials are much more deeply engaged in the discussions themselves.
Yeah, thank you. Perhaps if we take it state by state.
Senator Paulisavakis, Head of Division, Environment Regulation. As Ms Kay said, we are in conversations with all jurisdictions at the moment. I might just make a point that we do have existing bilateral agreements with a range. Yeah, on the existing bilateral agreements?
Well, I think we've got assessment bilats with some, and they will presumably move to approvals bilats. That's the update I'm after.
Okay, so happy for Ms Savakis to take you through the detail. For those states where we already have a bilateral assessments agreement, most of which aren't functioning particularly well, it's more a matter of updating and revising those bilateral assessments agreements to implement the reforms. And then there's a separate question about bilateral approval agreements, which I don't think we've got any of them in place at the moment.
No, there's none at the minute, but the new reforms permit it once you've done the assessment bilat for 12 months.
Yeah, why I was jumping in was that there is also work happening on bilateral assessment agreements as well as approval agreements.
Okay, so you're updating all the existing assessment bilats to meet the standards which haven't yet been drafted, is that right?
Maybe I can help you with that, Senator. So,
beg your pardon?
As the Minister stepped out, so that most of the states and territories, like you, are keen to see that all the standards, so we've started conversations with the states and territories about the accreditation process, which includes a benchmarking of their legislation, policies and programs against the updated EPBC Act and the standards. So at this stage, we're in preliminary conversations with the states and territories about the timeframes with which they would like to enter a new assessment bilateral. They are commenting and engaged with Ms Kay and her team when we're drafting the standards as well. So they're providing feedback to the standards to make sure they're workable in an assessment bilateral sense. So there is a conversation with states and territories as well as with stakeholders as a part of that process to make sure they're workable and from an accreditation perspective.
Thank you. Why would you let the states and territories co-design the standards? They're your federal standards. Their laws then have to meet your standards.
We consult with states and territories regularly when we have new policies or programs at the Commonwealth level to make sure that they're workable from a state level as well. I don't think it would be unusual for us to engage with states and territories in this space.
The whole point of crediting is that so that they meet your standard, because at the moment generally their standards are lower. So why are you
We're not saying we're lowering
lower
the standards. We're
in the first
engaging
place?
and consulting with the states and territories about the standards. I didn't say lower.
Well, has anyone asked for them to be higher?
We don't judge it in terms of higher or lower, Senator, but when we engage with the community or when we engage with companies or states and territories, it's generally to improve the quality of our regulation. So we're engaging from that perspective.
Yes, okay, but you're writing your own laws that they then have to meet in order to get accreditation.
Yes.
So don't undersell yourself.
That's the process of benchmarking that Mr Gaddies was talking about, is that our officials will be benchmarking state and territory processes and standards against ours. It's not about reducing ours. They've got to meet our standards. But I would imagine that a number of states and territories will also put submissions in the consultation process around the standards as well.
Yes, well, I think that's what Mr Gaddies was alluding to.
Yeah. Yes. But they're entitled, everyone is entitled to make a submission.
Sure, but you don't have to listen to them.
No.
You can set a nice high standard that protects nature if you wish, and I would invite you to do so.
And as you heard me say before, we listen to all who put in a submission, whether it be states, territories, environment groups, industry groups, and then we'll come to a decision.
Okay.
Just to round that one out, Senator, it's a formal consultation process, so the Minister needs to have a summary of that consultation before he makes the final standards.
Okay, and at that point you will then reassess the existing assessment bilaterals to see whether they meet the new standard?
So we need to have two sets of assessment bilaterals in place. So the projects that were referred before the implementation date of the reform, so somewhere between September and December, they will go through the old assessment bilateral process. They won't be updated. There will be a new assessment bilateral for the projects which are reformed under the Reformed Act, referred under the Reformed Act, sorry. They will go under a new assessment bilateral. There needs to be a functioning assessment bilateral in place before we can enter an approvals bilateral.
I understand that, and there's got to be a 12-month window between those two things. But my question is, are you going to finish the standards first before you accredit that second instalment of assessment bilats? Presumably you'd have to, or you'd have nothing to accredit them against.
Our conversation with the states is that they want us to start working on the mechanics of an assessment bilateral. They have generally indicated that they're not willing to enter the assessment bilateral until the standards are finalised.
Okay. So I'll take that as a yes.
The sequencing of the various amendments that were passed last year commence at different points in time, and we have sequenced the commencement of the provisions around bilats to be after when we are likely to finish the standards. So the states have obviously got some insight into where the standards are likely to go from the drafts, but the whole point is to sequence these things.
Yes, so it makes sense. Okay, thanks. That's nice and clear. Oh, God, really? We've only just started. Okay, please come back to me. I've got lots more questions.
That's fine. Do you want to ask one more, or are you about to start on something new?
I'd love to keep going.
What, would be one more question, or...?
Well, perhaps if when you come back I could get a state-by-state update, which was my original question. Thank you.
Thanks. Senator Anandra.
Thank you, Chair. Minister, just a question for you. There's been a significant injection of funding in the budget to implement changes to the EPBC Act. Can you outline how these budget measures fit within the government's broader agenda for EPBC Act reform, please?
Sure. Thanks, Senator Anandra. You're right. Given this budget was a fiscally constrained one, shall we say, I'm very pleased with the funding injection that we received both for the EPBC reform implementation and more generally in a range of environmental programs. When it comes to the EPBC reforms, as I've mentioned before, these are very important reforms when it comes to protecting the environment. They are also very important reforms for achieving a range of other national priorities, such as delivering more homes, delivering the energy projects that we need, delivering the critical minerals projects that are needed for those supply chains. And so there's a range of different budget measures ranging from the funding for bilateral agreements that we've just been talking about, funding for bioregional plans which will be developed, and so on. And as a combination, they are all about achieving those dual objectives of environmental protection and faster decision-making processes.
Thanks, Minister. Just to the department, can the department outline the EPBC reform-related measures that received funding in the budget, including the total funding allocated across the forwards? Thanks.
So, Senator, there's a number, as the Minister said, there's a number of components. So there's two key kind of groups of measures. So the first is around implementing the environmental reforms. So that is funding to establish the National Environmental Protection Agency, approved cost recovery arrangements for environmental regulatory activities, implementing reforms to regional forestry agreements, improving offsets for proponents in the environment, so that's the establishment of the restoration contributions holder, and accelerating offset supply through the nature repair market. There's also, as the Minister said, another kind of set of measures under the accelerating approvals, which has two components to it. So this is modernising environmental information and user experience, which is really around funding for Environment Information Australia and the AI pilot that we talked about earlier in the hearing. And then faster environmental approvals with states and territories. So that's around bilateral agreements, funding for bilateral agreements, funding for DQ and the National EPA to work with states and territories to develop new bioregional plans and strategic assessments, and incentive payments to the states and territories to work with the Commonwealth on bioregional plans and strategic assessments. I'll take on notice your question. I don't think I have the total figure across the forwards in front of me, but I'm sure we can come back to you through the course of the hearing with a total dollar figure.
And can you also explain how this funding and this package of measures that you've outlined will assist in speeding up approvals for projects that the Minister outlined, particularly under the EPBC Act?
Yeah, so I'll focus particularly on the accelerating approvals components. So as we said, this is around working with states and territories on a range of landscape scale approaches. So this is improvements to bilateral agreements, but also particularly strategic assessments for key areas and key industries like housing, and improved bioregional planning. So this gives a number of different kind of components or avenues for states and territories to work with us depending on the need or the kind of particular industries in that region. Different parts of that will kind of accelerate approvals, but essentially it's about making sure that proponents only have to get one layer of approval, either from the Commonwealth or a state and territory, that they're not navigating multiple different systems. And then I'll talk a little bit about the modernising ICT, modernising environmental information. So this is about an improved service for proponents and the public through better systems, clearer guidance and better environmental data. So it includes money to modernise our current ICT systems and deliver an AI-enabled pilot to improve access to information on environmental regulation, which is saving proponents time before they make an application. So essentially it's about kind of my colleagues can probably talk in more detail, but using AI to kind of gather up all the various bits of information that proponents need. One of the other things that we talk about a lot internal to the reforms is around pruning the thicket. So there's currently a couple of hundred different bits of guidance on our website that proponents have to navigate. So we are going through putting it in, like making sure it's all fit for purpose, making sure it's actually aligned with the reforms, but also making it easier for proponents to navigate. And then there's also funding to strengthen Environment Information Australia to continue building a better quality environmental data for proponents and the regulator. So really, while it's really just about making the system easier to navigate and making our guidance really clear for proponents. As we've talked about previously, a lot of the time spent is in the back and forth between proponents and the regulator. So everything we can do to cut that down is a time saving for us and for the industry.
And do you think you'll be using in-house AI capability, or will you be outsourcing it, do you think?
I might need one of my colleagues to come to the table for that.
I can probably answer that one, Senator. So we would need to develop the capability, and we would have to go to the market in some degree to get that capability and buy that capability in so that we can build it ourselves. So it's not something that we have a strong internal capability for now, so we would need to find a partner to develop that capability.
Are you looking to buy Australian?
There is a range of procurement requirements that we would need to meet, Senator, and I'm sure Australian companies will be a part of that.
Yeah, I hope so. And how will the department ensure that efforts to speed up approvals maintain strong environmental standards and compliance outcomes?
So I think that the development of the national environmental standards is a really important part of that, along with the changes through the legislation that we've talked about previously. I think as well, one of the things that we've spoken about is making it really clear for proponents what's required for them up front, and that's where a lot of the better environmental data goes to. There's also, through the establishment of the national EPA, that independent compliance and enforcement model is a really important part of the kind of framework around the national EPA. And so having those powers vested directly in the CEO of the national EPA is an important way of kind of the independence of the compliance outcomes.
Will the EPA draw in citizen scientists as well, or citizen capability? I mean, the EPA is one watchdog, but there's, 27 million other watchdogs out there.
So, Senator, I mean, we have quite a mature and maturing set of regulators in the department. We receive a lot of information from ENGOs, from concerned citizens about the way that companies behave or individuals behave in regards to the environment. We always take that seriously. That feeds into our intelligence database. We use that for investigations and things like that. So I wouldn't necessarily call it citizen science. That might be a different part of the department that works for that, but we certainly engage deeply with the community. And when they raise concerns about impacts to the environment, those are taken seriously.
So going forward, civic groups would be able to direct those inquiries to the EPA once it's established, correct?
Yep.
Okay. And are there any particular sectors or project types where you'd expect greatest improvement in approval efficiency?
I'd probably refer to the investments we've already made, Senator, in renewables and housing. So there's been significant investment by this government in the amount of renewables science that we have. So there's Mr. O'Connor Cox might come forward and talk about the RERI project, where we're doing a lot of research to gather information about various approval pathways for renewables. Mr. O'Connor Cox, you want to talk about the RERI project? While he's getting set up, you would have heard earlier about the amount of investment and the success that we've had in the housing sector as well. But the RERI project is probably one that I wouldn't mind unpacking a little bit more.
Yes, Senator. So yes, through the Renewables Environmental Research Initiative, the government has funded so far around $44.4 million, either in payments or commitments through contracts with payments to be finalised. $44.4 million worth of research across 48 projects. So that funding also supports a range of internal capabilities in order to deliver the research as well. But the project information with regards to the RERI, if I can use that acronym, is published and available on the department's website, and we're in the process right now of publishing a lot of draft documents for comment. So that will address data gaps, so known data gaps, as well as providing a suite of guidance documents so that in particular renewables proponents have a better idea of how to navigate our regulatory system, so it more clearly sets out our requirements and information requirements through those guidance documents. So we have published some documents in final already. There's a range that are out there for public consultation now, and that will continue over the next couple of months, and the aim is to finalise all of those documents throughout the second half of this year.
So just to round that one out, so you heard from Ms Kay and from Mr Fitzgerald Cox, one of the challenges that we've had in the past, and we hear when we go and talk to proponents under the Act, and even NGOs, is around not having certainty or predictability about what the assessment is going to require at the start. So a lot of the investment you've heard at the moment is about how do you get proponents the right information in the right format up front to help them inform a really good quality referral document, which then speeds up the decision-making process and results in better outcomes both for the proponent and for the environment. So the AI project is another one of those. So lots of investment up front about greater predictability and certainty, and then the changes to the Act should then streamline the pathway through. So really working hard with proponents up front to get their referrals into better shape.
Okay, great. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Senator Bragg.
So thanks very much. It's good to be back with you. It's like being on TV or something, isn't it? Yeah. No, I won't go there. So we've got so where we got to was effectively the advice was that it was feasible.
This is on the fossil fuels matter.
It was feasible. That was the advice you received.
Yes.
Yeah. What sort of analysis was done by the department? Or did they just say, yes, you can do this?
Can I, while the department gets ready to answer that, can I just take a couple of minutes, I promise not to be too long, to clarify what has happened under the reforms, because there is some misinformation being pushed out there, and I'm sure you wouldn't want to do that, Senator Bragg.
I'm sure.
So, as a result of the EPBC reforms, we expect that all projects, whatever their kind, will see faster decision-making because of the changes we've made around assessments and approvals. So whatever the project. We have also, particularly through enabling better bilateral agreements, opened the door to major time savings when it comes to project assessments and approvals, because that removes the duplication that currently exists between federal and state processes. So the opportunity for projects to be assessed and approved under bilateral agreements doesn't discriminate between the type of project, whether it be a fossil fuel project, a renewable energy project, a housing project, whatever it might be. It is correct that there are three ways or three options that are available under the reforms that are not available to fossil fuel projects. One is what's known as the new streamlined pathway. That was the process we talked about before, where proponents who provide their information get a 50-day approval.
Yeah.
Frankly, I think it's unlikely that a fossil fuel project, given their complexity, would qualify for that anyway, but it is true that that has been excluded. it's been also the other area that has attracted a lot of commentary is a number of coalition figures. I'm not sure if it includes you, but a number of coalition figures have claimed that our reforms ruled out fossil fuel projects from national interest exemptions. That is factually incorrect. The national interest exemption was an existing option under the old EPBC Act that allowed the Minister of the day to grant an exemption for a particular project from needing to go through EPBC processes at all if it was deemed to be in the national interest. That option has been very rarely used, and when it has been used has generally been in a natural disaster situation. So there has been no change to the national interest exemptions in the sense of the types of projects they can be used for. What is true is that we created a new option under the reforms of a national interest approval. So not an exemption, an approval. And that is not available to fossil fuel projects under the reforms. But it's worth remembering that a national interest approval only, again, it's available to a minister if they decide a project is in the national interest and should be approved after an assessment has been undertaken, and essentially if that assessment was that the project shouldn't go ahead, that it allows the minister to still approve that project if they consider it's in the national interest. But the important point there is that a national interest approval only occurs after a full assessment under the EPBC Act, which, as you know, can sometimes take quite a long period of time. The bulk of the time taken in a project getting to approval stage is actually in the assessment. And so, the claims that are being made that the law and the reforms exclude fossil fuel projects from the national interest exemption are incorrect and demonstrate how little those people have actually looked at the law. What is true is that those projects have been excluded from national interest approvals, but as I say, even to get one of those, you've still got to go through a full EPBC assessment.
So why is there arbitrage then between, can other projects get into the national interest approval?
Yes.
So why is there arbitrage?
As in, why is there a difference between those projects and fossil fuel projects?
Yes.
That was the decision that we reached in passing the reforms, in particular when we were unable to even work out who the negotiator for the coalition was, let alone understand what the coalition's position on those laws were.
Yeah, but you're sitting here as a minister. I'm asking you questions. Why are you making all these political points? I'm just trying to get to the bottom of it.
I'm giving you the background for why we reached the agreement that we did. I mean,
okay,
I still don't know who the negotiator for the coalition was on those reforms, because you guys were too busy knifing your leader.
Yeah, but this might be all fun for your Labor YouTube channel or something, but I mean, we want answers for the people here. We're trying to do the people's work.
And I've explained factually what we did,
so I'm just
as opposed to the claims being made by coalition.
Why is there arbitrage between a renewables project and a gas project?
Well, as I say, that was what we agreed to in order to pass the reforms. Yes, with the Greens, who were the only party who were able to come to a decision about what was required in order to pass those reforms, so because the coalition couldn't work out who the negotiator was, let alone what they wanted in the reforms.
Keep talking about the coalition. This is your legislation.
Yeah.
So you did this deal, and so you've put arbitrage into the law, which now preferences certain types of investment, doesn't it?
Well, I don't, as I've explained to you, I don't see it as a major problem for gas projects, for example. There are still opportunities for gas projects to have faster decision-making and faster approvals, in particular through the bilateral agreements that we hope to reach with state and territory governments.
So just explain to me the academic rationale for the distinction. I get the politics of it. You had to do a deal, but is there any sort of scientific or other judgment that you used to justify your arbitrage, which says that a certain type of project can access the national interest approval, but another project can't? I mean, one project might be dirtier than the other, for example.
Well, I've explained why we made the decision we made, and that was because we wanted to pass these reforms as quickly as possible because of the benefits they would provide to the environment and to industry in general.
So was it your starting point that there would be this arbitrage, or was that part of the negotiation?
No, that was an amendment that was made during through the negotiations.
So it wasn't your starting point?
No, it wasn't in the original bill. That's a statement of fact.
So you think it'd be better not to have this arbitrage?
I've already said why I don't think that the changes we made are the end of the world from the gas industry's perspective in the way that some people are claiming. Because I've already said a national, it would help if the coalition actually understood what this law was.
Well, I'm trying to ask you questions about it.
And what I've said is that your colleagues, I'm not sure if you yourself, but your colleagues have been running around.
You think we're all stupid, do you?
Well, that's your words, not mine. I know what you think of some of your colleagues.
I like all my colleagues.
Some of your colleagues have been running around claiming that we excluded fossil fuel projects from the national interest exemption. That is untrue. And if they cared to look at that legislation, they would see it's untrue. I've explained that we've excluded them from the national interest approvals. I don't see that as a massive problem for anyone because those national interest approvals only occur after a full assessment. And it's clear from the legislation, if people care to look at it, that they're mostly about disaster-type situations. And I've explained that the streamlined pathway option, which is excluded for fossil fuel projects, is unlikely to have ever been used for fossil fuel projects. The other thing I do want to say is that at the request of the gas industry, we retained a pathway known as the Assessment on Preliminary Documentation, which originally was going to be removed. If you look at the first version of the bill, that was going to be removed. At the request of the gas industry, we retained that. And so my point generally is that, there are processes in place for all projects to be fast-tracked, whatever they are, and in particular through bilateral agreements. And that's why it would be good if the state that is resisting signing one of those would come to its senses and work with us on it.
Okay, so what was the request that came to you that made you change the legislation?
Well, my recollection is that, in any negotiation, there are things that are asked of you. And in the negotiations I had with the various different coalition members who purported to be the negotiator, there were always different requests being made. Similarly, the Greens came forward with requests. We agreed to some of them, we didn't agree to all of them.
What was the request?
Well, I think they made pretty clear that they didn't want to see new options opened up for the fast tracking of fossil fuel projects. We were willing to accept that. We were not willing to accept every change that the Greens Party requested, and in fact we requested the Greens Party to accept additional amendments that had been put forward to us by the business community, and that's how we got to where we got to.
Yeah, so...
While the coalition sat on the sideline knifing their leader.
Yeah, but you spent a lot of time, you must spend a lot of time thinking about the coalition.
Well, I invested a very large amount of time.
So I'm just trying to ask you why you made amendments.
I invested a very large amount of time negotiating with and speaking with various representatives of the coalition to see whether it was possible to reach an agreement with the coalition. The business community spent even more time than I did trying to get the coalition to come to its senses, and you were incapable of doing so. That left one pathway open and we took it, and now we've got reforms that have been welcomed by the business community as well as environment groups.
Just say, Mr Chairman, the Minister has spent a lot of my block making very lengthy political speeches. Just know that for the record.
I think, I understand you weren't part of those negotiations, and it's important you understand the history.
I haven't asked many questions yet, Mr Chairman.
Minister, I accept that there have been some lengthy answers in that block, Senator Bragg. I had given you a little bit longer than I had given some of your colleagues as a result of that. I appreciate the point you're making. We will be back around soon. Senator Whitten.
I want to pick up where we left off with offsets, if that's okay. Would you agree with the statement that paying an offset is not the same thing as replacing destroyed habitat, particularly where endangered species are involved?
Sorry, was that to me or to the department?
Whoever wants, I don't know.
Sounds like you're asking for an opinion on policy, Senator, which we are not allowed to provide.
Sorry, would you mind speaking up? I'm really quite
It
deaf.
sounds to me like you're asking for an opinion on policy, which bureaucrats are not able to provide. Could you reframe the question a different way, please?
I'll come back to it. How much offset money has been collected in relation to renewable energy transmission and associated infrastructure projects assessed under the EPBC Act, and how much of that has produced verified habitat gains for the exact species impacted?
So the department doesn't collect funding, so we wouldn't have that number, Senator. So proponents are required to bring forward propositions about how they're going to offset their impacts.
Yep.
Under the old policy, it was to no net loss, so we wouldn't have a dollar value for that number. So I couldn't give you that answer.
So no net loss is the key issue I'm trying to get to here.
Yeah.
So that was my first question. Do you agree that paying an offset is not the same as replacing destroyed habitat, especially for endangered species?
Senator, I think you're referring to the restoration contribution holder, which is an aspect of the EPBC reforms that were passed recently, which allows a proponent to pay a contribution instead of arranging their own offset. The restoration contribution holder then, though, has the obligation to go out into the community and work with partners to achieve the same offset as the original proponent would have been required to achieve. That reform's not yet in place. It's not yet been switched on during the course of the reform process, which is why we've collected no funds to this point. But the restoration contribution holder, having received those funds, is expected to acquit them in the same way as the proponent would have had to in terms of arranging an offset.
So you're saying they have the obligation to remake the habitat exactly the same as it was?
In accordance with the requirements of the Act, yes.
Senator, there is a provision in the environmental offset standard that offsets are like for like. So essentially, if you are delivering an offset, it has to be of a similar or better kind of environment and as the impact, the significant impact.
So given these ecosystems can take decades, centuries longer to establish themselves, how could they possibly re-establish that just by planting some more trees or whatever else?
There's a set of criteria for each protected matter, and sometimes right down to the species, about how the restoration activities need to occur, Senator. So there's a range of documents which we have which set out for the decision makers what they would need to do to restore or offset the habitat that was destroyed as part of the action. In some cases, that could be placing a covenant or securing a similar amount of land of the same value and making sure it can't be impacted. In other cases, it could be replanting trees, but it's not a simple statement across the board. It needs to be tailored for each of the protected matters. So,
but neither of those things replace what was there. If you're saying you're using some forest that's already there as a replacement, or you're planting some trees, neither of those things replace what was there.
That's, as the Minister walked through earlier, so if we want to destroy no habitat, it means no economic development. So the way that the offset system works.
I think you're putting words into my mouth saying I don't want any development, which is not what I'm saying. But I'm trying to reconcile how the department reconciles. You pay money to destroy something, and you're not really getting anything back for it. How do you reconcile that?
I wouldn't characterise it that way. So the restoration activities are tailored to the protected matter. So it could very well be that you are planting 2 or 3 times the number of trees that were destroyed. So that's under the new legislation, there needs to be a net gain,
Still,
a demonstrable
the koalas
gain.
sit in the trees like you're planting a tree. Like it doesn't make sense to anybody looking at that.
Well,
you've destroyed that habitat and you're giving them back a tree.
Well,
or 3 trees. It doesn't matter.
It comes back to the point I was making, and I know you're very focused on renewables, but the same issue arises in relation to mining. That, if a mine is being developed, if a wind farm or a solar farm is being developed, sometimes there is going to be an environmental impact. what we require the proponent to do is, first of all, to avoid that impact, for example, by moving the site or something like that. Second of all, they've got to minimise the impact, and only then, if there's still going to be impacts, are they required to find environmental offsets. And as a result of our EPBC reforms, that's going to have to deliver a net gain for the environment.
Yeah, I'm having trouble figuring out the net gain.
Well, I mean, that's a whole other discussion, and we're going through that consultation process at the moment, which you're welcome to participate in. But in essence, it gets to where what Mr Gaddies was saying, was that, as a really simple example, it might be that a proponent is required to protect or restore more habitat than what they're clearing, for example.
Yeah, so like I said, it still doesn't make sense to me. You're protecting something that's already there, and you're replanting something that isn't there and won't be there for potentially centuries.
Well, we can always choose as a society that we don't want wind farms, solar farms, mines, housing development. That choice is available to us, but I think most Australians recognise that some form of economic activity like that is required, and that what we need to do is to minimise the environmental impacts.
To your point about the delay, though, Senator, we have a series of calculators that proponents can go in and use, and where there's a delay between the impact and those trees growing, that is calculated as part of the offset. So that the calculators and the policies recognise that if you can't go and recreate a block of land for a koala, so that would need to be much larger an area of planting for future benefit than what you've destroyed. So there's a series of quite complex calculations, and I can get one of the assessment delegates to come out and explain it to you, because they're much smarter than I am, Senator. But that may take a lot of time, but we can do that if you like.
Yeah, no, I don't want to see the algorithm.
I should also say, Senator, that these questions all stemmed from assertions you were making about the Clarks Creek wind farm, and I understand the proponent has issued a statement that disputes many of the things that you've said. That's for them to explain, but just for the record.
Thank you. Do you collect any species by species data and showing evidence that the species that are impacted are taken care of by the offset payment?
So as we said, Senator, we aren't yet accepting payments, so we won't be doing that until at least December.
When you will be accepting payment, will you be doing species by species analysis to show that they're not?
So there will be annual reporting obligations on the restoration contribution holder on the amount of impact that was agreed to or approved under the EPBC Act by the Minister or delegates, the amount of payment that went into the restoration contribution holder as an offset, and then the outcomes of those restoration activities, whether they be more land in the conservation estate, whether they be restoration activities which grow more trees or improve habitat. So they will be reported in the annual report of the restoration contribution holder.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Whitten. Senator Waters?
Forestation, please. Just referencing the $28 million in the budget to develop landscape-scale approval pathways to allow existing forestry operations under RFAs to continue under the reformed environmental laws. I understand there's a departmental task force talking with New South Wales and Tassie about the transition to EPBC oversight by the 1st of July 2027. Can you tell me about the approach that task force has settled on?
Yes, Senator. I'm happy to start this, and I may also refer to my colleague who can provide further detail. But in short, you are referring to the fact that under the recent environmental law reforms, the current exemption, if you like, for under the EPBC Act for forestry activities that are occurring in areas where there are regional forest agreements ceases effective from 1 July.
Yeah.
From that date, the intent is that forestry activities will be subject to the same environmental requirements as all other industries. To facilitate the process, given that it is a relatively short time frame, the department is working very closely at the moment with the 3 states that currently operate under those RFA arrangements, so it's New South Wales, Tasmania and WA, to explore different pathway options. So we're investigating the suitability of those landscape scale approvals. You mentioned potentially those are the bilateral agreement process, the strategic assessment pathway, or bioregional plans, to consider the overall impact of forestry activities on matters of national environmental significance. We've held regular meetings with each of the jurisdictions involved since late last year when the reforms passed, and are currently working through with them to determine which appropriate pathway each jurisdiction wants to engage in. Engagement with the states and with industry representatives has also been undertaken by both the Minister for the Environment and Water and the Minister for Agriculture, Fisheries and Forestry nationally. The budget, you also referred, Senator, to the $28 million, and I might ask my colleague, Ms Purcell, to set out how we anticipate that funding will help to support this process with each of the jurisdictions.
Thank you. That was actually very helpful. I have some follow-up questions.
Thank you. Katrina Purcell, Branch Head of the Forest Task Force. So, as you identified, $28 million has been set aside over the next 2 financial years to support the 3 RFA states transition their systems to a new regulatory arrangement and to support industry undergo that transition in those states. So, for New South Wales, Tasmania and Western Australia, $22.5 million will be available for them to assess their systems, to adapt them where that's required, and to engage with industry to ensure that they're prepared for when the sunset date occurs in the middle of next year.
Thanks. So just coming back to the 3 options of a bilateral, a strategic assessment or a bioregional plan, do you have a preferred pathway, or is that you'll negotiate that with the states?
Yes, I think, Senator, that's essentially a decision that is being determined in consultation with each of the affected jurisdictions. We do know to date that Tasmania has signalled its intention to pursue a bilateral agreement pathway, and we are still awaiting sort of a steer on the preferred formal process from the other 2 states at this point in time.
Forgive me while I think this through as we're talking about it. So does that mean you'll need the national standards in place? So it'll be accredited as a normal assessment bilateral. Is that right?
Yes, so Senator, if the pathway selected is an approval bilateral process ultimately, then that will, as I think Mr Wentworth mentioned in this hearing earlier, will require that at the time that the accreditation is undertaken, that the state system is consistent with the national environmental law requirements, including any environmental standards that are in place. But it will also require that as any new future environmental standards might be made, those are taken into account effectively. So there's an undertaking sort of made at the time that the accreditation is done.
Are there any of those standards, sorry to interrupt you, but are there any of those standards that you're going to require be in place before any state system is accredited? I know you've stressed that you can add more standards and re-accredit later, but are there any that you're going to say you just can't get accreditation until A, the standard is done, and B, you can show that you're going to meet it?
Senator, so there's no different way that we are treating that at the moment for this forestry process than we will generally across the accreditation pathways.
And so what's the answer for the general one then?
Just that as soon as they are made, they will be incorporated into all of those accreditation processes. Okay. And I think the Minister has publicly committed to a series of the national environmental standards being made. And you've heard earlier evidence today about the likely timeframes for some of those. Given where we're at with this transition for forestry, we would anticipate that that there will be some of the national environmental standards in place before we're at a position to transition away from the RFAs on the 1st of July next year.
Okay, thank you, because the timelines match up. Get it. Is an interim strategic assessment one of the options being discussed?
So it's certainly possible to consider a strategic assessment as a landscape scale approval pathway. As I mentioned earlier, we are working with those 3 states at the moment to consider all of the options and what might best suit circumstances. That could include, for example, pursuing a strategic assessment approval pathway, and then at a later time moving to a bilateral approval process.
Okay. Can I get a guarantee, please, Minister, that you won't grant a national interest exemption to cover native forest operations during the transition period, unfortunately, like happened for Alcoa?
Well, I'm not going to give a guarantee about anything, but we have given absolutely no consideration whatsoever to granting a national interest exemption for those activities. That's why our officials are working so hard to try to reach the relevant agreements and approvals and assessments that would be required.
Okay.
Also very happy to explain the facts of the decision around Alcoa as well if you'd like to, but that's up to you.
Given the time is ticking, I might take that on notice if you can indulge me. Thank you. Or rather ask you to take that on notice for my benefit. Thank you. So just coming back to the 28 million, is that funding for staff to ensure that they can undertake assessments, compliance, monitoring and enforcement functions so that you can make sure forestry operations will meet new and upcoming federal environmental standards?
It includes staff of the department, 6.5 ASL this coming financial year, to enable them to do the assessment, to progress the approval and to ensure that those monitoring and compliance arrangements are in place going forward.
Okay, thank you. And the $105.9 million in the budget to modernise environmental information, data and digital systems, will the National Forest Monitoring System be included in that?
Senator, I think you're referring to NAFI, to the National... Is that what you're referring to there?
National Forest Monitoring System is what I have here. Is that not what it's called?
I'm not sure what that's referring to. So there is an early detection system that Environment Information Australia is working on that monitors land clearing, that is there to support land clearing compliance. But I think that is potentially different from what you're referring to, but I'll ask my colleague Lisa Nitschke to come to the table.
Thank you. It's not my area of expertise, I confess, but hopefully it's yours, so we can work it out.
Sure, someone will be able to help.
So Lisa Nitschke, Acting Division Head for Environment Information Australia. You were asking about detecting land clearing, is that right?
No, I'm asking about native forest logging, and there's some kind of forest monitoring system that currently exists, and I'm wondering whether the new money to look at environment information and data and digital systems to speed up approvals will roll in that forest monitoring existing system.
Senator, the short answer to your question is no.
Okay.
Yeah.
Great. Thank you. Thank you for your assistance.
Sorry.
I'm not sure how much I've got left in my block, but I do have a series of quick land clearing questions. Oh, great. I'll make a start. So on the land clearing changes in the reforms, what work has the department done to engage with farmers around those changes? And is there a time frame for when the Matters of National Environmental Significant Impact guidelines will be updated to reflect that change? Who are we waiting on?
Hey.
Great.
Yes, Senator. So I think you're referring to the recent changes to the lawful continuation of use exemptions.
In reef catchments, yep.
Yeah, okay. So, yes, so I'm from the part of the department that works with landholders to make sure that they understand their obligations under the EPBC Act. And so there's never been an exemption, a complete exemption from land clearing as it relates to impacts on our protected matters. But yes, there is an exemption for lawful continuation of use, which had a couple of adjustments to it,
Yes,
and so we've been working closely with landholders in the affected jurisdictions, and we've provided, as well as the existing guidance and information that's been built up on our website on how to comply with your EPBC Act obligations over the 25 years of the Act's existence. We've created a dedicated web page to help landholders comply, and that includes assistance with how to undertake self-assessments, a template, assistance with various mapping tools, some case studies for where activities might be lower risk or higher risk, and so providing landholders with information about when they should be referring and when they should be considering meeting with us for pre-referral meetings. We have a 1-800 number where landholders can call us, and we can take them through those types of concerns and provide them with assistance in locating the information that they need to understand their obligations and to refer if they need to. So those provisions commenced in December, and so we are actively working with landholders and peak bodies as well to provide a suite of guidance to assist them.
Okay, so does that include updating the existing admin guidelines on significance so that they know what to look for?
It's not. It doesn't include the specific update of our significant impact guidelines. We've got a suite of those types of guidelines. So the significant impact test hasn't changed. What has changed is that there's been some slight amendments to how the exemption provisions work in the lawful continuation of use exemptions.
So an update isn't necessitated to the administrative guidelines on significance until such time as the standards come into place. Is that right?
Yeah, that's how I would characterise it. And so in addition to the existing guidance that we have there, we've got some more targeted guidance and other programs that we're doing to help landholders understand their obligations.
Okay, and just quickly, have you had any additional staff capacity added for monitoring of compliance with the new rules?
Not immediately, but the compliance teams have been upscaling, I guess, since 2022, and we had, in 2025, we started a dedicated illegal land clearing team.
Can you say that?
In 2025, we established a dedicated compliance illegal land clearing team.
Okay. So the $250 million announced for land clearing compliance, including mapping, monitoring and enforcement, sorry, the $250 million that was announced, will any of that go to land clearing compliance, including mapping, monitoring and enforcement?
I can probably help with that, Senator. So that is it's the same officers moving from the department to the EPA. So that covers the wages for the staff that are already there. And I walked through earlier, you might recall that there are an additional 42 staff available that could also be used to supplement that, pending the decisions of the CEO about what the priority is for the EPA.
Okay, well, which is a nice segue to my final question. Will the statement of expectations to the new EPA explicitly state that land clearing compliance is a priority?
We haven't landed that yet. That's probably a matter for the Minister of whether he would like us to include that in the statement of expectations, but we are still working up what we think the Minister should include.
I answered a similar question earlier about what would go in the statement of expectations. It's still being drafted and still being considered, but I think it would be reasonable to expect something in that statement of expectations around the need for strong compliance and enforcement, and it would be likely that that would reference land clearing, but all of that work is still happening. I think I'm on the record saying that we expect the agricultural land clearing to be a strong focus for the compliance section of the EPA once it gets up and running. I think I've said that before.
Okay, and perhaps could you just take on notice a bit more detail of the working closely that you've done with those farming communities, in addition to what you told me? Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Thanks, Chair. Just some questions regarding the oil reserve in Western Queensland.
This is the Taroom Trough?
Correct. What engagement has occurred between the Department and the Queensland Government regarding the Taroom Trough?
So, Senator, I might start off and others can add should that be necessary. So following comments made by the Queensland Premier in the media about the Taroom Trough, I checked with our assessment teams as to whether or not we were assessing any referral from any of the companies involved in the Taroom Trough. We are not. There's been no matter referred to us. I then contacted the country chair of Shell, who hosted the visit by the Premier where public comments were made. The country chair of Shell is Cecile Lake, and I contacted her and asked her for more details and a briefing on the company's activities in the Taroom Trough. That briefing subsequently occurred a couple of weeks ago, and in that briefing Shell confirmed that they aren't ready yet to refer the project to the under the EPBC Act to the department or to the EPA. They're certainly not planning to in any time frame that would make any appreciable difference to the current fuel circumstances that the country faces. And so while we wait for that referral, we've engaged very directly with the Queensland Government, in particular the Queensland Coordinator-General, where I met with him a couple of weeks ago as well, just to understand their activities around approvals for the Taroom Trough once a referral's made, once an application's made, and we're cooperating very closely with the Queensland Coordinator-General to assist in those matters should a referral be made.
Okay, sounds like you've been pretty proactive and you've met with key stakeholders. And just to clarify, you've not received a formal referral?
No, we've received no referral.
Okay. What kind of information would you need, if you could just sketch it out, in order to, I guess, expedite a project like this? And it sounds like we're very, very far away from that point, but if you could just outline what kind of information you would need, that would be helpful.
Well, our jurisdiction is enlivened, of course, by any impacts on matters of national environmental significance. So we would certainly expect that any company wanting to undertake activities that have an impact on matters of national environmental significance would refer their proposition to us, and after 1 July to the EPA for assessment.
Okay. And after your discussions with Shell, did you get a sense of how large this project would be, its footprint, the number of wells, or indeed the depth of any of those wells?
They did provide some of that information. I'm reluctant to talk about it too openly. I'm sure that there's commercial sensitivity involved in some of their plans, and I thank Shell for being very open with us about their proposals. It was really clear from that briefing that this is primarily a gas project. And while there will be oil produced, it's really as a byproduct. I'm not suggesting that that's not at commercial levels of oil production, but characterising this as an oil extraction project is, I think, somewhat of an exaggeration based on what Shell told us. It's primarily a gas project with oil as a byproduct.
Oh, interesting. Okay, so that's not how it's been reported at all. So there's, in fact, larger amounts of gas than there are oil.
Yes, that was the clear impression I gained from the briefing we received.
Okay, that's useful to clarify. Thank you. And are you aware of what impacts there may be on any nationally protected matters in this project with regards to that site?
I answered that earlier, Senator. Until there's a referral, it's really difficult for us to make any comment on that.
All right. Just turning to Redland, could you please advise what stage the environmental assessment and approval process is up to for the proposed Redlands Olympic venue site, and whether the project is currently sitting with the proponent or with the department?
Rod Dan, Acting Branch Head, Queensland Assessments Branch. Senator, so that project you're talking about is the Olympic project in Redlands, is that correct?
Mm-hmm.
Yep. That one is currently under consideration for a referral. We haven't yet made a referral decision for that, but the referral decision is due on 1 June.
1 June, okay. Right. Okay, thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Thanks very much. I'm going to Senator Bragg.
Thanks very much. So I think where we're up to was we were talking about your decision to acquiesce to the requests of other senators in the drafting of this legislation. on the national interest approvals. That's where we're up to. So in what form was it transmitted to you that this was a request?
My recollection is that it was put to us in one of the many meetings that I had with representatives of the Greens Party.
So you didn't get a letter?
I don't remember getting a letter. I'd happy to take that on notice.
Okay.
In a similar vein,
but it was,
I received various, I wouldn't say that they were requests, but various, you know, thoughts, feelings from a range of coalition figures as well.
You're very focused on this. I can see it's a sore point.
No, I just think it's important to know that, I mean, I think you're trying to make something of...
I'm just trying to get to the bottom of how this happened
yeah.
and how you at the end of the day, whatever you think of the merits of what happened in the past, we have arbitrage in the law now because you have decided that certain type of projects can qualify for the national interest approval when they have not met the departmental process and others can't.
Well,
some can, some can't. I'm just trying to work out how it happened.
Well, from what I can see, the Liberal Party itself doesn't know where it stands on these issues because, of course, while Mr Taylor is out there talking about drill baby drill, we've got Mr Tony Passon, the member for Barker, on ABC radio saying that he doesn't support gas development, at least when it comes to his own electorate. So I don't really know where the Liberal Party stands.
I'm going to start timing these ministerial speeches on my Apple Watch. So every time you do one, I'll time it. I'll work out how much time I actually get to ask questions and how much time you waste in your political speeches.
I don't think it's a waste to point out that, you know, in the context where you're asking...
Yep.
Flick the timer on.
It's on.
I don't think it's a waste of time when you're asking questions about our position as a government on fossil fuel projects to point out that as recently as last week, the Federal Liberal Party has different views on the issue.
That was 16 seconds.
I think that's pretty efficient.
I'm not sure.
I can give you the long version.
Okay, so you don't know whether you received a letter or not. You think
I've taken that on notice. I don't recall having received a letter, but I'll take it on notice.
Okay. And so, but the gist of it was that they didn't want to have fossil fuels in the national interest approvals.
Correct.
Right. Was there anything else they asked for?
Well, I've already said that there were a number of different things the Greens Party asked for that we didn't agree to. There were a number of things that we asked the Greens Party to accept as amendments based on representations we'd received from the business community.
And so what is going to be the impact of this arbitrage now, do you think?
Well, in practical terms, I don't think it will make an enormous difference.
So why did you do it then?
Well,
just to get their votes.
We were keen to pass reforms that several years of coalition government had been unable to pass.
So it has no impact. What's the point of it then?
Well, it mattered to the Greens Party, and
it has an actual effect. So you just duped them.
I wouldn't put it that way. That was something they indicated was important to them. There were things that were important to us. We reached a compromise. We didn't get everything we wanted. They didn't get everything they wanted. But the nation now has reforms that will speed up assessments and approvals and deliver stronger environmental protections, and that's a good outcome.
It's just a big shell. You haven't even made the regulations. You've got none of the bilateral deals. Well, it's just a big shell.
My friend, your government failed to do anything about this for 10 years. We are well on the way to having standards and all of the other reforms in place.
Approval being the eating, Minister. So,
well, I mean, I've got all the statements from stakeholders. Property industry hails deal to pass environmental law reform as win for business and environment. Housing Industry Association welcomes $45 million budget commitment to drive EPBC reforms. It feels to me the only person who's unhappy about these reforms is the party that couldn't work out who their negotiator was.
Well, I just don't think you've made any progress yet. I mean, you can read out your fluffy press releases, but you've made no progress
You're
yet.
saying stakeholders' press releases are fluffy, are they?
Well, you can tell them
I'm sure the Property Council and the HIA would be very keen to hear about that.
Well, you can tell them I've said that. I've said many things to them before in person. So it's okay. They can read the Hansard if they want.
I mean, I know your narrative is that nothing has changed.
Well, you haven't made any progress.
Well, with the greatest of respect, Senator, Your party failed to reform these laws.
Why do you keep on talking about that? I wasn't even part of that.
Your party failed to reform these laws for 10 years. You were part of an opposition that couldn't work out what it wanted with these reforms. We've passed them, and in the next few months we've got standards underway, regional plans happening, things that you were unable to do for 10 years.
Okay,
I reckon
so
that's not bad.
effectively though, this national interest approval, you think will have virtually no effect?
Well, I think in practical terms that's correct, because the national interest approval is an exceptional circumstance. If you have a look at the legislation, it will, I don't know if you've bothered, but it'll tell you the kind of circumstances that it would be used. And as I said earlier, it only happens after a full assessment is undertaken, and that's where the majority of time is taken anyway.
How long does it take to get a new project up in Australia, a new energy project?
Too long.
But how long?
Well, it depends on the project. But it takes too long, and that's one of the reasons that we reformed the laws.
Well, haven't you got any averages in mind?
The department might have some averages. But whatever the number is, it's too long. We need more. I mean, I know you might be a lone voice on this, Senator, but you know in the Liberal Party that we need more renewables projects faster, and we do. We need more housing faster, we need more critical minerals projects faster, and we need stronger protections for the environment, and that's what these reforms will deliver. I mean, we've already, as we've said today, sped up housing approvals even under the existing laws, let alone
You've got
what we can do.
80,000 houses up in that boondoggle of a place. 80,000.
Well, I know you don't have any respect for the public service, but I do.
Well, of course I do, but it's a lot of houses.
Yeah, and 26, we can go back to the discussion we were having earlier that nearly 30,000 of them have come online since we made the commitment.
You've gone from 92 to 80, that's the true number.
Look, I know it's your job to try to argue that what we've done is no good, but the sad thing for you is that your party is completely hopeless on these issues.
I just think you spend so much time answering your questions referring to the Liberal Party. I feel sorry for you.
Well, I think it's important the Australian people know.
You could be doing good stuff.
I think it's important. I was going to say it's important that the alternative government, what its position is, but we don't really know if you're the alternative government anymore. I think it's important to know the reasons that we got to the reforms that we did and the policy choices on offer.
Okay, so how long will it take to get an energy project up under the new system?
Well, again, it would depend on the individual project, but we expect the process to be quicker.
Okay, and how many energy projects are currently held up in the system?
Senator, we have 156 renewable energy projects in the system at the moment.
I said energy overall.
We have 156 renewable projects, 59 coal, gas and oil projects and 49 critical minerals projects.
But aren't they all energy projects apart from critical minerals? Just different forms of energy?
We track them separately, Senator, which is why I've got this number separated for you.
Right. So you've got 150 renewables,
156.
59 fossil fuels.
Correct.
And some critical minerals.
That's right.
How many critical minerals?
49.
49.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and how far back did some of the, what's the longest one you're sitting on?
I don't have the age of them, but I do have the average approval times.
What's the average, yeah?
Yep, so for renewables, the average approval times for is 131 weeks. And for 140, so if you include NCAs, so projects that have been given the other projects been given the green light, it's 52 weeks.
52 weeks for fossil fuels?
No, fossil fuels, so coal, gas and oil, average approval timeframes across 30 projects is 163 weeks.
163. Mm-hmm. Okay, and so what are you hoping to get it down to?
I think, as the Minister pointed out, that we don't have a target to get it down to. It will depend on the material that's provided by proponents. But the things that we are working on.
So how do you measure success then?
We do have an average. We do have standardised approval time. So I can tell you that for renewables, this year to 11th of May, 91% of those projects have been approved on time. And for fossil fuels, 92% of those projects have been approved on time.
And you might remember me saying it used to be 6% under the coalition.
I'm not interested in the coalition. I'm interested in you doing your job.
Well, I reckon that's not a bad outcome. I don't know, do you think 6 to 92 is Good?
I mean, this is a hugely complicated thing you've created for yourself here. You've given yourself godlike powers where effectively...
I know this is your narrative. I read your transcripts.
You've got to do all these bilateral deals, then you have to make these regulations. It's going to take forever.
Well, we've got two draft standards. Like, in the wake of 10 years of coalition inaction, we have passed reforms. We've passed an act. We're doing a second round of consultation on 2 standards. We've got 2 other standards very close to being put out for consultation. We've commenced negotiations on bilateral agreements with most states. We've got regional plan pilots underway. I think compared to 10 years of sitting on your hands doing nothing, that's not bad. But there's more to be done.
So when will the first bilaterals be done?
We would like to reach at least some this calendar year. In fact, you might have seen I was in Perth a few weeks ago and signed an MOU with the WA Premier, which committed us to reach a bilateral assessments agreement this calendar year.
So you think you'll get how many done this year?
We haven't sort of committed to a particular number.
Why not?
But
you wouldn't run a business like that. You'd have
Senator Bragg,
clear targets.
Senator Bragg, with the greatest of respect, you seem to have expectations of our government, which has made demonstrable progress in this space, that you were never prepared to apply to your own side of politics.
I'm happy. I'm tough on my colleagues.
Ask any.
They think I'm tough.
Ask any
and unfair
stakeholder, environment, business, whoever, if they think we're making good progress, and the answer is a resounding yes.
I think you're an excellent politician, and I think you're very good at media releases and talking. But I want action. We're being paid.
Action is passing reforms that...
Yeah, but passing laws isn't fixing stuff.
Action is passing reforms that the Parliament had been unable to pass for 25 years. Action is doing a second round of consultation on the national environmental standards that Graham Samuel recommended in his review to your long-forgotten former leader, Susan Lee, when he recommended them 5 or 6 years ago. Action is beginning consultation on regional plans, which we've started today. I mean, you know, it's 12 months since the election, and that's what we've achieved so far.
Okay, but you're not setting yourself a target for any bilaterals in this calendar year.
We haven't committed.
You're saying it'd be nice to do, but if it doesn't happen, who cares?
It's not. We're not that lackadaisical about it. We're, you know, I've been in ministers' offices, premiers' offices, in the media, saying in the meeting of the Environment Ministers' meeting, saying we want to reach these agreements as quickly as possible, including this year. We've got good negotiations happening with every state, pretty much except Queensland, who want to construct some rubbish productivity commission inquiry to delay the process.
But what's wrong with Queensland? That's a good state. You're from there.
I am.
Why are you being so mean to the Queenslanders?
Well,
that's very un-Queenslanderish.
It would be nice. It would be nice if the Queensland government showed the same level of enthusiasm towards reaching bilateral agreements that pretty much every other state and territory is showing. We've got WA committing to do one this year. We've got Queensland inventing a productivity commission inquiry to delay signing an agreement for probably a couple of years.
Okay, so
you might want to have a chat to your mates up north.
So you won't get them. You're from there. You probably have more purchase than me.
I think that. Would they listen more to you than me? I'm not really sure.
Well, you're clever. So okay, so you hopefully get these done by July next year. Is that right, all of them?
Well, I'm not. We haven't committed to a time frame, to my knowledge, for reaching them. We have committed to reaching a bilateral assessment agreement with WA this calendar year. I have made clear to a number of ministers in other states that I'd similarly like to reach at least bilateral assessments agreements this year as well.
But what happens if you don't get them done?
Well, then there are some states where we have existing bilateral agreements. They're not as effective as what will be possible under the new reforms. But if we don't get them done, then that will slow down the assessment and approval of projects, which is why Queensland need to come to their senses and get on with it.
So will you make the regulations whether you have the bilaterals done or not?
Yeah, as in the standards?
Yeah.
Yeah, the standards will be created independently of bilateral agreements, but the bilateral agreements require the standards to be made.
But don't you need to consult these states on the contents of the standards?
And I just said before we're doing that. We've got a consultation process open right now that anyone, including states and territories, can contribute to, and there have been discussions happening with states and territories.
But the natural extension of that is that ultimately you could have standards which the states won't agree with, and therefore they won't have a bilateral agreement with you.
I guess that's theoretically possible, but we're confident we can reach those agreements.
So you could end up with it, but there's no guarantee, is there, that you get agreement?
Well, I know you want the whole thing to fall over so you can score a political point, but we're actually trying to get some things done.
I'm just trying to work out how it's going to work.
Well,
it's complicated and confusing.
No, it's not actually.
Well, you must be highly intelligent.
No, I've just bothered to read the legislation, and I invite you to do the same thing.
Well, I'm trying to work out what's going to happen if you can't get the deals done.
Well, then that would be an impediment to speeding up assessments and approvals. It's not the only way we can do so. We've funded the development of regional plans, which we are undertaking with a number of states and territories. There are options around strategic assessments for projects. There are a variety of pathways under the reforms that allow for faster decision making and stronger environmental protections, and we're going to take every single one of those pathways.
So when will the regs be made, do you think?
Well, we said earlier, the intention is to have as many as possible of those 4 initial standards up and running by mid-year, and the earliest 2 I would expect...
So mid-year?
Mid-year, given the EPA starts on the 1st of July this year. We're aiming for around about that time to have those 4 done, but in particular, most effort has gone into the 2 that are currently out for consultation for the second time.
Okay.
Thank you. Senator Waters.
Thanks very much. Can I harken back to some questions I tried to ask earlier this morning, but were directed to ask them here about nature funding? So biodiversity spend is projected to drop by 46% in real terms by 2028-29 to just 0.04% of the total budget. How does shrinking the allocation for nature in the forward estimates align with the government's nature positive commitments?
Well, we don't accept that claim that some environment groups are making. In fact, this budget increased expenditure on the environment by $1.3 billion to reach $9.9 billion over 4 years.
Okay, so the 46% drop in real terms by 2028-29, you dispute that?
I do, and I don't know how they calculated that figure.
Righto. So how much do you contend that it is?
Well, we have increased expenditure on the environment by $1.3 billion.
In real terms?
Well, over 4 years, I think that would amount to a real increase in funding, yes. I haven't worked out the percentages, but I'm sure it would.
So the sector's long called for investment to be lifted to 1% of the federal budget to fund the work needed to end extinctions and restore habitats. Have you considered that request?
Oh, yes. Every stakeholder has a different ask. I've considered that request just as I've considered any number of requests from other stakeholders.
And are you intending to increase funding for nature in future? Or?
We have, as I say, we've increased funding for the environment, including nature, by $1.3 billion in this budget.
Okay, what proportion of an increase is that?
Well, I'm happy if someone wants to answer, but I'm doing some calculations in my head. If we've increased it by $1.3 billion to take it to 9.9, that's probably about a quarter.
Okay.
If I'm taking 1.3 billion off 9.9.
Okay, and can you, perhaps on notice, can you provide me the breakdown of what you say is the extra 1.3?
Sure.
Thank you. I understand there's a $67 million cut to the National Environmental Science Program. Is that correct?
So all departments in the run-up to this budget and all ministers were asked to identify funds that sat in particular programs that was not committed yet, and the funding that you're talking about falls into that category.
Okay, so it was in a program.
Sorry?
It was in a program, but you say it was also not committed.
Correct. I'm happy if the officials want to elaborate, but that's my understanding.
Senator, the National Environmental Science Program has been running for quite a long period of time, so we're now in the second phase of the National Environmental Science Program. So the government's committed now $110 million for the next phase of the National Environmental Science Program that runs from 27-28. There had been additional funding committed in those out years, and that's where the saving is from. So the saving is not from the current program. The government's committed 110 for the next phase of the National Environmental Science Program, and that compares to 149 million under the current program, or the current phase of the program.
Okay, well, if you could indulge me with just stepping through those numbers on notice for me, please, I'd benefit from that. Because it does look like almost 40% of a cut to a program that I understand funds partnerships between scientists and traditional owners. So is any of that new money going to be allocated to ensure First Nations research will continue?
So, look, the design of the next phase of the National Environmental Science Program is still to be determined. I'll ask my colleague Lisa Nitschke to step you through the timelines for the design of the next phase of the program.
Okay, very, very quickly, because I really just want to know, is any of it going to go to First Nations research?
The short answer is we are still working through the design phase for the program. Okay. We would like to see the guidelines scheduled for delivery later this year.
Okay. Yeah, thank you. Now, just coming back to the discussion we had earlier today about Treasury's push to establish a Coordinator General that they'd then put on your radar and you had some input into. I was interested in the details of precisely the nature of that input and the timing of it, as we talked about earlier. So have you got that detail where, what was the last time that you met to discuss these issues? What work have you actually done? When are you next meeting about this? That's all of the detail I'd like, please.
So, Senator, we can probably talk to you based on the recollections that we've had. Any more detail, we would have to go back and take on notice. Is that okay?
Oh, I thought that's what you were doing between the 5 hours ago that I first asked.
I've been sitting here
questions.
with you most of those 5 hours, Senator.
Aren't you lucky?
We can. I'm sure the official can tell you what they know.
So we've had a range of conversations with Treasury about the concept of a Coordinator General.
Yeah.
My conversations with them were in the probably around the context of the Productivity Roundtable, and while we were developing reforms to the EPBC Act, we were not asked to draft anything which would give a Coordinator General any powers under the EPBC Act. So that was about the limit of the conversations we had. It was essentially the Minister retains the powers and the powers for approval and all those sorts of things that they went through as you saw through the Senate. We've had conversations about whether or not what scope a Coordinator General could have in the Commonwealth context, but that's in the context of what I would call the Treasury single front door concept. It's not really in the context of the EPBC Act, so it's in the broad. We're having conversations with people about how a Coordinator General at the Commonwealth level would work. We've not been asked to come forward with any work, any options, any frameworks that would give effect to a Coordinator General.
Okay, thank you. Are you aware whether they themselves are doing that work? Because they don't really need to amend your Act. They can just amend their own Act and bypass yours.
We would be consulted, and I'm sure the Minister would be consulted if somebody was seeking to amend the legislation that we administer, and I'm not aware of any such drafting that's underway.
Yes, but that's the point. It wouldn't be of your legislation, it would be of Treasury legislation. Minister, can you confirm whether or not there's any ledge changes being progressed?
Not that I'm aware of. I think the point Mr Gaddies is making is that if there was any suggestion that a new Coordinator General would take powers that currently sit in this department, then that would need to involve amendments to the EPBC Act, and that has not been raised with us.
Okay. Has the discussion been had in the context of what the National EPA might do versus what a Coordinator General might do?
Well, happy for Mr Gaddies and others to add to this. From my perspective, the discussion has been more, would there be benefit to the nation in creating a Coordinator General? It hasn't got down, to my knowledge, to what would its role be vis-a-vis an EPA.
Okay. Is there some talk of a project amount threshold, like there is in Queensland, for example?
Not that I'm aware of. Again, it's probably more a Treasury question.
Okay. And when was the last time that these issues were raised with the department or yourself, Minister, by Treasury?
I think I last met with them about it in March this year.
Anyone had any more recent meetings or conversations?
I sit on an IDC with Treasury which talks about the single front door. I think the last time I met for that with that IDC was last week, and I don't recall, Senator, whether the Coordinator General concept came up. It was more in the context of them seeking advice on where we're up to with the EPBC reforms, because the overall desire there was just to get faster projects up, in particular those ones which are in the single front door, which sits in Treasury.
Yes, well, given the Treasurer is also from Queensland, and Queensland is the jurisdiction that isn't accepting the kind invitation for an assessment bilateral update or an approval bilateral, is there talk of a Coordinator General that might only apply, say, in one or a handful of states?
Well, as I've said, Senator, I didn't talk to them last week about a Coordinator General. The last time we've spoken about a Coordinator General was in March.
And it was still at the very conceptual stage, Senator.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Well, I'm very interested in that, and I may well ask again in future. Just a quick one on funding for the EPA. It's listed across the forwards as not for publication. Why is that?
I think you'll find there's a footnote at the bottom of that part of the budget papers which says it's subject to negotiations with the states and territories for bilateral agreements, and we don't want to impair our ability to negotiate with the states and territories.
Okay, so you're anticipating that perhaps the EPA's workload would reduce if the bilaterals all progress
to some
as you
degree.
hope? Okay, but the EPA would still retain critical oversight despite those bilaterals. So
Exactly.
do you need to reduce funding for the EPA, or should you in fact keep it well funded?
That's a bit of a hypothetical, Senator. So it depends on how much of the work would go to the states and territories. The Commonwealth would retain an assurance role. And of course, if the Minister wanted to call in any projects, then we would still need the capacity to assess those. So it's a bit of a hypothetical depending on how many assessment or approval bilaterals we enter with the states and territories and what the workload looks like after that.
Yeah, okay. Just on AI, we talked earlier about the proposal to use it more in EPBC assessments. Can I have a bit more detail about whether you've got a governance framework for such use, if you've done a risk analysis of using it, and are there any aspects of EPBC assessments that you won't use AI for?
No, it's okay. You go.
Thank you, Senator. Yes, there is a governance structure that we're currently using for the AI project that I can talk you through, and there have been risk assessments that have been conducted on the project. So with regards to the status of the project, we've completed a number of phases for that. Firstly, developing use cases for where AI might be of assistance to proponents who are trying to navigate our information requirements and guidance documents to make referrals under the EPBC Act. And I understand that those use cases have been included in the use case register, which is a requirement of whole of government programs for AI projects, and it was assessed as a low risk. I am aware of some of the risks that have been identified in association with the project, and I should say up front that the AI will not be used to make decisions, that there will always be human oversight and human decisions. This is just to help proponents bring to us the right information as part of their referral processes.
Okay, so it's just for proponents. The department won't use it in any of its own assessment of the proponent's documents?
No, that's correct. So it's to take proponents through the referral process and guide them through that complex process to make that run more smoothly. And yes, certainly the assessment and approval process will still be conducted by people within the national EPA. With regards to the risks, as well as the sort of usual risks that are identified with procurement projects around probity and legal risk around that procurement process. So we've had one procurement, and we've received funding for further development of the pilot as part of the next phase. And the other chief risk that's been identified is a legal risk around providing information to proponents that then might influence their decision making. So that's another risk that we're seeking to mitigate through our consultation with our legal advisors within the department as well.
Because you don't want them to decide that they needn't refer, which is currently a risk anyway. If you can give me a bit more detail on notice, that would be great. Thank you. Almost finished. Just quickly, a question on there's a Santos proposal. They've recently applied to the Northern Territory Government for 12 fracking wells in the Beetaloo Basin, which is significantly larger than any of their current operations. The project has a risk of impacting on critical groundwater supplies and endangered species habitat. Is the department aware of Santos's proposal?
Kylie Calhoun, Branch Head for Environmental Regulation Division. Yes, we're aware of Santos's proposal. We currently have no active referrals for that project.
Okay, will you call that in for assessment?
We've got nothing at this stage to indicate that there's a need to call that in, but we have an understanding that when they move to production, that they would be referring that project.
I'm sorry, I can't hear you over the bells. Could you say that last bit again, please?
No, we're not at this stage looking to call that in. For the exploration and appraisal activity, we don't believe there is significant impacts on M&ES, but we have the understanding that when they move to full production, that we would be expecting a referral for that action.
Okay, we don't have time for a lengthy discussion about the fact that the aquifer doesn't distinguish between exploration and production, and the risks of groundwater contamination are there, whether it's exploration or production. Have you still got that Water Advisory Board, what are they called, ISC, the Independent Scientific Committee? Have you consulted them about this?
Yes, we have.
Is their view your view?
Yes, on the 17th of December 2024, they looked at the impacts of exploration and appraisal activities in the Beetaloo Basin. They noted that the scale and the initial exploration, there's probably little or less likely to have a significant impact on water resources. But when activities lead to further production and exploration and appraisal, and it'll intensify impacts, that's the point in time that we would look to get a referral from these companies.
Okay. And these are the same NT laws that you're considering accrediting in an agreement with the NT government. Are you feeling like they need to do some significant increases and improvements before they could get accreditation?
Well, all states and territories would need to be able to demonstrate they meet our standards in order for us to be entering a bilateral agreement with them.
Okay, those same standards that you're co-designing with them.
Well, we're co-designing them
Mr. Gaddy said before.
But by that argument, you'd say that we're co-designing them with the environment groups or co-designing
I'd
them
love
with industry.
that. I would not complain if you were.
I
wish.
We're co-designing them with, well, apparently not. You weren't here earlier. If you want to say we're co-designing them, what we're doing is consulting states and territories, environment groups, industry groups, and we will then reach a decision.
Okay. And lastly from me, I've just got perhaps one final one here and then I'm actually done in this section.
Fantastic.
I'm sure we all welcome.
Please go.
Thank you. Just about clearing at Lee Point. So the EPBC approval for the project is conditional on securing offsets for threatened species. Have you got any offset plans in place yet for the Gouldian finch or the black-footed tree rat?
Rachel Short, Branch Head Environment Regulation Division. Sorry, Senator, could you just repeat that question?
Yes. Are the offset plans in place yet for the defence housing clearing at Lee Point on Larrakia country for the Gouldian finch and the black-footed tree rat?
The black-footed tree rat offset plan has been approved, which allows some small clearing to install a sewer line on the development. The Gouldian Finch strategy and offset plan has not yet been approved.
Okay, and is it the case that they're not meant, well, it is the case that they're not meant to start clearing without the offset plans being finalised, but they've previously gotten away with illegal clearing and a tiny fine. What deterrent is there for them to wait to get the offset plans approved before they do further clearing?
Well, under the conditions of approval, they need to await the approval of those plans before they can continue clearing.
And is there a monitoring and compliance plan in place to make sure that they don't commence until the offset plans are finalised?
That's not something that would be undertaking compliance investigation, but I can look to the compliance team.
We might get the compliance officials to come to the table, Senator, if you don't mind.
Just given that they've breached conditions before, what are you doing to make sure they don't do it again?
So we act on all allegations. I'm going to defer to my colleague here to see whether we've got any active investigations in that regard.
We'll just have to check that if you give me a second.
Yeah.
We're just checking with officials. It might take some time.
We might have to take that one on notice.
Okay, I'm just interested in making sure that they, in fact, don't just start clearing again while they're still waiting on, well, you're still finalising the offset plan.
Just to be clear, Senator, are you concerned that there has been clearing that you've had reported?
There has been illegal clearing. I'm not aware whether...
Previously or now?
I beg your pardon?
What was it a previous allegation?
Well, they've received an $18,000 fine. I am not clear whether it's Northern Territory or local council or federal law, but I'm aware that they have performed illegal clearing and hence they have formed. And I'm wanting to be assured by you that you won't let them get away with that while you're finalising your part of the process.
I was trying to... Have you got an allegation of more recent clearing after the fine? Is that what you're trying to ask us, or are you asking us?
No, I have a suspicion that they'll do it again, and I'm wanting you to assure me that you've got things in place so that they can't.
Well, I can't give you an assurance that people won't do the wrong thing. I mean, they will do that if they want to do that, but I can assure you that after this conversation, we will look at that project.
Great. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Senator Bragg.
Thanks very much. So I just want to ask a couple of questions then, Senator Canavan, if that's all right, Chair.
Yes, of course.
So just wanted to clarify. So effectively, there's no KPI set for these reforms. Is that right?
My recollection, which officials can help me out with, is that once the EPA is established, there will be KPIs for it.
Okay, so there's no KPIs for reforms which are due to... So the reforms are due to start next year, right?
Well, some of them have started this year, have already started.
But the bilaterals and the regulations haven't been made.
Correct.
So the bulk of it starts next year, right?
No. All of the amendments that we passed last year will commence on the 1st of December. Will commence on the 1st of December if they're not proclaimed beforehand, and some have already been proclaimed.
I understand that from a technical sense, but I mean, in an operational sense, isn't the point of these reforms to remove duplication amongst other things? So the whole point of accrediting with the states is to have one approval.
Yeah, well, that is one aspect of the reforms.
That happens next year, right?
It most likely, depending when we finalise the bilaterals.
Okay.
But there are other reforms that have started. We're consulting already on regional plans. I know your focus has mainly been the bilaterals, but there are a range of other reforms that are starting sooner than that.
And what about the offset calculator? Where's that up to?
It's in development at the moment,
Senator. Who's doing it?
We're doing it in-house in the department.
And when will it be finished?
I'll have to take that on notice. I don't think we have an exact completion, but before the reforms commence.
But does that need any regulatory basis, or is that just something you can just have on your website type thing?
So, Senator, there's two calculators that are being developed. There's the offset calculator for proponents if they're delivering an offset themselves. So that's the calculator that my colleague Mr Gaddis referred to earlier. And then there is a second calculator that's being developed for the restoration contributions holder. So that's where proponents are paying into a fund to deliver an offset. So there are charging arrangements that are regulatory that are attached to that. Some of those were passed with the legislation themselves. So the framework to develop the charging requirements went through with the passage of the bills last year. And then with like with any kind of Australian government charging arrangement, we'd be consulting on the methodology and the calculator, and that would be finalised in regulations.
Okay. I mean, do you think it would be like one tree for one tree?
I think it's a lot more complicated than that, Senator.
Well, why does it have to be so complicated? This is my question about this whole area.
It depends on the nature.
It's almost as if people revel in making it more complex than it needs to be.
No, quite the contrary.
Yeah.
Again, I refer you to the numerous comments from stakeholders saying that they think this new system will be better.
Okay.
But the current in the current offset system is not as simplistic as one tree for one tree, and so I doubt the new system would be that simplistic either.
Well, let's just say someone smarter than me wants to build some houses. Okay,
it's hard to imagine, but I'll try.
Hard to imagine. Well, there's many people that are much more intelligent and better looking and all sorts of things, I'm sure. But so let's just say, you know, Joe Bloggs comes along. Joe comes along. Joe Bloggs, he wants to build some houses. There's a few trees there. There's 50 trees there.
What kind of trees?
They're old eucalyptus trees.
That's actually an important question because it depends whether the proposed activity is likely to have a significant impact on a nationally protected matter. Some trees can be cleared to your heart's content, some can't.
Well, let's just say it's a gum tree. It's a sort of tree that is all over Australia and it's actually been taken all over the world. You know, when you see gum trees in other countries like, you know, in Greece and Israel, whatever. I'm not sure where you've been, probably some
I've never travelled to either of those countries.
Well, I'm sure you've been to lots of fancy places on your ministerial jet.
Unfortunately not.
Anyway, Joe Bloggs wants to build some houses. There's 50 gum trees. Does he have to build or plant 50 new gum trees somewhere else to build the houses?
Well,
these are sort of practical, simple questions people want to get answers.
Sure. So I'll hand to the officials to give you a hypothetical. Well, I mean, it is hypothetical, and there are dangers in talking hypothetical.
No, it's 50 trees, 50
I'm an
trees.
accommodating kind of person, and we'll do our best to answer.
Senator, it's not just, I mean, if we're talking about
50 gum trees.
50 gum trees.
Yep.
It will depend, are those 50 gum trees breeding habitat for a protected matter? Are they habitat for a migratory species?
They're just old gum trees. There's nothing in them.
But I'm saying those things...
They're rusted up.
So if there's no significant impact on a matter of national environmental significance...
They're regular.
Then, sorry, pardon, I couldn't
There's
hear you.
not even a bird flying past it in the last couple of months.
So I think, sorry, I might take back to first principles. The calculation is on the nature of the impact. So if there's no impact, there's no offset required.
Okay.
Can I just... It's an important point.
Yeah.
If Joe Bloggs, as you say, if their housing development is proposed for an area where the trees they would need to remove are not a nationally protected matter because they're not an endangered kind of tree and they're not habitat for a threatened species,
they can just do it.
Then they don't even need a Commonwealth assessment or approval.
Okay, but what if there is a protected bird that flew past there recently, or maybe in the last few decades, that was sighted by someone, and it's been alleged that this old rusted gum tree has a special bird near it?
Well, that's when it potentially...
black cockatoo.
If it is likely, black cockatoos in WA, big issue. If an activity is likely to have a significant impact on a threatened species, whether it be a bird, a tree, or whatever, well, that's another example. Yep, that's another example of nationally protected matters. Then it would require an EPBC assessment and approval.
Okay.
In really short terms, you know, the proponent would be required to avoid impacting that threatened species, potentially by chopping down trees in some areas and not others. They would need to minimise the impact, and if there was still going to be residual impacts, that's when they would need to find offsets, and that's where the system works out what the appropriate offset is.
So let's assume that they're allowed to, let's say it's a protected matter, but they get the approval to take down the old gum trees with the special lizard on it or whatever it is. They have to plant 50 new trees.
Well, every case is going to be different, and it's not simply cut down 50 trees, plant 50 trees.
Why?
Because you want to
make it more complicated.
No, because to restore, like, I don't know how to explain this to you. To restore,
it's actually exactly
no,
this is the problem.
no. I don't know how to explain it to you because you don't understand the concept of protecting the environment.
You're the minister administering the law.
Okay.
Explain it to us.
I don't know how to explain it.
All right, senators, come to order. That's all of you. We will do this by question and answer. One questioner to the minister. Let's continue in that way. Senator Bragg.
Question is, if I take down the 50 trees, do I have to plant 50 new trees?
I'll let the department give you an answer.
I
don't. It's really hard to communicate to people who don't believe or care about the environment.
I do care about the environment.
The concept of protecting the environment. That's what I'm trying to explain it in terms you might understand.
Senator Henderson.
If you chop down 50 trees here, that may have a bigger environmental impact than chopping down 50 trees there. It's like this thing called ecosystems. I don't know if you've come across them. And in some places,
you don't have to be so paternalistic. I'm not a child.
Well, mate, do you want to have a look at how you've been questioning our people today?
Simple question.
The ecosystem in one area is different to the ecosystem in another area. And these are the issues that are taken into account. And this is the same system that your government presided over and failed to reform.
Okay, well, can I ask the official then, Minister, if I cut down 50 trees, do I have to build 50 new trees? Plant 50 new trees.
What are you going to build them out of?
We will walk you through, Senator, the standards that we're consulting on. We will walk you through the standards that we're consulting on and the requirements that will be in place. And then I might get Mr Wentworth to talk you through whether or not it needs to be 50 new trees or whether or not it could be a conservation covenant on a number of trees that already exist, or the options to plant new trees or to improve the habitat somewhere else. There are a range of options that proponents may choose to acquit their obligations.
We can, as the Shadow Minister, we'd be very happy to arrange a briefing for you on how the EPBC Act works.
Okay, well, I'll be issued with crayons and textures, so I can...
No, I don't think it would require that. It might just require you turning up with an open mind.
Okay.
We've done it once. We're happy to do it again, Senator.
I think Senator Canavan had some questions.
Thank you, Chair. Say I'm a landowner in Queensland and I own Category X land. Can I continue to clear regrowth?
I think, Senator, the answer to that, while the officials come to the table, is how mature the regrowth is on the property, and then whether or not that regrowth is likely to have a significant impact, the clearing of it is likely to have a significant impact on a nationally protected matter.
Right. So a farmer now, after the law changed last year, has to assess whether regrowth on Category X is a matter or affects, significantly impacts a matter of national environmental significance.
Well,
is that correct?
The first threshold for the farmer is to go back in his mind and figure out whether or not he's cleared it for the last 15 years. If to his knowledge he hasn't cleared it in the last 15 years, it's over 15 years old, he's passed the first threshold. So the Act then applies to the clearing of that stand.
So if he had cleared it in the last 10 years, he can continue to clear it?
As long as he's been continuously clearing it, yes.
And so he doesn't, in that event, if he's cleared it 10 years ago, he doesn't have to assess whether it significantly impacts a matter of national environmental significance?
That's correct.
He doesn't have to keep
it's only when it's 15 years or over.
But 15 years or more, he has to go back now and do that. So how does he assess that? How does he assess in that event, if he's at more than 15 years, how does he assess that his clearing doesn't have a significant impact on a matter of national environmental significance?
Same way any other proponent assesses it.
Sorry?
The same as any other proponent assesses it.
What does it involve? Does he have to get a consultant to assess these issues?
Or he or she can contact the department and we can assist.
Have any farmers since December last year contacted you?
Yes. We've had a lot of discussion.
How many farmers have contacted your department?
You don't. It's 248.
Yep.
Sorry?
Emails.
For
248 phone calls plus 11 emails, I think was in my brief.
248.
And there's been a number, like over a dozen meetings and consultation sessions between the department, NFF, AgForce and individual landowners.
Yes, there's a lot of concern out there, yes.
And forums throughout regional
Okay.
Queensland.
But so what have you told those 248 people, what do they have to do to assess the impact?
Senator, I've got some information that groups the type of topics that that were raised and discussed. But basically, while the EPBC Act has been in operation for over a quarter of a century, and there's a range of guidance and information documents on our website, we have provided some extra information for landholders as a result of the.
Okay, maybe in
change.
summary, I've only been giving 15 minutes, but what do they have? Do they have to go to a consultant or?
So it depends on the circumstances. So a number of those phone calls have resolved with the landholder not needing to hire a consultant and not needing to.
Okay, how many of those
us.
248 have you given them that advice?
What I can say, Senator, is that of the 200, we've had 248 phone calls, 11 emails and a number of other interactions, but in Queensland I'm aware of only a few pre-referral meetings. I think I can check that for you, but I think it's around 6, and this is the precursor to them actually needing to refer, and I think we're expecting 2 or 3 referrals out of that.
All right. Of those 2 or 3, how much land are we talking about that's being cleared? Can you take that on notice?
I'll have to take that on notice.
Thank you.
We may or may not have any.
And for the other, if you've only got 6, the other 242, have they got the green light? Is there any risk that down the track they could still face action, or have you given them a tick to say go ahead, you're protected?
So there's no sort of formal tick mechanism through the phone calls. That's just information about where to find information to satisfy themselves that they.
So those farmers still potentially face the risk of legal action down the track if they've made a mistake, or.
Yes, if they have had a significant impact on a matter of national environmental significance and they're not exempt, then they are subject to.
Right. Well, treated like criminals just for farming. Suspected criminals. No, that's your attitude of this government. You just said, yes, they could potentially face legal action for growing food. That's what's just hysterical.
You're in your post-mining current farming phase, but what has happened here is that farmers and the agriculture sector are being asked to follow the same rules as every other sector has to follow: housing development, mining, renewables, etc.
Let's be very clear that you've changed the law. The law previously had continuing use as an exemption.
Yes, we changed the law.
And so you changed it and you put a significant risk on farmers, as just confirmed by your own officials. What about if you have got Category S land in a watercourse in the Great Barrier Reef, land within 50 metres of a watercourse in the Great Barrier Reef catchment area?
Yes, Senator. So the continuous use exemption for lawful actions has been adjusted both for where clearing has not occurred in the last 15 years and where that clearing is within 50 metres of a watercourse, a wetland or a drainage line in the Great Barrier Reef catchment area. That exemption doesn't apply, so there's not an automatic exemption from the Act.
So even if they've cleared it 2 years ago, they've still got to go back and...
If they want to clear it again and it's within 50 metres, then it's not exempt.
How many of those 248 are related to areas in the Great Barrier Reef catchment area?
I don't have that information.
Could you take that on notice?
Sure.
Have you got a map of what areas are within 50 metres of a watercourse?
We do. That's part of the definition of that provision.
Is that publicly available?
That's publicly available, and we provide mapping tools.
What percentage of the Great Barrier Reef catchment area is within 50 metres of a watercourse?
I don't have that information.
No one's calculated that? Maybe you could take that on notice. I mean, in some areas, the issue that farmers have raised with me is that in these coastal areas, almost everywhere, is water runs everywhere basically. And that map that's been distributed, is that a legally enforceable map? So if I'm outside 50 metres according to that map, does that give me protection in court?
So the definitions that are used in the legislation actually cite the map that we.
So the map is in the law.
That's
all right. So there's no uncertainty there. Are you producing additional guidance at all, or is that all they're getting at the moment on this change in law?
So as well as the suite developed over 25 years for every other sector, and the case studies and the self-assessment template and tools and other tools that we have provided already, and the 1-800 number. There's also a specific guide for farmers that we're working with a number of Queensland ag sector peak bodies that we're developing that using their experience, and there are a number of producers that are working with us on that as well, so that we can make sure we're being as clear as possible so that those people understand their obligations and we can be as helpful as possible.
Did the government conduct a regulatory impact statement of these changes and how much it would cost primary producers to assess these new risks?
No, Senator, these were not subject to a RIS process because they were the subject of a parliamentary negotiation process.
But hang on, so you don't even know how much this would cost primary producers? I mean, there'll be a cost.
We didn't do a RIS.
You didn't even calculate how much it would cost farmers before changing the law?
I'm not aware of that work having been done.
Are you doing a post-implementation review of the law changes?
Well,
isn't that a requirement?
My recollection is that the whole EPBC Act will be reviewed again in 5 years. 5 years. Yeah, it used to be every 10 years. We changed that to every 5 years.
Have you asked PMC, though, about the PIR obligations? There's usually, if you don't do a RIS, you have to do a post-implementation review, don't you? On a regulatory change? It's a major regulatory change for farmers.
We've had some conversations with the Office of Impact Analysis.
Yes.
I can take the exact details of those on notice. We do have to do an updated assessment to account for the development of the National Environmental Standards, but I'll take it in terms of...
Well, just want you to know, it doesn't sound like there's any, at the moment, any plans to, after having shot first and potentially ask questions later. There's not even a plan to ask those questions later. There's no plan to have a post-implementation review for these specific changes on the continuing use exemption?
Not at this stage, Senator.
It's beggars belief, given the concern that's been raised with me, and I'm sure has been in the forums to you. It seems like you just don't want to see it. You don't want the government wants to turn a blind eye to these problems rather than confront them. Why wouldn't you just do an assessment like you're required to do so under the government's rules around regulatory changes? Since the law changes last December, has the Minister or the Department met with the ACF, the WWF and Greenpeace to discuss the impact of these changes?
I can answer for myself. Since the changes were made, I've met with a range of stakeholders, including AgForce, the National Farmers Federation. I know the ACF has raised this issue with me as well. I don't recall it being raised by other environmental groups.
Maybe on notice, could the department give me details of any meetings officials have had with those three organisations, please?
We'll take that on
since
notice,
December last year.
Because we meet with those stakeholders regularly in the context of the reforms, other parts of the reforms, so we need to go back and check.
Yeah, I'd like the dates and how many meetings.
Would you like to know about the consultations with agricultural groups as well?
I'm aware of those because I talk to farmers. Right. ACF don't normally talk to me. I'm happy to meet with them. Has ACF, WWF, Greenpeace or any other environmental organisation passed on specific clearing practices for the department to investigate since December last year?
Yes, we regularly get allegations from NGOs.
Okay, so that has happened in the last 7 or 6 months or so?
Yes.
How many allegations have been provided by those groups in that time frame?
Just need to have a look at that. I don't know the exact... I don't think I have it based on who provides the allegations.
Okay, well, how many allegations have you had in the last 7 months, let's go generally?
Allegations of land clearing from 2025 to 1 May has been 227 allegations received.
227 since, when was that since, sorry?
For financial year 25-26 to 1 May.
Well, perhaps on notice if you get me the figures since December last year as well. If you could do that, that'd be great.
Will do. Senator Canavan, I'll have to...
Okay, I've got another line of questioning. Maybe if I just... can I just have one more question on this line, and then I've got another line of questioning, sorry. Is the department itself engaged in particular compliance action around this regulatory change? Are you taking any specific action, or have you devoted more resources to compliance to assess?
Yes, as I mentioned earlier, Senator, we have a dedicated illegal land clearing team, so we are investigating a number of matters at this point in time. We're working in partnership with the Environment Regulation Division around the education side of things to make sure that people understand their obligations.
How many illegal land clearing allegations are you investigating at the moment?
We've got 107 open matters at the moment.
107 open matters. And can I check how many of those have started since December last year? Are you taking on notice?
Yes, I can probably take that on notice, or I can pull it up in a minute.
Okay, thank you, Chair. Just another line of questioning if you get a chance.
Sure. Thank you, Senator Kennedy. Senator Pocock.
Thank you for your time today. Minister, does the government still maintain its commitment to no new extinctions?
Yes.
I was looking at a report from the Biodiversity Council, and they looked at the budget and said that spending on the-ground conservation is still 0.06%, would need to be at 1% to deliver on your commitment. And just wondering how will you deliver on no new extinctions if we're spending 0.06% and need to be spending 1%?
I'm not sure if you were here, Senator, when Senator Waters was asking questions about this as well. We don't accept the argument that we've cut funding for biodiversity. You've heard me talk about the extra, I think it was $1.1 billion or $1.2 billion invested in this budget for the environment. You know, this is not the only portfolio where stakeholders would like us to spend more on their thing. So I respect the fact that there are.
No, I get the competing priorities. I'm just interested, like, why make a commitment to no new extinctions when a body of scientists, the most eminent ecologists and environmental scientists in the country, say, great, well done, we love that commitment. Most Australians want to see more spending on nature. If you're going to commit to that, you need to spend 1%. Why are we spending 0.6%? And you know, I accept that if you throw water and all these other things in, it's a big number. Water's expensive. But in terms of on-the-ground conservation, how are you going to deliver if experts say that you can't, spending that amount of money?
Well, I respect the view that organisation has put forward. I don't agree with it. The way we are we intend to deliver on that commitment is through a range of existing and new programs. So there was obviously an extension of funds in the budget for the Saving Native Species program. The Australian Bushland program will go towards that. The EPBC reforms will go a long way to achieving, to avoiding species extinction. It's not only a matter of spending, it's also about regulation. You know, you would be aware about the work that we're doing around the review of marine parks, so as it relates to species extinction in the oceans. So there's a range of different activities, some spending, some regulatory, which we're undertaking to ensure we meet that target.
And how, looking on budget night and lock-up, I had to go out and call the department to confirm that I wasn't missing anything in terms of our nature spending, just because it seemed so small, and I appreciate all the work that the department is doing on this. Why weren't those sorts of projects actually just funded over the forwards? Why was it just like a 1 or 2 year extension for a lot of the big projects?
Well, again, right across government, we've said this is a tight budget and we've had to make a lot of savings. There are some programs in this department that we had to cut entirely. And just as there were programs in other departments that were cut entirely. I fought very hard to retain spending in some of those programs, and in some I was successful, in some I wasn't. But you know, it was important, I felt, to ensure that programs like Saving Native Species continued. You know, again, there are a range of other programs, some of which had started already, some of which were new. The NHT funding is also investments in nature. There are a range of different programs that we undertake. The budget tends to highlight the new funding rather than ongoing funding, but if you put them together, there's a substantial investment there towards nature, along with historic reforms to our environmental laws that will help as well.
Which projects did you cut entirely? You said you cut some projects entirely from this department.
Off the top of my head, I can't remember, but I'm happy to come back to you on notice.
Okay.
Nothing, I think, in the nature. Nothing in the nature space.
No cuts. maybe just on notice then. I'm interested to ask some questions about the local environmental projects program. Does the website identify all grant recipients and projects under the program?
Jackie Rayner, Branch Head of Biodiversity Programs. Senator, could you please repeat your question?
So for this program, does the website identify all grant recipients and projects under the program?
Senator, the website is currently being updated as contracts are being struck through the Business Grants Hub with the projects that have been selected. So at this stage, it wouldn't represent all of the up to 40 projects that we expect to be engaged through this program, but it does reflect a point in time representation of the projects as they come online.
When will that be updated by?
The deadline for all grants to be entered into is the 30th of June this year. So at this stage, I can give you an up-to-date sort of picture as to where we're at.
That's all right. I'm more keen to... I appreciate that, but I'm more keen to dig into the process. What process was followed to identify these projects?
So these projects are a combination of projects that are designed to improve biodiversity conservation outcomes. There are also projects that are improving heritage outcomes, plus some that are targeted at community resilience. These projects came out of election commitments through the 2025 election process. So they were projects identified through the government's process, both Commonwealth and local members.
So these are election commitments, not sort of a merits base?
Yes, exactly.
Okay. And so what's...
I would argue they have merit. But there wasn't an
no doubt.
There was not an open process, an application process.
Sure. But so what happens now? So say the Labor Party, the government, make an election commitment to a project. They apply, doesn't stack up. Has that happened yet? What happens to that money?
Yep. So what actually happens is there's a total of up to $83.9 million that was allocated for these commitments. So prior to the projects coming online, there are value for money assessments that are conducted. So I can talk to, there are different processes for these projects. Up to 35 projects were invited to apply for grant funding. So in that case, this department will work through the Business Grants Hub to invite those proponents to apply for that funding under a grant opportunity. That's the process that does close on the 30th of June 2026, and we have had a very successful uptake of those projects. At this point in time, we have basically most of those proponents having come forward. Mm-hmm. What actually happens is that they are invited to apply against grant opportunity guidelines, which have been developed with the Business Grants Hub, and then it is a process of assessing the merits of those project proposals to make sure they meet value for money. Mm. There are 3 projects that have been separately contracted with the Tasmanian government under a federation funding agreement there, and they are for heritage projects, so they were some of the early adopters there. Then we have projects that are underway through different allocations. So one of them is with the Sydney Harbour Federation Trust as well, where there's a direct sort of payment made for that project.
And I guess looking through them and listening, I really don't have a problem. The projects seem good. It just seems in the principle. Minister, we've got what you put 99.6 million to extend saving native species, so just under 50 mil a year for our flagship sort of funding mechanism, and then we have 83.9 million bucks in what seem like good projects, but fairly untargeted. Doesn't seem like a lot of strategy behind them. Election commitments. Like you've just said how tight the budget is in this space. There's more election commitments than our yearly spend on saving native species. Like how do we explain this to Australians?
Well, many of those election commitments, as I recall, were one-off payments. They're not necessarily ongoing. And They were put forward by a range of members as representing strong environmental gains in their electorates. So we think that they're worth funding, just as we think that the Saving Native Species program is worth funding.
And they all went to Labor electorates?
I would say no, they didn't, but I can come back to you on notice there. And can I just build on my answer there by saying that even though these do come under a different program named Local Environmental Projects, they actually build on the successes of a number of different programs. So they do build on saving native species. There are a number of projects that go to targeting particular species. Also the Urban Rivers and Catchments program. So there are projects there that do look at supporting native species.
And so did the department put them forward to say these would build on these things, or it just happens that they build on existing work?
It does happen that they do build on the existing policy platforms for those programs.
Okay. I don't know. I just think for a country that is a mega diverse country, appalling track record, great commitments. I really welcome your government's commitments on them, but we have to find a way for Treasury to fund nature in this country. Like I just find it so sad that every estimates we come here and we're talking 50 mil a year. Like,
well, that's one program.
Yeah, which is doing a lot.
In a much larger budget.
Which is doing a lot.
In a much larger budget. And I understand that there are some groups who focused on that funding, but of course, as I've said, Australian Bushland Program, NHT funding, the work that the Agriculture Department is funding when it comes to pests and weeds as well. There's a lot happening across government. So I understand why people might focus on one program. It's one of a number of measures, and again, the regulatory changes will make a difference as well.
But it's basically the one that everyone's told to go to for funding. But I appreciate, Minister, you're trying to get more funding, and I think this is sort of a broader issue around culture and what we value. I was keen to ask about something I asked about, I don't know which estimates it was, maybe the last couple. In mid-October last year, there was a reported sighting of a koala in sort of the northern woodland here in the ACT. And I actually managed to, on the weekend, spend a few hours and saw it, took some photos. And this is on ACT's Suburban Land Agency land, and there's this extension of a suburb which is being developed. I think it's 88 houses were planned exactly where this koala was. I was interested what the process is. Koala is an endangered species. My understanding was that the project proponent would have some sort of obligation to report that, given they were planning to. It was actually found when they were marking out the demolition. But I checked the EPBC portal and it looks like there's been no referral yet. So what does the law say? What's the time frame for a referral?
We'll see if we can find the right person.
Yeah. The reason we're asking people to come to the table is one koala may not be a significant impact, Senator, so we just get the right people to the table to answer your question.
Kate Dowling from the Environmental Regulation Division. I think you might be talking about JACA, is it? Yeah. So, and I think that's the Belconnen Strategic Assessment. Yeah. So, and sorry, I don't actually have any notes on that right here.
Great.
So I'm going from my
Let's go note free.
So there is a strategic assessment in that space where JACA was cited, was it a couple of years ago now or 18 months ago?
No, it was in October last year.
And so we've been working with the ACT government. So that strategic assessment, the proponent is the ACT government. And so they've taken responsibility to do some work around whether there may be other koalas and indeed, you know, what the population, if there is one, and whether it's a viable population, so that we actually understand better about what the impacts of the development might be.
Sure.
But it's actually a matter for the ACT government as a proponent of that strategic assessment.
So what are they doing? I mean, we know that if there's one endangered, if there's a koala there, very likely that there's some sort of population through there. And I've spoken to a bunch of ecologists who say that, yeah, there probably is. So what, we just say to the ACT Gov, deal with it? Like, well, I'm really trying to understand.
Work with the ACT government to understand what we might need to do
to protect a koala population if it's there through that development. They're very committed to protecting that koala population if there is one there.
Okay, so is there one?
I'm not sure. I don't know, but I know the ACT government are pursuing that line of investigation.
I guess this is my question. We're here in May. This was in October. Is this the process that the proponent just does stuff, like they've got to do surveys and at some point they come back to you, or could they continue to clear? Like, what's the?
As I understand it, the area is not being cleared at present, but I'll have to take that on notice.
But under the current laws, they could.
It depends on the conditions of the strategic assessment, and I'll have to take that on notice. But from what I understand in our conversations with the ACT government, that's not what's happening at the moment.
Sure. Do you know what is happening?
They are coming back to us with what the potential impacts might be in that space. So as you would be aware, not many koalas have been seen in that area. In fact, I think Jacko has been the only one. So it's quite a detailed methodology that they're actually needing to apply to understand whether there might be more koalas and indeed how many there might be.
I spoke to someone that they had some dogs in doing sort of sniffing and scat surveys and stuff. Do you know the results from that?
I don't have any results, Senator.
And so I'm just trying to understand, like, how does the Commonwealth actually hold people to account if there's a sighting of an endangered species and then it's kind of just up to the proponent? And, they haven't continued clearing, but they could have. And then they could just say, oh, well, we cleared.
I might go with that.
And, sorry.
Ms Gallen did say that she's going without notes. So there is probably a range of people in the department that have better and more contemporary knowledge about this issue than Ms Gallen does.
About the process. I'm sure someone knows the timelines and the process for what should happen.
But the process is different based on which approval pathway you go through. So Ms Gallen was trying to tell you that this is a strategic assessment, so we accredit a state process. They follow the state process which is set out under the plan, policy or program that the Minister has agreed to. Where Ms Gallen is not able to help you, she's not familiar with the actual plan, policy or program, it's not before her. So we can't take you through exactly what the process is that people need to follow, because they're not standard sets of conditions or plans, policy or programs. Sure. So we'll take that one on notice. We'll come back to you on what has happened, what we would expect to happen from here. But at the moment, I don't think Ms Gallen's able to offer any more than what she already has.
And so under this approval process, are there requirements on states and territories to actually have regular surveys? I know here in the ACT we're in this situation where I think they do decadal small mammal surveys, and so you actually have no idea. It's like, oh, well, the Dunarts dropped out sometime in the 90s, we think.
It depends on the individual plan, policy or program, because they're not always about koalas. Sometimes they're about grasslands, sometimes they're about different things.
You've got to be surveying stuff. So what's the requirement on actually collecting that data, given you're handing over an approval?
Senator, we've said we'll come back with a considered answer on notice, but as a general principle, it's not unusual in a development proposition where there's a referral for the proponent, in this case it sounds like it's the ACT government, to do contemporary survey work so that they can share that with us and we can then make an assessment of the impacts and the consequences of the proposition. So as a general principle, that's the way it works. It's the proponent's obligation to gather that data, and it needs to be contemporary data so that we can assess that and make some determination in respect of their referral.
Thanks, Mr. Kaiser. But I'm interested in what are the requirements on states and territories in terms of having enough data to actually make a good assessment.
So, Senator, this is where we have to go back and check the actual plan, policy or program that we've accredited under Section 10 of the Act. So they put the proposition to the department or to the Minister at that stage. We go through and assess how they're going to go through and manage these kinds of issues, and then they're accredited over time, and the state goes off and does that. They're the proponent in this case, and they report to us periodically about how they've been doing it. We don't have that information before us now. Proponents provide that to us, we accredit it, and the Minister makes the accreditation.
I understand that, but in handing over the process, are there requirements as to the kind of ecological surveys that states and territories should be starting to do, given we just see so little resourcing in this space?
You want to answer that one, Kate?
So to get the approval in the first place, they did an extensive impact assessment, which included surveys for a range of different species. As you know, koala is not one of those species that's been common in the area, but it is quite possible that the program or the plan for this strategic assessment had written into it that they would continue to do survey work as they progress development, and there might have been conditions around contingency, but I don't have that in front of me, so I would have to confirm that.
Sure.
To an end just now. We'll take the committee. Thank you. The committee will take a 15-minute break. We suspend now and we'll return in 15 minutes. Thank you very much. 15 minutes. Thank you very much. All right, we'll resume. Thank you, Broadcasting. I'm going to Senator Whish-Wilson on outcome 2.1.
Thank you, Chair. A couple of quick questions on marine parks. In the review of the 2018 Australian Marine Park Management Plans, I wanted to get an update on the timeframes, how we're sitting with the timeframes. Firstly, there was Director of National Park commissioned independent evaluations of the 2018 management plans. That was going to be done by September 2025. Has that been completed?
Sean Sullivan, Deputy Secretary. Thanks, Senator. The more detailed evidence could come with the Director of National Parks, who's been called, who's handling this matter, but I can do my best. In terms of the review processes, as I understand it, you're after a timetable?
I've got a couple of timeframes here from the document on the website of Australian Marine Parks. It just has timeframes, steps 1 to 10, starting in September 2025 through to mid-2026, where it talks about publishing stakeholder engagements on independent evaluation and review parameters.
Yep.
Publish independent evaluations by mid-2026 and first public consultation on proposals to develop new management plans by 2026.
So the indicative timeline for the review, so the preliminary consultations are on track to be finished by mid-2026.
Great.
The independent evaluations are on track to be completed by 2026. We then go into 2 statutory consultation processes.
Yep.
One of those will commence post the completion of those consultation processes and evaluations. And then there'll be a statutory public consultation on the draft management plans, and that will commence around mid-2027.
2027.
The final indicative timelines for plans to be finalised and approved by the Minister is late 2027.
Okay, thank you. That kind of goes to my next question. Just looking at the budget papers, page 50, budget paper number 2. There's appropriations there for Marine Park Review, Oceans Leadership Package, Australian Marine Parks and Marine Parks Management. The numbers show there's $8.3 million there for Director of National Parks for 2026-27, $3.2 million for DQ, total payments of 11.5, but there's obviously nothing in the forward estimates. And my question was about when will the budgeting occur for the implementation of this process?
So you're right in terms of the budget announcements in BP2. That is ongoing. Well, it's funding for management activities as well as a grants program for the Our Marine Parks grants, and then 1.2 million to strengthen national oceans governance. With respect to funding for the review process, that funding's already been provided and has funding over the forward estimates.
Yeah, thank you. My question was about the implementation of this process.
Yep.
Just when would that occur? Presumably the review will suggest some changes?
We already have funding for that, Minister. Obviously, as we come to the conclusion of the draft management plans, if there was any changing to zoning, etc., then that potentially has impacts with respect to structural adjustment, which is what we're doing with the South East plan at the moment. And that's for a matter for government over the forward estimates. But we do have funding to take us through the timeline that I talked about before, and that was in the previous budget, not in this budget.
Okay, well, I might put some more detailed questions on notice around that. Just a couple of follow-up questions around marine parks as well on federal funding agreements to the states and territories. I think in December 2022, Senator McCarthy announced $2.8 million federal funding for marine parks in the waters off the Northern Territory. Whether you want to take this on notice or not, or whether you've got the numbers there now, are you able to provide a breakdown of what programs and activities that's delivered?
I will have to take that on notice. I know that we're coming to the conclusion of that. It concludes the end of this financial year, but I'm happy to give you a breakdown on notice of how that money's been spent.
Great, thank you. I understand $2.27 million was also allocated in the Federation funding agreement schedule. Are you able to outline a breakdown of that as well on notice?
I'll take it on notice, Senator.
Yeah, thank you. The last one might go to the Minister. At the 2022 election, Labor committed to provide $4 million to states and territories like the NT to address existing capacity shortcomings in managing state marine parks. Are you able to tell us whether the announcement by Senator McCarthy for the NT and the Federation funding agreement schedule, does that equate to your election commitment, or are you able to provide whether there was extra stuff on top?
And I'll need to get some help as well, so I'll take it on notice.
Okay, so
I don't know the answer.
You don't know the answer to that?
We'll come back to you. Yep.
Okay, great, thank you. Just skipping to a couple of other quick things. H5N1 bird flu, and obviously Mr. Sullivan, I don't know if we'll get to the Antarctic Division tonight. I hope we do. Normally we struggle getting to them, but I think it fits under this schedule here too. So it was confirmed that the Gentoo pingers were the first birds on Australian Antarctic Territory to contract the H5N1. Are you able to provide an update on monitoring outcomes related to that?
In terms of the...
And what's the latest data showing related to the spread of bird flu in Australia? Has anything changed?
Has there anything changed post the human assessment with respect to birds in Australia?
Senator Fiona Fraser, Acting Head of Biodiversity Division. So the positive findings of bird flu on Heard and McDonald Islands don't change the risk status for Australia, which has been high risk for quite some time.
Yep. So it was as expected.
It was expected to find signs of bird flu, and that was then confirmed with the Australian Centre for Disease Control when those samples were returned. But given the spread of bird flu down through South America and then through Antarctica and subantarctic regions, that was not unexpected at all.
Okay. And has there been any other developments that we need to be aware of?
No.
Okay. Thank you. Look, my last set of questions relate to a subject I've been raising for many, many years, and I'm not quite sure exactly who to direct it to. Long spine sea urchins. Minister, it's one of the things I've been raising for many, many years. I understand, well, you may be aware that a long spine sea urchin, Centra stephanus, was found off the west coast of Tasmania. Has the department investigated that discovery?
I remember actually signing off a reply to you about this only on Friday, which you may not have seen yet, but why don't I get the officials to respond?
I have got a copy of that here.
There you go.
That's it is different to my
Slightly,
question.
okay.
Yeah. I was asking why you weren't spending more money on dealing with the problem, but we can get to that. Yes.
Senator Belinda Jago, Branch Head for Ocean and Wildlife. So we are aware of the long spine sea urchin occurrence in the west coast of Tasmania and have engaged with the Tasmanian government about sort of next steps, and through a meeting with them just recently they referred that they're doing some surveys.
So could you elaborate on engage with them?
So I have a regular discussion with various parts of the Tasmanian government, and it was through one of those regular engagements that we talked about long spine sea urchin.
Okay. And would that have been within kind of the framework, I suppose, of they're not formally listed, or they weren't listed under the previous law as a key threatening process for the giant kelp forest, but what's the particular framework that you raised this in, what context?
So, from a couple of different angles. We work closely with another part of the Tasmanian government around the giant kelp. But in this particular case, I was speaking with the fisheries area, and we were talking about the various uses for long spine sea urchin and their recent wildlife trade export approval for that fishery. So that's where they're able to then harvest the long spine sea urchin and be able to process it and then send it overseas.
Okay. Is the department involved at all with the urchin task force, or is that just FRDC?
We're not on the task force. We weren't part of the task force, but we've been to the workshops, which, including with yourself, at one of the ones, I think it was 2024. So we've been to 2 workshops, but not part of the regular task force. That's, but FIDC do represent on that task force.
Okay. Perhaps for you, Minister, are you aware of the similarities between long spine sea urchins and, for example, crown of thorns and the Great Barrier Reef?
In a very general sense, I am, but I'm not going to pretend I'm an expert on every species
What do you
in the
think
country.
the similarities are between these two things?
Well, I think they're both potentially destructive species in the ocean. I know that crown of thorns are endemic rather than invasive, and so are the urchins, I'm advised. I'm not going to try and test my luck too much by giving you much more of a description. That's why we have experts in our department.
What do you think are those similarities, Ms Maguire?
So Katrina Maguire, Head of the International Environment Reef and Ocean Division. Yes, they're both native species and they're both posing serious ecological threats. In the case of crown of thorns starfish, there is no alternative use for them, whereas in the case of sea urchins, as you're well aware, they are good for human consumption, and so the primary response to addressing that issue is the growth of a commercial fishery, and as my colleague Ms Jago said, we have provided export approval and considering another export approval for that fishery. And the Fisheries Research Development Corporation has said they are talking with industry about what else can be done to enable the growth in that as a fishery as the most effective way to control long-spine sea urchin. But in addition to that, the government has provided funding, as you're aware, to restore giant kelp and remove sea urchins in the waters of Tasmania.
In the areas around those rehabilitation sites. Could I ask you, it's not a trick question, politically what's the difference between a crown of thorns and a long-spine sea urchin?
I don't know. Politically, I don't think I can answer the political.
I think to preempt where you might be leading is why do we fund crown of thorns starfish removal on the Great Barrier Reef and not sea urchin?
To the tune of hundreds of millions of dollars over time.
Look, I mean, from where I sit, you know, obviously the Great Barrier Reef is a World Heritage listed site that there are particular obligations towards. As Ms Maguire has said, there is a commercial opportunity around sea urchins that doesn't exist with crown of thorns starfish. So I think there are some differences, but I accept the point that sea urchins are a really difficult pest in waters off Western Tasmania, and the approach that's been particularly followed is to develop that commercial fishery.
Okay, because you may also be aware that CSIRO, who obviously did a lot of the work around the crown of thorns management plan that's been successful, have done the same study on long spine sea urchins and said that it would apply equally to the management, these ecosystem interventions. But are you confident the states are going to fund the required research and starting with you know the monitoring, the data collection, the application of those kind of management plans? Who's going to pay for it if the Commonwealth doesn't lead on this?
I think there's certainly an expectation that the states will have responsibility for most of these areas within 3 nautical miles. And there was a recent announcement, as you would be aware, from New South Wales, but also the New South Wales government in supporting the potential for Aboriginal business. So I think, certainly the states and through the workshops my colleague mentioned and through the Centro Task Force and through the Australian Fisheries Management Forum, there is a lot of consideration and attention being given by the state fisheries agencies.
And are you confident that those states will adopt similar approaches, given they've had quite, in some cases, radically different approaches to this pest in the past? And isn't a kind of a harmonised national approach necessary for a pest of this nature?
Well, I think that's the benefit of the states talking together at the Australian Fisheries Management Forum about how they're managing and trying to ensure some consistency across the different jurisdictions.
Okay. So Minister, just last question. You would be ruling out any federal funding to assist the task force and the plan that was given to the Senate, in fact, to this committee, by over 150 stakeholders from around the country as how to manage the role the Commonwealth could play in actually getting on top of this?
I'm not going to rule in or out funding decisions that may be made in the future. We've obviously answered the approach that we're taking for the moment.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Whish-Wilson. Senator Roberts.
Thank you, Chair. Minister, we started talking about the national environmental standards under the EPBC.
Yep.
I said that they hadn't been up there. You asked me to come back and ask all the same questions, so that's what we'll do.
Oh, yep. The questions you attempted to ask in corporate.
Correct.
Sure. We're ready.
I'm sure you are. Your website on the new environmental standards under the EPBC does not appear to have been updated for some time. It still says circulation draft of the new standard would be made available in April. When will the new standard be made available to senators?
Well, I must admit I haven't checked that website lately, Senator Roberts, so I might get someone to do that for me. But we, in roughly 3 weeks ago, we commenced a second round of consultation, and Ms Kay will give you the details.
So, Senator, we've currently got 2 national environmental standards open for consultation on our Have Your Say website. So, the Matters of National Environmental Significance standard was released on the 30th of April, and consultation closes on the 29th of May. And then the offset standard was released on the 8th of May, and consultation for that closes on the 9th of June.
Okay, thank you. Minister, as things stand, the EPBC Act is, in my opinion, a disaster for economic growth in Australia. The Minerals Council of Australia quoted an increase in average decision times for resource projects of 60% increase from 2.3 years in 2019 to 3.8 years in 2025. What steps are you taking to increase your throughput, faster processing?
As I mentioned in an earlier section, I don't think you were here, Senator Roberts, that is one of the key reasons behind the reforms that we passed the Parliament last year, was to speed up the assessment and approval timeframes for projects in Australia, whether they be housing, energy, resources. The other objective, of course, was to strengthen environmental protection. So we want to fix that.
So your main steps are revising the EPBC?
Yeah, I mean, we've done a lot of work internally to speed up the processes, and you may have seen today I announced some really dramatic improvements around housing approvals. So we've done what we can under the existing law, but those reforms that we passed last year, we expect to deliver big improvements around timeframes for decisions.
Okay. So the budget, we've discussed this slightly before. Budgeting includes the measure for introducing AI to the department.
Yep.
Will that help in data collection and analysis, or will that be making actual decisions? I think Mr Kaiser said it won't be making decisions, but perhaps you could explain.
Yeah, so there was a little discussion about this before, Senator Roberts, when you weren't here, but why don't we quickly go back over that again?
I might have a go at that, Senator. So the EPBC Act has a range of threatened species and ecological communities, other nationally protected matters that proponents are required to gather a whole lot of information about. There's a range of, in our conservation planning documents, they're quite complex as well, that proponents need to work through in creating a referral. The AI trial is designed to help people populate their referral documentation. So if you have a certain action in a certain area, you put that into the AI tool, it then tells you the sorts of things that you should consider as a part of your assessment. Proponents go and do that. It helps them speed up their assessment documentation gathering process. We get all the information up front and they go through the system much faster.
So, thank you. So basically the applicant can use, you can provide details and you can tell him or her, based upon what their project is, what they need to apply with.
Well, the AI tool does it, but that's all, yeah. So it helps them at the front end gather all the information so that we don't have to stop the clock and ask them to go and gather things through their assessment process.
Minister, the increased complexity of the EPBC Act, is that a way of increasing delays for projects?
No, and I would argue that we're reducing the complexity in this Act, and not only I would argue that, but we've had a range of stakeholders from the business community acknowledge that the changes will improve processes as well.
On a $500 million project, we started discussing this. The holding cost of the project across a 3.8-year development application cycle will cost the proponents $25 million a year, almost $100 million total over the 4 years. How is this not a financial penalty on applicants caused by a procedural failure in your department?
Well, I think when you asked that question earlier, Senator Roberts, I made the point that, again, that is one of the objectives of these reforms, is to reduce the timeframes for decisions around projects.
Is there a review on the EPBC Act's effectiveness in 2 or 3 years?
In 5 years. Yeah, it used to be every 10 years. We changed it to every 5.
How many applications for resource projects with a project cost in excess of $50 million are you currently holding, and what is the average age of those projects?
We'll get the relevant officials to answer.
True to your word.
You know me.
I'm smiling.
Senator, we don't capture the value of the project, so I can't tell you how many over a certain value we have in the system. There is a field in the system, but it's not mandatory, it's not verified. But in terms of resource projects, you wanted to know how many we had in the system. So,
and what's the average age of the projects?
We also don't have the average age of the projects here today, Senator, but I can take that on notice.
So, Minister, how can you tell whether or not it's improving?
No, what I'm saying is that one of the objectives of the reforms is to improve the timeframes. Those reforms are only just starting to roll out.
But if you don't measure the timeframes, how can you determine whether or not it's improving?
Ms Savakis can answer that.
Senator, what we do report is how long it takes us to go through the approval. So for resource projects, so coal, gas and oil, I can tell you that in 2024-25, 67% of the projects went throughout the EPB system on time, within the timeframes. In 25-26 through to 11th of May, that has improved to 92%. So we have seen a substantial increase in their projects' performance, in our performance stats.
Percentages are essentially averages and can hide a lot. Can you tell us the actual details of the project age?
I think, Senator, what Ms Farkas is trying to tell you is that we collect that information. We don't have it in that format before us right now. So if you have some questions, we can take them on notice for you.
Okay, thank you. Is that okay?
Yeah, of course.
Thank you. What is your expectation for reductions in the figure of average age of the project in 3.8 years? When will the EPBC laws stop getting in the way of economic growth, Minister, and the breadwinner jobs that go with mineral projects? Mining drives the economy, mining drives exports, mining drives standard of living.
Well, all I can do is repeat what I've been saying. That's one of the reasons that we passed those reforms. I have to point out the One Nation Party did not support those reforms.
Because of the complexities that we think will make it worse.
There are many industry groups that don't agree with you.
And many who do agree with us.
Well, I've got the press release from the Property Council, from the Housing Industry Association. I can dig out comments from mining groups like
Minerals Council.
I can come back to you with those if you'd like.
So, is your government aware? It's spent a lot of money. It's still spending a lot of money, which is inflationary, which hurts people as well. But the need to pay for welfare, the need to pay for the caring economy, comes largely from the mining industry.
Well, I think I acknowledged earlier that the mining industry is an important economic industry in this country. You know, it's not the only one, but it's an important one.
Many people will be hoping those words come true.
Yeah, well, it's already a big exporter. You know, it's a major employer, etc., etc. And one of the objectives of these reforms is to make quicker decisions around mining projects, brace yourself, solar and wind farm projects, housing development, critical minerals, as well as strengthening environmental protection.
Well, there's another aspect we can talk about.
I think your colleague had a go at that
Review in
earlier.
5 years?
Sorry?
Review in 5 years. Mr.
Review in
Roberts.
5 years.
Okay. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Roberts. Senator McDonald.
Thank you very much, Chair. First question was on federal youth programs. The right people.
We haven't had that one today. Go for it.
No, I understand that it's been overlooked, so I'm delighted to fill that gap. Ministerial Department, I just want to understand, you know, we understand 26 million feral pigs in Australia. They're doing enormous damage to both the banana industry as well as native species. And I just wondered, I'd like an update on what the program is and how much is
Sure.
funding.
As you would be aware, some of that activity is funded by this department, some from the Agriculture Department, but we can certainly talk to you about the Environment Department's role in that.
Ask our Threatened Species Commissioner to run you through our programs. No.
Thanks, Fiona Fraser, Acting Head of Biodiversity Division. As the Minister said, largely the sort of national coordinated feral pig work is led out of the Department of Agriculture. What I can talk to is some of the feral pig work that's done in the Environment Department, which is largely based around individual projects which are protecting threatened species and threatened ecological communities from damage caused by pigs. So they're projects under programs such as the Natural Heritage Trust and the Saving Native Species Program and others.
So the coordination role, what role does the Department of Environment have in input into the coordinated role?
So the National Feral Pig Coordinator is, I think it may be, and again you would need to go to the Department of Agriculture for details on this, but it is a funded position. It's supported by CIS, the Centre for Invasive Species Solutions, and the funding, at least in part or in full, comes from the Department of Agriculture, but it may be in part industry funded as well.
It is, is my understanding.
I don't have that information.
I guess
don't lead on.
One of my frustrations with the way we work, you know, as a parliament, is the siloed approach that we take.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm keen to understand then, what is the Environment Department, how much are you spending this year on those feral pig programs through, I think you said the National Heritage,
yep.
and...
Saving, for their examples, Saving Native Species Program and Natural Heritage Trust. But just back to the comment on a siloed approach, we work very closely with the Department of Agriculture on priority invasive species, and they include feral pigs. So we are involved in discussions around funding for national coordination. We're involved in decisions around state and territory engagement on those programs through governance committees under the National Biosecurity apparatus, such as the Environment and Invasives Committee, where there's representatives from our department, from agriculture, but also from state and territory environment and agriculture departments all around the country. So there's quite a bit of coordination on these issues, especially for nationally important national priorities such as feral pigs.
So the money then?
The money. So we do not collate. Our focus is on protecting matters of national environmental significance, threatened species and such like. So what we focus on is funding spent to protect particular matters. We don't do a tally on how much money is spent on pigs. We don't have a program for pigs as such, but I can give examples of projects where we're looking to protect threatened species from pigs. So we're not also able to take that information on notice. What we could tell you on notice is we have, for example, 20 projects which are, amongst other activities, managing feral pigs which are impacting environmental matters.
This might be why we've got 26 million feral pigs. I think, Minister, the point I'm trying to get to is this is a matter of national significance, the spread of disease, the impact on native species, and yet we can't really get to, well, this is the nature of government. I'm not having a go, but I'm just saying, how is it that we know pigs do more damage than most other invasive species? They're exploding, the numbers are exploding, and yet we can't, in the Environment Department, I can't really get a number or coordinated programs. Do you think on notice, I know you've just said that on notice you wouldn't be able to give me that information, but Minister, do you think this is something that you could follow up and see if you could get a brief on, that perhaps I could come and see you and talk about, but more importantly, at future estimates, that we really have a go at this?
I'm sure. I'm happy to look at what information we can provide. I'm remembering that only in the last month, I remember signing off a couple of press releases about funding that we're providing for activities that include eradicating feral pigs. So there is absolutely work happening. Obviously, the Environment Department, we come at it more from the perspective of damage that pigs are doing to the natural environment, whether that be turtle eggs or various other species. The Agriculture Department obviously is coming at it from the impact on agriculture, but as Dr Fraser said, there is a joined-up effort across different departments to make sure that that funding is going where it needs to.
We know that you need to kill 75% of the herd to stand still, and I'm just not getting a sense that we've really got a handle on that, and the fact that we've got so many feral pigs, and certainly in the wet tropics, it is out of control. So would you mind taking that on notice? And Minister, if I could ask that I get a briefing from the department, we see how else we can push, because this isn't really not feeling wildly confident that this is a priority when certainly it is such an enormous impact.
I absolutely acknowledge how big an issue it is. Unfortunately, feral pigs is only one of the serious invasive species challenges we have around the country. Can I suggest we do that briefing, but maybe involve the Agriculture Department as well, so you're hearing it from everyone? Yeah,
I think that would be great. I would appreciate that. Just in the same line, bufflegrass is a matter of real concern and nervousness for Northern Australian pastoralists in particular, to understand what the role and what leadership role federal government is taking on this. Can you give me an update on where you're up to there, please?
Yes, certainly. And again, this is a shared responsibility between our agency and the Department of Agriculture when it comes to Australian government. Bufflegrass is a destructive weed which radically alters and degrades landscapes, alters fire regimes.
So, okay, given that it was introduced by the Australian government, encouraged by the pastoralists to spread it, and it is now a significant part of the ecosystem in Northern Australia. Yeah, keep going. And so for these, and so I just explain that by way of this. So bufflegrass has now been nominated as a key threatening process under the Biodiversity and Conservation Act for this reason, and that process. Could you just clarify, a key threatening?
A key under the EPBC Act. There's a process whereby threats to matters of national environmental significance can be nominated as key threatening processes. Bufflegrass has been nominated as a key threatening process to threatened species and other MNES under the EPBC Act. That assessment is being undertaken at the moment by the Threatened Species Scientific Committee with support from the department. In parallel with that, bufflegrass is being considered by a process which is led by the Agriculture Department, but we work in partnership with them on that and all other governments around the country, to assess bufflegrass under what's called the NEWP program, the National Established Weeds Priorities program, and part of that assessment also considers whether those weeds should be considered weeds of national significance. So that's a process which is underway at the moment.
So the Agricultural Department at the last estimates assured me that there was no work being done on bufflegrass. But this is quite a different response.
I would be surprised, because it's very much on the public record that this process is underway, and many stakeholders, as well as all levels of government, have been involved in that new process.
My understanding is that not all states are supportive of that process, of the inclusion of bufflegrass on that list, and Northern Territory, Queensland, and I believe Western Australia has now joined that. So how does this work if you've got the vast majority of the state's land mass not supporting it?
So that process, Senator, is still underway, and I'm not sure, I wouldn't hazard to comment where different states and territories are going to land on their positions. What I would note is
I think they've been very public in landing their position, so I'm sorry I've interrupted you though, keep going.
Yeah, so I would say that is a process that's still being worked through as part of the committee that's overseeing that. I would note that 2 of those jurisdictions have bufflegrass recognised as a weed already. Northern Territory did so quite recently, and South Australia, it's been recognised as a weed for probably about a decade.
Yeah, South Australia wasn't one of the 3 I named.
No, I'm just mentioning by way of variety and how these weeds are managed and regulated around the country.
All right. Is there any money being spent on a biological eradication for bufflegrass?
I'm not aware that there's a biocontrol agent for bufflegrass at the moment. Yeah.
I'm sorry, you're just confirming that, were you? Yes.
Beg your pardon, Senator. Cat Waterhouse, Acting Threatened Species Commissioner. That's correct, Senator.
Right, thank you. All right. Very quickly, Chair. Dingoes. I've just received a report of dingo relocation program. How across dingoes are you as a federal department in Queensland?
Dingoes are not an MNES, they're not a threatened species. Under the EPBC Act, we do recognise that dingoes are an important keystone species in the environment and important culturally. I'm not aware of the translocation program or project that you're talking about.
No. Okay. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Senator McDonald. I'm looking to the coalition now, Senator Campbell.
Yeah, I had another line of questioning, if that's all right.
Yes.
Thank you. Just to pick up on the buffel grass, does this mean buffel grass is now a weed of national significance, according to the federal government?
No, Senator. As I was saying, buffel grass, along with many other species, several other species, and again, I suggest you talk to the Department of Agriculture for the details on this in a couple of days' time, are being considered under the National Established Weeds Priorities Initiative, and weeds of national significance is one of the categories under that initiative, and that process is underway. Those discussions are still
concluded.
happening. No.
Okay.
How long does that process take?
Well,
because this has been
as long as Queensland stays out, my understanding is it doesn't happen. So I don't think.
I'm not sure how long.
It's been a couple of years.
Yeah. Well,
the consideration of weeds of national significance it can be quite contentious, and it will take quite some time. I think agriculture can provide an answer on the likely timing, but I would think maybe towards the end of this year.
Okay. Look, I had some questions about the streamlined assessment pathways. And look, if these had been asked earlier, just let me know. I obviously haven't been here all day. Have any projects been assessed or are being assessed under the streamlined assessment pathway to date?
Senator, the streamlined assessment pathway doesn't come into force in the Act until at the latest the 1st of December 2026. So it could be proclaimed earlier, but it is in the last tranche of reforms to start.
Just reading from your websites, it said some reforms commence on 20th of February 2026.
Yep. So the reform, we're doing the reforms in 3 tranches. The first set of reforms are the no regrets administrative changes to the Act that people don't need to change their behaviour. The second set of tranches are those things which allow accreditations and those sorts of things. And then the third tranche, which is the final tranche, is those legal tests which change the way that the Act is administered on individuals. They're tranched that way so that it allows proponents to change their behaviour with enough time. So when we put out the standards in mid-year, it will allow at least another 3 or 4 months for proponents to inform their referral documentation before the new legal test.
So has anyone approached you to be assessed under this pathway once it comes into effect?
The pathway is determined by a decision maker under the Act. So if a person or a company submits a referral that meets the requirements, it will then go through the streamlined pathway based on a decision at that time.
Who's the decision maker?
In this stage, it's the minister or a delegate in the EPA at that point.
Okay, but at the moment he can't streamline anything.
That provision hasn't commenced.
There are, even under the existing EPBC Act, there were pathways to allow for streamlining of processes. This is a new pathway in the new reforms.
That's what I'm asking about. And so no particular project has put their hand up yet and said, I'd like to be first cab off the rank.
I think there's plenty of interest when we talk to stakeholders, Senator, about the streamlined assessment pathway.
But you don't have a database or list of those?
We wouldn't have that until they refer the project, and the project would need to be referred after that part of the Act has been proclaimed.
Okay. Can someone who wants to build an oil refinery assess the streamlined assessment pathway?
No, Senator.
Why not? It's pretty important.
Senator, the streamlined assessment pathway is not able to be used by fossil fuel projects.
So even though we risk running out of fuel at the moment, which would devastate our economy and society, you can't, under the government's plans, that can't be streamlined.
We did spend a fair bit of time talking about this with Senator Bragg before. It is true that that particular pathway is not available for fossil fuel projects, but what I was saying earlier was that there are a range of other pathways available to fossil fuel projects under the reforms that can simplify and speed up processes. The best example I can give you is a bilateral agreement with the state, where the state takes over the responsibility for doing the assessment and over time the approval, rather than a duplicated process with us.
So are there any discussions with the Queensland Government to say, do a bilateral agreement on the Taroom Trough?
I am so glad you asked.
All right, go for it.
We have privately and publicly called on the Queensland Government to enter a bilateral agreement with us. You're familiar with the debate that's been going on with the Queensland Government about the Taroom Trough?
Not really. I don't follow your
I suspect
media.
you probably know a fair bit about what's
I know about it. I'd like to see it happen.
I have, in writing to the Premier of Queensland, pointed out that we have an existing bilateral agreement with the Queensland Government that could be used to assess that or any other project. As a result of the reforms, we'll be able to reach a new and improved bilateral agreement with any state and territory government. The reason the Queensland Government has not begun that assessment of that project is because, as you know, the proponents are still in an exploratory stage. They don't know yet the details that would be required to do an assessment. But I've pointed out to the Queensland Government they can do it now if they want to, and I've been calling on them to enter a new bilateral agreement with us in the way that the Western Australian Government has been very keen to do, but of course the Queensland Government has chosen to set up a Productivity Commission inquiry and say that they'll not enter a bilateral until that's over.
I believe the Premier has also asked that you reverse the changes that excluded fossil fuel projects from the national interest exemption. Can I just finish my question, Minister? So the Premier has asked for you to reconsider the changes made last year, which excluded fossil fuel projects from the national interest exemption. Have you responded to the Premier of Queensland on that request?
I have responded by pointing out to the Queensland Premier and the world at large that we haven't changed the process for national interest exemptions.
Yes, you have.
No, we haven't.
You've excluded. They're now excluded.
You really need to look at the legislation.
Well, we moved an amendment only a few weeks ago, which would have removed that exclusion.
You're not getting your terminology right.
Okay.
There was no change made.
Well,
I know these laws.
I do too, Minister. I do too.
Well, I invite you to point me to the section that says we exclude fossil fuel projects from national interest exemptions.
Yes, I will.
What you will find is that we've excluded them from national interest approvals, which is a different concept.
Yes, that's right. Well, okay, all right.
They're actually quite different concepts.
Okay, so there's a provision in the Act. Now you want to resort to semantics. So let's
let's get to the...
Okay, all right. There's a provision in the Act that allows you, as the Minister, to approve a project in the national interest. Is that right or wrong?
There is an existing process under the existing law. I went over this at length with Senator Bragg before, so I'm going to give you the short version. The existing EPBC Act allows a Minister of the Day to grant a national interest exemption for a project. What that means is that project is completely exempt from the EPBC Act, from assessments, from approvals, from anything. If you look at that section of the Act, it's pretty clear that it's intended for disaster and emergency type situations. And there has been no change in the reforms to that. The change that was made to the national interest exemptions was about conditions that can be attached to those decisions. But theoretically, a fossil fuel project could have a national interest exemption granted for it now and in the future. So the Queensland Government is wrong to continue arguing that we can't. The second bit is about national interest approvals. That is a new concept that was introduced in the reforms that allowed for a minister to approve a project, not exempt a project, if that project was deemed to be in the national interest. But as I was explaining to Senator Bragg earlier, the project still has to go through a full EPBC assessment before a decision can be made to grant a national interest approval.
But under that provision, you can't. Fossil fuel projects are excluded.
Correct.
Why? Why is an oil refinery
We've
not
gone over
not-
this at length.
Well,
that was the result of the negotiations we had to pass the legislation. If I've explained, the Liberal and National Party completely vacated the field in those negotiations.
Well, we've moved an amendment. We're willing to reverse. You've done the deal now. You can reverse the deal.
And we're not going to.
Now that we know that our fuel security.
Now that you've knifed your leaders and you're ready to talk about something important to the country,
it's your deal, not ours. Problem. You did a deal. You've just admitted you did a deal that weakened our fuel security at a critical time.
No, we didn't do that.
You've now excluded
what we've pointed out,
oil refineries, fuel storage projects.
What we've pointed out, and I did this with Senator Bragg,
nation.
is that fossil fuel projects can still be fast-tracked and the process is sped up through a variety of pathways, bilateral agreements that the Queensland Government doesn't want to enter.
You did a dirty deal with the Greens.
Assessment under preliminary assessment by preliminary. Senator Canavan, you weren't here earlier when I also made the point that we included in the EPBC reforms, at the request of the gas sector, retaining a pathway that exists now, which is called assessment by preliminary documentation. If the Queensland Government wants to assess the Taroom Trough now, they're entitled to. They can't because they don't know what the project is.
The facts are you've excluded fossil fuel projects from this particular process, which was meant to fast-track things, and we are now running out of oil, and you're running a war against oil production.
Okay,
that's the simple facts.
Can you tell me how many gas wells are in the Taroom Trough project?
Minister, Senators...
What would you like us to assess?
Hold on, sorry.
What would you like us to assess?
Minister, I'm just going to take back the call for a moment here. I think this has been a little bit of a back and forth, which has been fun, but I think we are running a long way behind. I'm going to... Senator Canavan, if you finish your questioning, I was going to give the call to Senator Bragg. Senator Bragg, I implore you to be as efficient as you can be, because we'll then move on to outcome 2.2. Thank you very much.
Could we, and Chair, would we be able to get an update at that point about agency schedule for later?
We will.
Given we're so far behind.
Yes.
Yeah, well, look, thanks for being here. I just wanted to ask you about invasive species. Who am I talking to?
Me.
Hello.
And, the Threatened Species Commissioner.
Okay, so why did you I know that Senator McDonald asked about some of the pigs and stuff before, but what did you rebrand the Saving Native Species Fund as protecting Australia's native species?
No, Senator.
No?
The program name stays the same, so it's the Saving Native Species Program. You're referring to the name of the measure in the budget papers.
All right. So, have you given this an additional 110 million?
The government has provided an additional 110 million for the program over 2 years.
Senator, the 110 million is for the Saving Native Species program and for the H5 bird flu extension combined.
Yeah, okay. So, how many programs does that cover?
Well, I think it's probably fair to say there's dozens of individual... How many programs does it cover? There's dozens of individual funding, individual programs that are funded from that bucket.
What's happening with the fire ants funding?
That's a separate program that I think is funded by the Agriculture Department.
The fire ants program is funded jointly by... It's a national biosecurity arrangement, and it's funded jointly by Agriculture and other...
So are you doing anything on that?
Beg your pardon?
It's not part of invasive species?
No, it's an entirely separate...
It is an invasive species, isn't it?
It's an invasive species, but it's managed under a separate management agreement, and the Australian government is putting, I think, over 260 million into that. Our agriculture colleagues can correct that, as part of an eradication program for South East Queensland, and that's jointly with the Queensland government.
Yeah, that was funded a couple of years ago, Senator, and there's ongoing funding under that program, but it's funded through the Agriculture Department.
Is there a long-term commitment in place for the fire ants?
Well, there is. Yeah, there's an ongoing commitment from the federal government, and the Agriculture Department would be best placed to answer that because they're funding it.
You don't know until when?
It's a national fire ant eradication program, and it's 2023.
2023.
2023 to 2027. The Australian government commitment is 296 million, which I think is 50%, so double that.
Okay, so 27. Okay, yeah. So, what about the Supporting Communities Managed Pests, Animals and Weeds program?
That's a DAF managed program, Senator.
A what?
DAF.
It's managed by the Department of Agriculture.
Okay, it's not you?
No, it's not us, no.
What about the rabbit coordinator? Is that you?
Again, that's managed by the department, funded by the Department of Agriculture.
We're going faster than I thought, Mr. Chairman.
I'm delighted
I can't wait to see you do agriculture estimates.
You
That would be a
don't want
sight
to
to
come?
behold.
You want to come?
Mate, I did that for more than 2 years. I've earned my...
Let's stay focused, Senators.
Yeah, all right. Well, see how you go. Okay, what about... okay, so what are the main invasive species that you're focusing on then?
So as I said earlier, our focus is very much on protecting matters of national environmental significance, so threatened species, threatened ecological communities, World Heritage areas, and that involves a focus on a number of invasive species where they've been most impactful of our threatened species.
Okay, so you're doing like the World Heritage areas?
No, we don't just do World Heritage areas. We have over 2,000 threatened species around the country. We're focusing on protecting them and supporting their recovery. Often that work, for a large number of those species, that work involves tackling invasive species. That can be more than one invasive species. It is usually also combined with tackling other threats such as fire regimes, loss of habitat, the need for translocations, etc.
Do you do deer eradication?
We do deer control for a number of projects around the country where they're impacting threatened species.
And what's the funding horizon on deer eradication?
There's no national eradication program for deer. There's a national action plan for deer. Again, that's led by the Department of Agriculture, but we work with them on a number of those issues. States such as South Australia have an eradication plan for deer. Western Australia has an eradication and management plan for different areas. So it depends on the jurisdiction. For some jurisdictions, deer, as you would be aware, is still managed as a game or protected species, and there's no statewide eradication program.
What about yellow crazy ant control?
Yellow crazy ant control is something that the department has a focus on. In particular, the Minister just made an announcement on yellow crazy ants for our World Heritage area, wet tropics. That's under the new Saving Native Species program of $6 million over 2 years. But also for areas such as Christmas Island, which has a large number of endemic threatened species which are impacted by yellow crazy ants, we have an eradication program underway there.
And how long is that going for?
The Christmas Island program, I'll just have to look that up. Thanks. So at the moment, just over the last couple of years, Parks Australia have been provided with an additional $3.7 million to focus on yellow crazy ants. This work is still ongoing, and I expect we will be talking closely with our Parks Australia colleagues about furthering it.
When does it end, that funding?
So that funding was under... Yellow crazy ant work has been undertaken on Christmas Island for many years, but most recently, under the first phase of the Saving Native Species program, there was additional $3.7 million... Oh, hang on. Yeah,
which runs out when?
Sorry, additional $3.7 million put into yellow crazy ants, but also feral cats and some other invasive species on
that's the envelope for all of those things?
Yeah.
For feral cats as well?
Yep.
Feral cats on Kangaroo Island or feral cats somewhere else?
So back to Christmas Island, there's $3.7 million which were put into Christmas Island under the first phase
that's
of Saving...
That's the ants, yeah?
No, that was ants and cats.
And cats.
And wolf
okay.
snakes.
And what?
Wolf snakes.
Yep,
They're an invasive species there. When it comes to feral cats, Senator, there's probably over 70 projects around the country which have been working towards the management of feral cats or the eradication of feral cats in some island
and who's
locations.
Leading that?
So those projects are funded out of the Saving Native Species program under the Natural Heritage Trust. Some of them were also funded, and some of them are continuing to be funded under DAF's Pest and Weeds initiative.
Well, can you provide, I don't want to take too much of the committee's time, but can you provide a breakdown of funding for each of these programs on notice?
We can provide information on all the feral cat funded projects.
And the ants.
And yellow crazy ants.
And the worms, whatever you said they were. What was the other one? Snake?
Wolf snake. There's one wolf. I don't need to take that on notice. There's one wolf snake project, and it's happening on Christmas Island.
Yeah. Okay. Do you do the National Wild Dog Plan?
No, we don't, Senator.
What about the weeds? No, that's agriculture, isn't it? Weeds, agriculture, yeah. And the National Rabbit Coordinator?
That's funded by agriculture.
That's not you?
No.
You're off the hook. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Bragg. And on that point, we'll move past outcome 2.1 and on to outcome 2.2, and I invite the relevant department officials and officers to the table. I'm able at this point in time to indicate that we're releasing the Director of National Parks as well as the Threatened Species Scientific Committee, so I thank my colleagues for their assistance in that respect.
Director of National Parks and Threatened Species Scientific Committee. Thanks.
I'm sure Ricky enjoyed his flight to Canberra. There's your answer about whether or not...
No worries. I think we covered a bit of the same ground, but he didn't go for too long. Who is it now?
We should put her on as a team for this weekend.
I've got the Harbour Trust.
Because where's home, James? It is Darwin. I know. I've seen that in the past. Yeah, right.
Really?
You got this. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, that's like you're yelling at screen people.
All right. If we've got the relevant people at the table, we'll recommence, and I will hand the call over to Senator Thorpe.
Chair. As an endangered species myself in this country, I know very well what invasive species are doing to my people and my country. I am a rusty old gum tree because we are connected to them. We are the water, we are the totems that you all speak about. So my first question is, how many senior Aboriginal staff members do you have in this department? Because I'm struggling to, find a mob in this room, and you're talking about our land, our water, our country.
Well, it's probably questions about staffing of the department probably were dealt with in the corporate section this morning.
Of course.
But that is where we deal with those issues. But if there's anyone who's able to answer that, they're entitled to do so.
So we could answer it for the division, for the people that we have here.
Please.
We can't answer it for the department.
Yeah. Anything would help.
Senator, we have 89 staff within the Heritage Division, and we have 11 First Nations identifying staff, which is approximately 11% of our total FTE. So those staff are across a range of functions that we have.
Do they ever get to sit at this level and make decisions like you people do?
Well, the Director of National Parks, who had been asked to travel here from where he lives in Darwin and has just been released by this committee because we're so far behind, he, as you would know, Ricky Archer, I'm sure you know Ricky.
So we've got National Parks.
Sorry?
We've got one.
Well, he's the first ever First Nations person to head our National Parks division, which I think is good.
That's exciting.
Yeah, and
all right, well, I'll
I'd
get
like
on
to
with
see
my
more
questions.
like that.
Thank you. In this budget, the government provided $2.2 million in 26-27 to continue supporting the protection of Australia's cultural and First Nations heritage sites by empowering local communities and First Nations people to assess and identify priorities for the protection of heritage, which we've done for thousands of generations until the colonisers arrived. Who's getting the money?
So, sorry, that was a
$2 million in your budget.
Senator, we had $2.2 million, and so the item was in terms of investing in Australia's Indigenous culture and also World Heritage. So it's to support existing nomination processes that we've got in place, which is the Flinders Ranges and the Broken Hill Trades Hall, which is part of a transnational project.
Broken Hill, sorry.
And it's to, some of the funding is specifically for Indigenous engagement in World Heritage.
Engagement.
So, yeah.
Love that word. Because that's not, is that consent? Is engagement consent, or is it just engagement?
So in relation to the World Heritage properties, there's a requirement to seek FPIC for ahead of nomination processes. So particularly for, say for example, for the Flinders Ranges one, the South Australian government worked quite closely with the Adamantna people, and they continue to do so as we're progressing through the nomination.
So those two are getting the $2.2 million, is that right?
Yes, so the $2.2 million is for, it's continuing the investment in Australia's Indigenous culture and World Heritage. So it's to support a number of processes that we've got underway, primarily in relation to Flinders Ranges and also the Broken Hills Trade Hall, which is a component of a serial listing where we're part of a listing with other countries that are nominating trades halls around the world.
And how do those decisions get made?
For World Heritage?
For all of it?
For World Heritage listings?
For cultural heritage. And so in terms of Australia's cultural and First Nations heritage sites?
It depends on, there's different processes for World Heritage.
Don't really care about World Heritage because we see the Murujuga people that are being completely disrespected and still fighting for their country, and Minister goes there and does selfies and goes to the UN or wherever it was and does his selfies, and the people are still no better off. So I don't care about world. I'm using you as an example.
Senator Thorpe, as you
speak to the Murujuga people on the ground fighting to protect that land.
As you would know, the Murujuga Aboriginal Corporation, which is the elected body representing the Murujuga people, have supported the World Heritage bid.
Manufactured
there
consent.
Are some traditional owners at the Murujuga community who don't agree with that, but the elected body, elected by Murujuga people have supported that.
Corporatised blacks signing off on country,
well, you can
and you know it because you won't work with the grassroots who are fighting to protect it.
You can insult
you
those.
Just
those
insulted
leaders.
them by saying other Indigenous groups.
You can insult the elected
body. They're the people putting their body on the line.
I understand that not everyone in that community supports that World Heritage listing, but the body that was elected by traditional owners in Murujuga have supported that World Heritage listing, and they led it.
So where is the First Nations standard that you've been talking about for years? Where's that? What's going on with that? And who is giving you advice?
We spoke about this a bit earlier in the context of the EPBC Act. There's a standard being developed around First Nations engagement for the EPBC Act, where work has been occurring, and there is also work been occurring as part of the broader cultural heritage reform process to develop a standard to apply to the ATSIPA Act, the Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander Heritage Protection Act.
So on the ground, we're hearing that there are 2 people attending those meetings.
No, that's not true.
And that people have left because there is no FPIC. So who are the people advising you, and how long is it going to take?
Well, I know from my personal experience, it wasn't that long ago that I addressed a much larger meeting than 2 people of individuals and organisations involved in this cultural heritage reform process. Well,
addressing a meeting is not FPIC, mate.
We have been developing a model of reform of Australia's cultural heritage legislation with the First Nations Heritage Alliance, which is comprised of dozens of organisations.
Be released so that the rest of us who aren't at the table, who haven't given FPIC for any of the destruction that you agree to, when are we going to see it?
We haven't committed to a time frame around that, but we are working on it as hard as we possibly can.
So you've got 2 First Nation standards for 2 different pieces of work, is that right?
Yeah, but we are obviously trying to bring them together as much as we can. And that's what I was saying earlier when we were talking about the EPBC Act, is that's the reason that the development of that standard for the EPBC Act has been held up, is because what goes in that standard depends on the work that we're doing around cultural heritage reform, and that work is still happening.
Sounds very convenient. How is the standard different to the First Nations engagement standard in relation to national environmental reform, which is also being developed in consultation, not FPIC, just consultation and addressing meetings?
That's the point I was just making, is that work has been occurring to develop a First Nations engagement standard for the EPBC Act. There is a separate piece of work as part of the broader cultural heritage reform to develop a First Nations engagement standard for cultural heritage, and we are trying to bring those two pieces of work together as much as we can so that you don't have contradictory standards.
Well, you hear from everyone else who wants to build new coal-fired power stations. You have you can at the stroke of a pen just override FPIC, override our rights, which are overridden daily in this country. How many sites will be destroyed while we're waiting for these standards, which everyone will probably ignore in the end anyway? We're just a footnote at the end of the day in this country. Let's face it. So how many more approvals and destruction of my country is going to take place while we wait for the First Nations engagement standard and all of the nice things that take a long time, kick the can down the road, and we keep dying?
Senator, we're also responsible for the administration of the Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander Heritage Protection Act, and so we have done a lot over the last couple of years to really work with applicants as they're coming through and supporting them through the process. For example, we work quite closely as applications come in to support applicants and with discussions with proponents, and also with states and territories, because we know what's really important is as early as possible for proponents to engage with First Nations communities on projects, because once they've started the process of putting through their plans, it can be too late. So we're really working to make sure that discussions are happening earlier. So our team's been working with that.
Amazing. Minister, what's happening with the Djapurrung trees? You're going to save million-year-old birthing trees, or are you going to let that road widen to destroy them like your predecessors have?
Ms Dumasal can provide more specific information on that.
So, Senator, as you would be aware, we had been waiting for the Victorian Government to provide a cultural heritage management plan, and we've now received that. We received that at the in January, and we're now in the process of being ready to engage with the applicant and to finalise the process for the Section 12 application we've got on foot. My understanding from the team is that the revised cultural heritage management plan will avoid harming the significant trees. And so we're now in the process of engaging with the applicant and finalising that procedural fairness process to be able to finalise that.
And what about the trees that have been destroyed, like the directions tree, which is ancient? Where's the compensation for that? It's already been destroyed through this project to save 6 minutes on the highway. 6 minutes.
So what I can assure you is in relation to the cultural heritage management plan for the remaining trees, that we are actually, we've got that information and we're looking to finalise that process. But Ms Dwyer, I'm not sure if you have any further information.
No, that's exactly right.
And what about the $1 million that was given for the trees that were chopped down by a dodgy provider who's got them on his property in a container and got $1 million for chopping them down? Is he going to be followed up?
So what I did was I ran you through the process that we've got on the remaining application. So the role that we have now is to finalise that, and based on the information that we've got on the cultural heritage management plan.
So it doesn't take into the loss that we've gone through. 100 trees for $1 million.
The average Senator Carmen Dwyer, branch head for Heritage Regulation Assessments branch, the Commonwealth legislation is backstop legislation. It deals with applications to protect harm. The primary protection of cultural heritage sits at the state and territory level. I'm not aware of the trees that you're referring to that have been locked up, but I'm happy to follow up with our Victorian counterparts to find out what the rest of the story is.
Well, the feds were contacted way back then, and that's when the protection was sought. And it's been going on for years and years, and matriarchs are dying waiting. The blood of our babies and our women are in that soil. So, do we have to wait for more matriarchs of Djapurrung to die, or are we saying that this is going to be sorted sooner than later? Because it has been quite a number of years. In fact, I wasn't even a politician when I started that protest. So how long do we have to wait for that to be protected?
Senator, it has absolutely been going on for some time. The Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander Heritage Protection Act requires the Minister to consider two things: significance and threat. Fundamentally for us, the hold-up has been that the threat was being altered by the Cultural Heritage Management Plan. So instead of requiring the community to reapply for an application, were waiting for that Cultural Heritage Management Plan to come forward so that we could understand whether the threat persists or has been ameliorated through that process. As Ms Dumazel said, that Cultural Heritage Management Plan has now come in, and we need to continue now to consult with the local community and the applicant to confirm whether they see that that threat has been ameliorated through that process or whether there is a residual threat that we need to consider.
Thank you. And so is your advisory body, whatever that is that Jamie Lowe's on, what's that called?
First Nations Heritage Alliance.
Yeah, that thing. Do they have a say on that application?
No.
Do they get to see it?
No, their role has been to co-design with the department reforms to the Act, not about individual applications.
Okay, so they never get to give advice on that?
The First Nations Heritage Protection Alliance, they do not provide advice on existing cases. What they do is they provide, as the Minister outlined, in terms of we've been working with them in terms of the reform process. Okay. Certainly in relation to that application and in any application that we have, that those interested parties would be consulted. And so, as well as the applicant, if there are other groups that are in the area, they would be consulted as well as part of that process.
Okay. Just really brief, under the existing legislation, for, if you like, a permanent declaration to prevent damage to cultural heritage, the Minister of the day has to engage an independent reporter whose job it is to provide advice to the Minister about whether there is cultural significance and threat to that culturally significant matter. So it may be that independent reporter consults a very broad range of people, but there's no role for the Alliance when it comes to individual applications.
And so is the independent reporter an Aboriginal person?
In some cases they are, in some cases they're not. Okay. But there are certain qualifications required for that person.
Yeah, we recently undertook we went through a process where we looked to make sure that the requirements and the skills for Section 10 reporters are clearly outlined. We've recently undergone an expression of interest process to identify new Section 10 reporters and made sure that it was broadcast widely. So, as the Minister outlined, it may be a First Nations person or not, but the skill set and requirement has to include understanding and working with Indigenous communities.
Yeah, that old chestnut. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Senator Thorpe. Senator Bragg, did you have questions in this outcome? Okay. Sorry, you did.
Just quickly. I think there was some discussion this morning of the all-staff email about redundancies.
Yep, in corporate section, yep.
Is that right? Yeah. Are you able to table that?
I thought we did, but if we haven't, we can.
Yeah, can we have that
Just
table,
to
please?
find it, Senator, but once I've found it, I'm happy to table it.
That's all I have.
Thank you. Senator Waters.
Some questions about Barambin of Victoria Park, as it's known in my hometown of Mianj in Brisbane, in relation to the Section 10 application under the Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander Heritage Protection Act. Is that yourself? Yes. Great, thank you. So applications for emergency protection under that Act were denied earlier this year, but I understand that the Section 10 application is ongoing and that you've appointed an independent facilitator to work with the relevant First Nations groups. As I'm sure you're aware right now, there's First Nations elders and allies camped on the site to try to prevent construction commencing on the areas that are subject to that Section 10 application. So I'm interested, please, in whether the independent facilitator has provided you with reports of consultation with First Nations elders, and if so, what have they found?
Yeah, so we do have a number of applications related to Barambin. Yes, there was a recent decision that the Minister made in relation to a Section 9 emergency application, not to make a declaration. There was a facilitation process, and what that process has concluded.
Sorry, was that for the Section 9 or for the current Section 10, which is the one I'm interested in?
Following the Section 9, the Minister asked the Department to bring on board a facilitator to support the parties, and what that facilitation process did was it helped both parties to better understand the cultural heritage across all of the Olympic sites. And now we're at a stage, because we've got a number of Section 9s and Section 10 applications, we're now at the stage where a Section 10 reporter's been appointed, and that's for...
A Section 10?
A Section 10 reporter. The Minister earlier...
sorry, I can't hear you over there.
A reporter, a Section 10 reporter.
That was that independent person I was just talking about that we... So, for the emergency declarations that are sought under Section 9 of the Act, because they're an emergency application, the Minister doesn't engage a reporter to provide advice. For a Section 10 or permanent declaration, the Minister is required to engage an independent reporter, and that has occurred.
Okay, great, thank you.
Yeah, so we've got 3 Section 10 applications on foot for Barambin, and so that Section 10 reporter is undertaking a public consultation process at the moment, and that's due to cease at the end of the month. So once that happens, and the reporter then provides us with his report to the Minister via the Department, we'll undertake further procedural fairness rounds, and then we will support the Minister on a decision-making process. So we're at the stage where, to be clear, a Section 10 reporter has is on board,
Yep.
is undertaking public consultation, and that process is due to be completed by the end of the month.
Okay, thanks very much. And so that means, I presume, that they've consulted with First Nations elders on site?
So, Senator, the Section 10 reporter gazettes a notice in this Government Gazette and in local newspapers calling for any or all interested parties to come forward, and that's in addition to the applicants, many of which are traditional owners in the area.
Sorry, can you say that last bit again? Have they just put some notice in a newspaper, or have they actively actually gone and met with the locals on site?
It's a combination of both.
They've done both?
So they have met with locals on site.
Great.
And they have called for interested parties to come forward
Through
with
the Gazette
information.
Okay, lovely. And so they've gone to the current camps at Barrambin?
I couldn't say specifically where the reporter met with the applicants, but it was in Queensland.
Okay. And they've met with all of the applicants pertaining to all three of the Section 10s?
I'd like to take that on notice. I'm confident that they've met with two. I'm just not sure if the third has already occurred.
Thank you.
If they've found a mutually convenient time.
All right, thanks for taking that on notice. So I was going to ask about the status of the Section 10s, but I think you've run me through the process. You've said by the end of the month you'll provide a report. So will there be a decision, Minister, before I understand the Queensland Government is due to send in the bulldozers on the 1st of June? It's not that long away.
That's what the Deputy Premier has said publicly. I think it is likely that we will have decisions on the Section 9 applications or the emergency applications before then. I don't think it's likely we will have decisions on the Section 10 or permanent applications. As you've heard from the officials, the consultation process being run by the independent reporter doesn't end until the end of this month. So I don't think we're likely to have a decision on the Section 10s, but we are working towards having decisions on the emergency applications before the 1st of June.
Okay. Have you told the Queensland Government not to start work until you've made the Section 10 determination?
No.
Will you?
No. I mean, my role here is to decide the applications on their merits, and
There won't be much left if they go in and bulldoze, though.
well, that's why, I mean, these projects are long-running projects. What we're focused on is determining the emergency applications, because by their nature they relate to works that are imminent. So that's our focus at the moment.
Okay, and forgive my lack of complete background here, but I thought one of the Section 9s had already been rejected, but are there others still on foot?
Yes.
Two others, did you say?
So if I can help you there, Senator, there's 8 applications in total.
8 Section 9s?
No, so 8 applications in total, and I'll run you through the detail. There are 2 Section 18 applications. They were both withdrawn at different stages last year and this year. There are then 3 Section 9s.
Okay.
1 Section 9 has been determined. 2
Rejected.
Section 9s remain under consideration.
Okay.
And 3 Section 10 applications, as you've heard, remain in the process.
Okay, so, and just to refresh me, you think the 2 Section 9s will be decided before the 1st of June deadline? That's the point? Yeah, okay. Okay. So Queensland laws override cultural heritage protections for Olympic infrastructure. Is that lack of state protection being factored into your Section 10 considerations?
Would you want me to take that? Senator, one of the legal requirements of the Section 10 application is that the Minister must consider the adequacy of the state and territory legislation. So part of the consultation, the Minister must also consult with the state or territory government and seek their views on the adequacy of that legislation. So
I'm sure they'll say it's great.
Yes,
Spoiler alert.
it has to be considered, and it has to be considered at 2 different stages of that assessment.
And
okay,
it's
so you
one
are...
of the reasons why, when I was saying before, the reporter is due to finalise the public consultation process at the end of May, and then obviously, as well as the procedural fairness, we will be looking in terms of the two tests, significance and threat, and also in terms of the adequacy of the state and territory, the state laws.
Okay, thank you. Has the department had any involvement with the development of the Reconciliation Action Plan for the Olympics?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. Because it seems like a pretty meaningless plan if a stadium's being proposed on a culturally significant site and bulldozing is going to proceed before the determination of the permanent possible cultural heritage protection. And it sounds like you're not even involved in that process anyway. So the system is working as it's designed to not protect nature or cultural heritage.
To the bulldozing term, we are in conversations with the state government, and there is still an opportunity for the state government to engage with First Nations people around the design of the stadium. We're encouraging that to occur. The things that occur on the 1st of June is not a complete bulldozing of the site. We understand that there are modest, small test pits being dug to inform some geotechnical design. So there is still an opportunity for the First Nations people and the state government to engage and come to a mutually agreeable position.
I think the state government would like to see them all in prison, to be perfectly honest, so I suspect they won't come to a resolution.
Yeah, we have been
Hate to break it to you.
the state government, including the Games Delivery Authority, to discuss these matters with the applicants.
Because I think it's important, Senator, to recall that this legislation is designed as backstop legislation. The primary responsibility for the care and protection of First Nations culture does sit at the state and territory level. So though it is important that those processes run through and are managed because they happen at the earliest possible stage.
Sure, but the Olympics overrides all of that. So we need that backstop to work as a backstop because otherwise cultural heritage will be lost.
And it's in play now.
Okay, thanks very much. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much. I'm looking to Senator Pocock and Senator Wish-Wilson if you have questions on this outcome, and if not...
This is outcome...
2.2.
Yeah, you go to Senator Pocock.
Are you sure?
Yeah, yep, absolutely.
Okay. I have a series of questions in relation to South Australian issues, starting with Festival Tower 2, which we've previously discussed, Minister.
Yep.
In February of this year, a 54-metre crane was erected to begin construction of Walker Corporation's 160-metre 38-storey building, a mere 9 metres from the back door of the birthplace of democracy on a space specifically intended for civic use. Despite evidence from me to you over successive estimates about the impact on our parklands, on our city layout and Parliament houses old and new. So for over 100 years, South Australians have been resolute in their commitment to defend the parklands, and thousands of them were on the steps of our Parliament House last Friday night asking for protection of our heritage, which we've seen a state government really behave with real contempt in relation to. So we've called on you, as the Minister, with a very simple request to call in the project and allow important heritage protection processes to be undertaken in this case. Given your responsibility under the EPBC Act for the protection of national heritage and subsequent serious distortion in our national heritage places, how do you explain your failure to call in this project for review?
Well, I can just refer you to the evidence that I've provided previously. Nothing has changed since we've talked about this at previous estimates hearings. You know, I respect the fact that you oppose the development. I respect the fact that there are other South Australians who oppose the development. My job, I respect the fact that there are other South Australians who support the development. My job is to consider whether the development impacts on the heritage values of this particular site. The department has not recommended that I exercise that call-in power. We've talked previously about the heritage values of the South Australian Parliamentary Precinct, that they don't include the Parliament's setting, views or sightlines. In my view, the proposed development does not significantly impact on the heritage values of that precinct. I recognise you don't agree with that. I recognise others don't agree with that. I recognise there are others who agree with me on that. but that is the decision that I've reached.
So just go to the question of sightlines.
Yep.
This is a massive building, metres from, I was there the other night. It's going to be a monster building which will overshadow the Parliament, and it clearly changes the sightline. Anywhere you are along the River Torrens looking to the Parliament, it will be obscured. You won't see the Parliament. You won't see the Parliament from a range of civic spots along the river. How did you arrive at your decision that this doesn't interrupt the sightline, which is part of the historic heritage of the parklands?
No, I think I'll hand over to the officials who can give you some more detail, but I think you've slightly misinterpreted what I said. What I said is that the buildings, as in the Parliament precincts, setting, views and sightlines are not part of the heritage listing. And therefore, if there were to be an impact on those issues, if there were, then they are not matters that I can consider because they're not part of the heritage values.
So what would have caused you to call this in? What exactly would have changed your mind on this?
I might hand it to the department.
Senator, it might be useful if I run through. So when we're going through an assessment of a potential national heritage site, there's certain criteria that gets considered.
Yes,
so for this particular site, so when we're looking at the South Australian Old and New Parliament houses, so they were jointly added to the National Heritage List for their monumental role in shaping Australia's democratic foundations and pioneering universal suffrage under Criterion A. So this is the most important part. It's Criterion A, which is the place has outstanding heritage values to the nation because of the place's importance in the course or pattern of Australia's natural or cultural history, not the aesthetics. And so, so there is no impact on the listed national heritage values.
So you don't think that putting a massive overshadowing building within a few metres of Parliament, labelled Deloitte's on one side and a big bank on the other, makes any impact on our recognition of this as a very significant site celebrating democracy in Australia? You don't think that, Minister, that makes any impact on the institution that it sits right next to?
I well understand that you oppose this development and would like me to stop it. I well understand there are other South Australians who support this development. What I'm saying to you is that all I can consider is matters under the law and the matters that are heritage values of this property. And I'm being reminded that in late April, the chair of the Independent Australian Heritage Council wrote to me to confirm that the council's been briefed on this development and is not intending to seek further information or take further action at this time for the same reasons.
Well, I see that you are in complete agreement with the Premier, and there are thousands of Australians who are out in the street regularly, South Australians, very concerned about this. A petition with 50,000 signatures now on it in relation to another attack on our parklands, Possum Park. You will be familiar with the redevelopment of the North Adelaide Golf Course, which, despite a huge community backlash, resulted in the destruction in recent days of 585 mature trees that are homes to really significant species, our native wildlife. It's well known that numerous vulnerable and threatened species forage or inhabit those parklands, including koalas listed as endangered in South Australia, and the parklands are also home to the grey-headed flying fox, a species listed as vulnerable. Our Adelaide parklands provide essential habitat, especially within mature eucalyptus and fig trees. As I said, many South Australians, 50,000 now, have signed a petition in strong objection to protection of Possum Park, and the destruction of those trees has already occurred, of course. It's extremely upsetting if you look at visually now onto the golf course to see the incredible disturbance on a very sizable part of the parklands. Considering the inaction of the Malinauskas government and as the minister responsible, will you call for an EPBC compliance investigation into a possible breach of national law?
Well, decisions around compliance activities are made independently of me. rightly so, by representatives of the department, and I'm sure they can talk to you about that. I did not decide to call in this project. As you say, those trees have now been removed, so there is nothing to call in. But I did not call in that project. Again, I understand that there are South Australians who oppose that redevelopment. I understand there are South Australians who support that redevelopment. What I do is apply the law, and under federal environmental law, a project is only required to be assessed or approved by the federal government if it's likely to have a significant impact on nationally protected environmental matters. Our department made the South Australian government aware of those obligations, and their decision was that it would not significantly impact on nationally protected matters, and I've seen no evidence to the contrary.
So you're saying you have no authority to enforce a compliance investigation. Will the officers in your department do so if you say you cannot?
I'm happy for any officers who know about that to answer the question.
I think, Senator, we would need to have a prima facie offence to start an investigation, and I think in this case what we're saying is we don't think there is an offence to investigate.
Well, it's pretty hard to argue that when you look at the site. It is a site of complete destruction where there are significant species at risk. So South Australians are really worried about this. Minister, in your letter to Senator Hanson-Young dated 18th of May, you said you were assured that the South Australian Government is aware of its obligations, and if that is the case, then it seems they may have knowingly ignored them. Your letter refers to a meeting in July 2025 between your department and the South Australian Department of Premier and Cabinet. Following this meeting, did the State Department provide any assurance to the department that listed threatened species would not be impacted by this work?
I'd have to get the officials to answer that one.
Thank you.
We did not receive a referral from the Premier's department. We talked to them about what was on site and what were matters of national environmental significance. We didn't get any assurance, as you would say, but that's not unusual in these processes where they do the self-assessment and determine that they're not having an impact on matters of national environmental significance.
So you did not receive any written assurances in relation to this project?
I would have to take that on notice because it's from July 2025. I'll check in with my team and see.
Thank you. If you could take that on notice and give me a copy of that assurance, please, if it exists. Why was the meeting held with the State Department of Premier and Cabinet, not the State Department? It's not Environment and Water.
They were the people who reached out to us to discuss the nature of that project, and were leading on that project.
And were Department of Environment and Water consulted at any stage, given their expertise in relation to the key species and the real concerns that are held about this area?
I'll take that on notice as well. We meet with the South Australian Department of Environment and Water regularly, but whether we discuss the specifics of this project, I'll need to take that on notice.
Thank you. I want to go to another project, the Botanic Loop, and I want to probe the consistency of your department and your approach, Minister. I'm aware that nearby the Botanic Park, of course, very part of the parklands. There was a proposed, or is a proposed, project called the Botanic Loop Boardwalk, and it affects just 11 trees, and it was referred as EPBC 2024-09987 and found to be a controlled action 18 months ago. You're nodding, official, you understand? Yes, sorry, I can't see your name.
Yeah, sorry,
yeah, it's okay. Yep. I understand it's undergoing a full federal assessment due to its impacts on grey-headed flying fox vulnerable habitat. The tourism venture that's proposed did the right thing. They referred themselves. However, despite the strong evidence that the North Adelaide Golf Course, a much larger scale project, many, many more hectares, significant development should also have been referred to you to determine if it's a controlled action, and the Malinauskas government didn't do that. Why has this really very small but important project why was it found to be a controlled action while the North Adelaide Golf Course and the Festival Tower 2 have not been referred or called into you? I would just point out that the footprint of this project from what I can see of their application, is 4 hectares, whereas the golf course is 94 hectares, or an amount of around that. The government's taken control of 96 hectares. So, you know, it's a 4% size project, 11 trees, compared to the massive impact on our precious parklands in this very large project for which there has not been action from your department. How do you reconcile those two things?
So that project that you're referring to was determined to be a controlled action, as you said, for an assessment by preliminary documentation in 2024, due to likely significant impacts on the grey-headed flying fox. My recollection of the project is it goes under the direct nesting sites of the foxes.
Sorry, I missed your wording there.
The track itself goes under the nesting sites of the grey foxes, the grey-headed flying foxes. The initial discussions with the proponent were that they should consider referring it so that we could determine whether there was an impact and then how they were going to manage that impact, given that they had, you know, it's an elevated boardwalk that's going through the nesting area. Any further detail I would need to take on notice because I don't have much more on that project in front of me at the moment.
The Parklands is a loop around the city, famous, internationally famous, and it's connected. There are species that are clearly moving through. I mean, if you've ever been there, then you will be familiar that there are no walls, there are no massive tracks that interrupt the space. I find it incredibly puzzling that you would have such strong intervention, such strong oversight of a 4-hectare project relative to a 96-hectare project, where animals are moving clearly.
It's not about the size of the project, it's about whether the proposed activity is likely to significantly impact on a nationally protected matter. And that could be a very, very small project or it could be a large project.
Well, it's very puzzling to me and to many of us that this process is in train for 4 hectares, 11 trees, and nothing in relation to the golf course.
We'll come back to you on notice for that one, Senator. But it could very well be that that's a very dense site that's used by grey-headed flying foxes when they're breeding and when they're having their babies. If that's the case, the impact is quite acute.
Well, we see a project proponent who wants to come and talk to the department about the protection of species and the possibility of damage. And the department engages fully on this front, whereas we see no assertive engagement in relation to a project that is many times larger in size. And I want to go to a further new project where the council, Adelaide City Council, have today expressed their deep concern and shock in relation to, and that is MotoGP. This isn't what we've talked about, isn't the end of what we have seen in terms of attacks on our parklands. This is a new project, an extension of a project that the Malinowskis government is introducing. It's going to operate for at least 6 years. It, once again, is a project that goes over a very large area, 90 hectares. It overlaps with really significant nature issues that are of real concern. The new circuit for this motorbike race will measure approximately over 4 kilometres, nearly 1 kilometre longer than the current circuit. It's going to be build infrastructure, significant new bricks and mortar, sheds, grandstands and construction to begin this spring. The Premier has publicly admitted that about 45 trees will be destroyed, and immediately next to this proposed track there's a wetland area, a very significant wetland area. There are First Nations burns in this area also that are very culturally significant. I was there on the weekend. There's native bird life, aquatic species. We've spent a great deal of money creating this, both federal and state and local government in recent years. There is no possible hope that the wildlife in this area won't be impacted by at minimum 3 days of this very, very large event, which will have increased pollution, fumes and noise louder than the V8 supercars, which is an event that's already there. The previous examples I've talked about ask you to clearly deal with what I see as very reckless behaviour by the Malinowskis government, and yet we have this new project, even larger. And my question for you, Minister, is will you get on the front foot on this very significant expansion of a project on top of the other projects? And the council, Adelaide City Council, has said we should be paying attention to the cumulative impact of these issues on our precious parklands. Will you require a referral to be made by the South Australian Government to ensure that our national heritage places and vulnerable species are protected?
Well, I don't intervene in a project simply because certain people don't like the project. The decisions we make are based on the law and about whether a particular project is likely to have a significant impact on nationally protected matters. That is the only thing we take into account. And as you've seen, there have been instances where we being the department, has determined that a project is a controlled action because it may have that impact. There are other cases where the department decides there is not likely to be a significant impact. So I'm sure that at the appropriate time, a decision will be made about whether that project that you're talking about is likely to have a significant impact on nationally protected matters.
So let me take you to a document that's on the public record very recently, which forms a required consultation in relation to MotoGP and rehearses some of the impacts on nature and species in the area.
And sorry, who's that document issued
The document has been, it's a form of consultation to the Adelaide Parklands Authority. So they have a legal responsibility to manage this area and protect its species and cultural significance. And so this is laying out some of the issues that this body will be considering in the coming week. So it's very topical. The parklands include, according to this document, one of the most significant biodiversity areas within the Adelaide Parklands, containing remnant woodland ecosystems that once covered most of the Adelaide Plains. Its key biodiversity areas include native grasslands, wetlands, butterfly habitat, environmentally sensitive conservation zones that provide important ecological connectivity for native plants and wildlife within an increasingly urbanised city. And it goes on to talk about endangered ecosystem grey box woodlands and native grasslands and plants, 11 plant species of conservation significance and so on. It talks about a threatened ecosystem and says that this is an extension into Victoria Park of this project, which there is it's Victoria Park Remnant Vegetation Management Plan, which will be impacted, and the Minister for Environment Conservation and the parties consider the vegetation at the site to be within the definition of an endangered ecosystem listed under the EPBC Act. So given the significance of this and the recommendation here to make a self-referral, will you be watching this closely to make sure that we don't see further damage and a cumulative damage to our parklands?
Well, I'll let the department talk to you about our usual processes.
We will have a look at that one for you, Senator, and watch it closely. Similar to the other ones, though, we'll form a view about whether or not there's going to be a significant impact, and our response will be in accordance with whether or not there will or won't be a significant impact.
So what notice or other correspondence has the Minister or the Department received in relation to this project and the MotoGP? It's been in the public record now for some time. South Australians are agitated about it. Of course, there are other places where this event could be held. It is the first time since 1981 that these motorbikes travel at enormous speed. It's a dangerous track. It's now going to be right in the middle of a city, and it's going to impinge on endangered species and a really delicate ecosystem. What correspondence have you had about this matter already?
We have written to them about their obligations on the 18th of March 2026.
And what have you heard about the implications of the tree loss, of building construction? Have you been informed about what's planned here? Because there are very clear detailed plans available.
I'll need to take that on notice because I don't have that in front of me.
Thank you. I look forward to your answers. So do many South Australians.
Chair, we just have a quick correction of the record, if you don't mind.
Yeah, sure.
Earlier, when we were talking about the Jubbarong Section 12 application, I just wanted to clarify that the Cultural Heritage Management Plan has been finalised by the Victorian Government. However, we've not been provided with it yet, but once we do, we will then consult with the applicant and finalise the process.
Thank you very much. Senator Whish-Wilson.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Got a couple of questions on Great Barrier Reef funding. So in the Government State of Conservation report to the World Heritage Committee, State Party report on the state of conservation for Australia's Great Barrier Reef, at page 25 it says, to date the Australian Government has committed $443.3 million to Reef Restoration and Adaptation Programs, RRAP, and the RRAP Pilot Deployments Program, PDP. The program has also received $454 million in co-investment from program partners and third-party donations. Could I just check with you that that $443 million refers to the amount allocated to the Great Barrier Reef Foundation, which was 2018, 17, 18 maybe, or 19?
John Foster, head of the Great Barrier Reef branch in the department. So that figure of $443 million does equate to the grant that was provided to the Great Barrier Reef Foundation through the Reef Trust Partnership Program.
Yep. Okay, so is it really correct to say that all of that funding went to the RRAP program, which is what you said in your statement to the World Heritage Committee?
So in terms of funding that has been provided to the RRAP program, so that's the RRAP R&D phase of that program. So I'll just step through each of the components of that funding.
Okay,
so,
but perhaps if I could take that on notice, given I don't have a lot of time. But
happy to take that on notice.
You do say on page 25, I'll read it again, the Australian Government has committed $443.3 million to Reef Restoration and Adaptation Program, RRAP. Yet you've just agreed with me that the money went to the Great Barrier Reef Foundation. Now, I've been around long enough to know what that was all about. In fact, we had a Senate inquiry at the time into this. So is my question is it correct to say that that amount of money went to RRAP when there was other things that money went to?
Senator, I'm just... which page is that, Senator?
Repeat the page it's on in the State of Conservation.
Yeah, page 25. Yeah. Yeah, 2.1.3, supporting adaptation to climate change. So it's the first, second, third paragraph down under Reef Restoration and Adaptation Program.
Senator, so I think you have picked up an issue there. However, I would point out that that funding, the $443.3 million, has gone to a whole range of projects for both restoration and protection of the reef. The total funding for RRAP of both government and private sources is in the order of $400 million. And so...
Well, are you able to tell me how much has actually been allocated to research, restoration and adaptation work through RRAP?
Through RRAP itself, Senator?
Yeah, since it was started.
So the total...
You reckon 400 million?
Total government funding, Senator, is in the order of $202.2 million. And that has been matched through philanthropic donations of $140 million plus...
140 million?
Plus...
Not 100 million?
No, not 100 million.
Okay, 140, yep.
And in addition to that, $88 million of in-kind contribution from research partners.
Okay, so DQ's put in about 100 million, is that correct? And then supplemented by about 100 million from other science agencies?
No, Senator. No? So through the Reef...
This is to RRAP, yep?
Yep, this is to RRAP. So through the Reef Trust Partnership, $100 million of government funding was provided to RRAP. In the 2022 budget, there was an additional $75 million committed to both RAP R&D and the pilot deployment program.
Okay.
In addition to that, there was a further $20 million appropriated to AIMS this is a crude description, but to clean up some of the science around RAP. In the 25...
What do you mean by clean up some of the science?
It was to bring together some of the key science for RAP before that then transitioned into the pilot deployment program.
Okay.
In addition to that, there was a further $8 million provided in 25-26 for the research and development phase of RAP to keep that going from funding that ended in 24-25 to keep that program going.
Right, so if I'm reading this correct, and I can put questions onto you on notice if I need to look at the detail again. So you're saying about 202.2 million has been allocated to research and restoration and adaptation work through RAP?
Through that specific program.
Through that specific program. Right.
In the recent budget, there was a further $30 million allocated.
So just going on that though, and what you've put in your statement to the State of Conservation report, where you know, as I've just shown you the spot, you've said 444.3 million. That's significantly more than 202 million. You're going to correct that?
Sorry, Senator?
Was it a mistake in that report, or was this deliberately inflated for the World Heritage Committee?
I'd have to take that on notice, Senator, but I'd say that it's an error.
It's an error.
But I'd need to take that on notice, Senator.
All right. Okay. Thank you. Could I just go into Minister Watt made a statement 21st of May, so recently, around budget funding commitments and for the Barrier Reef, budget paper 2, I think it's page 51, refers to a $56 million allocation to the queue for reef work. And the Minister's press release on that 21st of May says 30 million is going to build on work delivered through the Reef Restoration Adaptation Program, our RAP pilot deployment program, to continue progressing these solutions to the next phase of real-world, large-scale deployment on the reef. So how will that money be spent and by whom?
So, Senator, that $30 million is appropriated to the department as administered funding. We're working closely with both AIMS and the Great Barrier Reef Marine Park Authority to plan for the use of that funding, but broadly it will focus on enhancing coral seeding techniques, the development of heat-tolerant corals and the prioritisation of both restoration techniques and areas for restoration. There is an element of planning and prioritisation for the future of RAP. We don't see this program will be required for some time. That includes enhancing the pilot deployments, as I just sort of mentioned.
Won't be required for some time?
Sorry, I said it will be required for some time.
Oh, it will be, yes. Well, if we've got any coral reefs left in 50 years, it could still be rolled out, I suppose. But I'll get to that in a second. So you said that you're going to work with those agencies to determine how the money would be spent. How did you come up with that amount then? Surely there must have been a fair bit of prep work going to why you needed that amount of money to continue this program, to take it to the next level, to roll it out at scale.
So it was certainly a priority to transition from research and development to ongoing deployment of the techniques. And there is also, in addition to the $30 million, funding for the pilot deployment program that goes through to 27-28. And so this funding is in addition to that. It's to enhance the pilot deployments, start to speed up some of those pilot deployments. In addition to, as I mentioned, the coral seeding and the heat-tolerant corals, we also need to make sure that the management environment is ready to receive these new techniques. And so there will also be an element of ensuring that the regulatory pathways are ready to accept these techniques and that they're in place, and that future activities that include these techniques align with management of the reef. hence the reason why the Great Barrier Reef Marine Park Authority will play a more significant role in this next phase of the program. The other important component is that
Is that why you guys are managing it rather than AIMS? So you can allocate it to other agencies?
So the program to date, which ends on 30 June, has been overseen by an unincorporated joint venture that has involved not only AIMS, the Great Barrier Reef Foundation, but also a number of research organisations. And so while under that set of arrangements, AIMS was defined as the managing entity. With this move into research and development through pilot deployment to ongoing management, there is a need to, I suppose, redirect that program to be more focused on management.
Okay, so this program's been around for a long time. How many years to be precise?
So feasibility work for RAP started and I think was completed in 2018 and 2019.
Yeah. Right. So has there been an audit of where the money's gone into individual projects? I know there's been a lot of ideas over the years to look at reef restoration and adaptation. I did ask the Great Barrier Reef Marine Park Authority last year or the year before if they would do an audit of the success of the various trials and experiments that they've conducted, I suppose. And they said, especially in light of near annual mass coral bleachings on the Great Barrier Reef and how these trial projects had survived or how they'd fared, I think the feedback I got was they needed to wait longer to see what impacts coral bleaching had on it. But has there been any auditing at all of where this money's gone and what kind of success it's led to?
So in terms of auditing the funding that's been provided to RAP, there have been audits of the Great Barrier Reef Foundations through the Reef Trust Partnership. So that element has likely been...
That was a while ago though, right?
Yeah, probably pre
Was this committee that
program
recommended that be audited?
In terms of the efficacy and the effectiveness of the new techniques, that's not been audited to date, and I would agree with the Reef Authority's assessment that it's too early right now, but at some stage in the next couple of years that probably would be time to do that.
It's respectfully, Mr Foster, it's a lot of money. I mean, I've just heard we've got $3 million to look at giant kelp regrowing in Tasmania as another, very important ecosystem that's fast vanishing because of warming oceans caused by the burning of fossil fuels, primarily. We've nearly a decade now of spending hundreds and millions of dollars on these programs, and we're at a point now where we maybe got to roll them out at scale. What do we know about this? Is this what we're kind of left to do in this day and age now, just to throw a lot of money at this and hope it works?
So as part of the next 2 years' worth of funding, there will be a process of prioritisation, both of the techniques, and that will require a level of audit and testing of the efficacy. That will be important as we move to ongoing deployment. The piloting process is still very early. The funding that was provided has allowed for a limited amount of piloting. This increase or this additional funding will allow more piloting, will also allow for that prioritisation work to occur.
So genetic manipulation, cloud brightening, I've looked at lots of things over the years, and this has probably been the key areas. Is there any other technologies that this money is going to be spent on, the 30 million?
So the heat-tolerant corals is not quite the gene manipulation that you're referring to. It is more, dare I say it, akin to breeding merino sheep, so that you essentially breed the corals for those key attributes for heat tolerance. There is also the seeding technique, so how you take those coral polyps, put them on ceramic tiles, distribute them out onto the reef. In addition to that, there is the collection of the coral spawn and ensuring that adheres in more places than it might naturally. There is also a lot of work that needs to be done in terms of the prioritisation of where you would restore reefs. There is the zoning plan, and the Reef Authority can talk more about that, but there is the complementary work that goes with that around where are the best source reefs. So if you're going to put these heat-tolerant corals, where is the best place to put them? In addition to that, there are which are the reefs that would be priorities for restoration. and so on. So that work needs to occur alongside the development of these techniques.
Mr Foster, I'm not sure, you probably didn't write the Minister's media release from the 21st of May. The second sentence in that media release says, this brings the Australian Government's record investment in reef protection to $3.9 billion since 2014-15. $3.9 billion. And then it says, securing the future of one of our greatest natural assets and the 77,000 jobs that depend on it. Mr Foster, do you think this kind of work is securing the future of the Great Barrier Reef?
Which work is that, Senator? I think the $3.9 billion
well, let's start with the 3.9 that the figure that ministers use, or let's talk about RAP if you like.
Well, RAP isn't the only thing that's happening on the reef. There is also the management of the reef, there's regulation, and there's also significant investment going into improving water quality that flows onto the reef.
I understand that, but do you believe that is securing the future of the Great Barrier Reef, as we have been lucky enough to know it in our lifetimes?
I suppose, Senator, it's not a question of belief. It's science and the work that's being done.
So let's talk about the science. On a 2-degree warming scenario, which we're rapidly heading towards, most scientists believe will break to 1.5 probably later this year, and an annual bleaching scenario for the Great Barrier Reef. Do you believe that these billions of dollars are going to secure the future of the Great Barrier Reef? Well, it's a really important question. It's the question I get asked all the time. I've always supported these programs because it gives people hope. That's the simple reason why I've supported them, because we have to do something. But if the ocean keeps warming, what future is there for these reefs? As we've been lucky enough to know, there'll be something there.
Yeah, Senator, we all know that the changing climate is the most significant risk to the Great Barrier Reef and other systems. The investments that are being made, as my colleague has said, cover the range of things from addressing risks such as crown of thorns starfish that you've raised previously, water quality improvements, as well as building the resilience of the reef to the changing climate. I think there is no disagreement that the system will be different to what it has been in the past, but these investments...
It already is different to what it has been in the past, correct?
Sorry?
It already is significantly different to what it was 20, 30, 40 years ago.
Systems are changing, absolutely, because of the impact of climate change. What these investments are doing is building the resilience of the reef to be able to cope with those changes and adapt to the extent it can.
You've probably heard me say... I'm sorry, did you want to add something, Mr Foster?
Yes, Senator. I would just sort of add that the scientists involved in RAP, and there's a lot of modelling that underpins RAP, have indicated, along with a range of other scientists who are working on the reef, the need for urgency, and hence the reason why...
Urgency to reduce emissions? I'm sure a lot of them believe that too, but probably don't want to say it, but yeah.
Yeah, so in terms of the work of RAP, that's why we've sort of advised that we need to move from R&D to ongoing deployment as soon as we can.
What kind of scale are we looking at when you say to deploy these at scale, these potential solutions at scale? We're talking about a few football fields of reef restoration, or are we talking about thousands of kilometres of the greatest natural wonder on the planet that you can see from space? Do you really think we're going to be able to recreate thousands of kilometres worth of... And with the reef and all its biodiversity and all its, ecosystem services, is this what we're aiming for, or are we just kind of plugging away to chuck a few heat-resistant corals in there that might spawn in a scenario of future warming oceans?
Without wanting to, I suppose, be dismissive, Senator, things will change over time, and that scale of restoration will vary over time depending on what's happening in the system. The important part of the modelling that's been done through RAP, as well as the prioritisation work and the planning, is that we will know the scale of what the reef needs at any particular point in time, and so that scale will be determined by the reef.
And Senator, you said it yourself, it is a large property, and when we talk about it in the World Heritage space, we talk about it, it's the size of Italy. It's a massive property, it's a massive World Heritage site. So the investment over that time period, you can understand the importance of the investment. And one of the things that's very clear in when we're talking about the reef in the World Heritage space, and you can clearly see that the frameworks that we've got in place and the management techniques that we've got here for the Great Barrier Reef is best in the world.
I understand all this stuff, and I've been hearing all this spin for decades
Well,
now.
it's not spin, it's actually...
Let me tell you why I think
true.
it is, respectfully, let me tell you why I think it is spin. As a politician, when I read a minister's statement that this investment is securing the future of the Barrier Reef, I've also read, and I'm not having a go at you, Minister, this has been going on for decades, I've also read the word saving the Barrier Reef by a record investment, best managed reef in the world, saving the Barrier Reef. As a politician, I know people are going to read that and go, the reef is fine. I don't need to push for change or vote for change, for example, in reducing emissions. And this is the problem I have with this stuff. I support it because I do feel it's important to give people hope and do what we can do. But if people don't have the urgency, don't understand the urgency to reduce emissions and stop our oceans warming, there will be no barrier reef by the end of this century, the way we have known it in our lifetimes.
Senator,
that is a fact.
Given I issued the press release, it's probably appropriate for me to respond. It is absolutely the intention, aim, objective, determination of this government to secure the future of the Great Barrier Reef. And that's for the environmental, there are very strong environmental reasons for doing so, there are strong economic reasons for doing so, and that's why we continue to invest very large sums of money, but also it's why we've taken a range of regulatory measures. You know, we were having a discussion earlier about the EPBC reforms to agricultural land clearing. That is a huge step towards improving reef quality.
It's and we applauded you for that, Minister, and supported that.
And it's why our government has set even more ambitious emission reduction targets than we had previously. Now, I know you think that they should go further.
No, the science tells us, Minister, they're not in line even with the Paris protocols. They're nowhere near good enough.
I stand by the decision our government has made to lift our emissions reduction targets. They are ambitious and achievable. You would like us to do more, I respect that. But
no, the science tells us, Minister, we need to do more.
Well, the whole world needs to do more, and we are playing our role.
We need leadership from a government that's not going to open the North West Shelf for new massive fossil fuel projects.
We are showing leadership by committing to some of the most ambitious emission reduction targets of any country in the world. And we're on track to achieve
them. They're not in line with what the science requires. That is the bottom line. As you say, often, Minister, at least you're honest about this stuff. You have to compromise and be pragmatic between what industry want and jobs and what the science tells you. But that's not going to save the barrier reef.
Well, as I say, we are...
And the 77,000 jobs.
We are determined to do so, and that's why we've got those funding programs. It's why we're changing various laws. It's why we're participating and leading negotiations at COP, even though there are some people in this room who think that's a waste of time. There are a range of things that our government is doing with the objective of securing the future of the Great Barrier Reef, along with all of the other environmental economic reasons to do so.
Well,
Senator Wishwasser, I'm hesitant to interrupt, but you've had a block of about 20 minutes and we are a long way behind. I appreciate the exchange you're having with the Minister.
I just had a couple more quick questions, and then I'll finish up. Chair, thank you. In relation to the, I'm just talking about the barrier reef here, but I went with Australian Institute of Marine Science. I went with scientists last year to Ningaloo after the terrible bleaching there, and I think that's the first time we've seen mass coral bleachings on the west coast and the east coast together, and it was heartbreaking. What's the assessment for Ningaloo? Are we looking at regrowing corals there as well? What about Rolly Shoals and the other, and maybe Scott Reef if it doesn't get drilled by Woodside? What are we doing to try and regrow these reefs as well? Is that part of the RRAP program?
Senator, I think, as you probably would have heard from AIMS, all the investment that's been going into the RRAP on the Great Barrier Reef generating information and knowledge and lessons for other reef systems around the world. And the Foundation and the Reef Authority and AIMS and ourselves are engaging with the Pacific to try and take those lessons and share them with the Pacific, as well as with obviously other jurisdictions in Australia, and that includes WA for Ningaloo and other reefs.
But can we just be clear for the people that might be interested in this and are following it, with the RAP program and the heat-resistant corals or spawning, looking at spawning productivity and a whole range of things, we're not talking about the genetic diversity we've seen on the Barrier Reef in our lifetimes, are we? We're talking about selecting a couple of corals that might survive annual coral bleachings into the future. What do you think the reef's going to look like in 50 years' time if we have to rely on these RAP programs for corals to survive in an increasingly warming ocean and future?
As Ms Maguire indicated, the focus is really on building the resilience of the reef.
What do you mean by building resilience? What kind of corals are we talking about here? Are we talking about, plate corals? What are we talking about?
So I think AIMS might be a better place to talk about the specifics of the coral species.
You're leading the program. You're the branch head, Mr Foster, and you've been very confident about securing the future of the Barrier Reef. Well, the Minister is, but I'm just interested in, if I go diving on the reef in 50 years' time, based on current warming scenarios and the RAP program we've got in place, what's it going to look like?
I think that's I was going to say the $1 million question, but...
$1 trillion question.
$1 trillion question. And the system will change, and we have, a modelling being undertaken to try and predict what that change is. But the comment I made about building resilience is tackling all the different aspects, whether it be threats or the zoning plan within the Great Barrier Reef, and understanding how the system is going to operate will really... It's needed to inform, as Mr Foster said, understanding about where we prioritise intervention. And where do we take the right actions to address various threats. So it's not going to be a single solution for the entire reef. It will depend on, as you've pointed out, such a large, diverse system that it won't all respond in exactly the same way. And so the investments we're making are to better understand how different parts of the reef might respond and how we can best adapt.
We're really just shifting the deck chairs on the Titanic, aren't we, though, when you think about the scale of this reef and the world's coral reefs and what's coming down the line. We don't act on climate change. I just don't want people out there thinking that somehow we're saving their reefs when we're really not. That's all I'll say. This is my last Senate estimate, so you'd be pleased to know. And I've been talking about this for many, many years, and it just breaks my frickin' heart. It really does.
And Senator,
seeing what's happening in the physical world that I've been bearing witness, and some of you people have too, and a lot of you good people that work in your department, and the scientists out there, they've all been dealing with this, and it's changing every day, and it's getting worse. And now, potentially with the Super El Nino, who knows what this year is going to deliver, but the science has been telling us for years that this is coming, and it's arrived.
And no one would disagree with you about the need to mitigate and reduce emissions globally. That is the single greatest threat to the marine environment and other systems.
We've got to do it radically, like not just business as usual. It's not going to work for the reef. Thank you for all the work you do and for answering my questions, and I appreciate you giving me the time, Chair.
Thank you, Senator Wilson.
Chair, sorry.
Yes, Secretary.
Before we move on, during that exchange there was a suggestion that there was an error in the State of Conservation report. Senator, I just wanted to assure you and the committee that if that turns out to be the case, we will find a very transparent way to correct that record.
No, I wasn't suggesting the motivation, but when I first read it, it looked to me like it was the numbers were
if there's an error, I can assure you it was inadvertent.
Great, thank you.
And if that bears out to be the case, then we will correct it in a very transparent way.
Thank you. And if you'd let the World Heritage Committee know that too.
That's what Mr. Kaiser is referring to.
Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Secretary Kaiser. That brings us to the end of program 2.2, or outcome 2.2. I thank the officials who've been involved in that, and I welcome the officials relating to outcome 2, program 2.3, accelerate the transition to a circular economy while safely managing pollutants and hazardous substances. And we'll invite questions. I'm also in a position at this point to say thank you again to my colleagues for their assistance on this, that we may release the Australian Institute of Marine Science and the Great Barrier Reef Marine Park Authority, so appreciate that, and you go with the committee's thanks.
Sorry, Chair, I was just distracted. Which ones did you say?
Australian Institute of Marine Science and Great Barrier Reef Marine Park Authority.
Okay. All the ones that travel.
Ironic, really, isn't it?
We might have a chat later about what we can do to work with the committee to ensure that officials don't travel from interstate only to find out that they are not required. There's several agencies that fit into that category.
Sure.
I'm certainly not accusing you, Chair, of having called those agencies.
Well, no, I didn't take it as such.
No. To be fair, Minister, I'd be quite happy for him to still be appearing. But we are running over time, and well, I had questions for a number of the agencies.
Yep.
I'd still like to pursue the barrier reef stuff with Gabrum if I could. But, yeah.
All right. We have now the relevant officials at the table, and I will look to my right. Senator Bragg.
Do you want to start with him?
Sure.
While we're working out who has the call, can I acknowledge, first of all, Senator Wish-Wilson's last estimates? I know he's been a very strong contributor to this committee over many years, and it's also Mr Tregurtha's last estimates hearing, so we thank him for his service as well.
I'll see you in the surf, James. Yeah.
I'll make it down to Tasmania one day, Senator.
Yeah, what are we going to go for? I'm just trying to find.
Oh, yes, sorry, I do.
Oh, okay.
I was going to say, I would have thought you would.
Yeah, I just got the wrong one. I thought it was
that's
Director of
okay.
National
In which
Parks.
case, do you want to lead off?
Yeah, I can.
Oh, yeah,
absolutely. Just give me 1 second, Chair. Perhaps could I just get an update, starting with the questions I think I've been starting with for the last few estimates, on the review of the RAW Act. Where are we at with that, Mr Tregurtha?
It
was due in 2025, January 2025.
Indeed, Senator. Thank you for the question. James Tregurtha, Head of Division, Circular Economy Division. Senator, I think as I mentioned last time, we extended that review, as you're aware, in 2025 to provide capacity for the department that was conducting the review to take into account some issues that were arising in relation to plastic waste exports from that. In addition to that, a couple of other things that happened during or after that time included the Minister asking us to take quite a broad approach to thinking about the provisions in the Recycling Waste Reduction Act, but also we had the PC release their Circular Economy report, and as you're aware, since that point in time, we've also had some developments in the geopolitical arena that have gone to consequences.
Sorry,
around.
Mr Tregurtha, could I just stop you for a second? Could you guys zip it over there, please?
Sorry.
Hey.
Senator
Oi.
Wilson, that's my fault.
Yeah, that's all.
I was not paying sufficient attention.
So I couldn't hear Mr Tregurtha. Yeah.
Sorry, Senator.
Thank you.
So I was just saying, beyond the Productivity Commission report, in addition to that, there were current developments, international developments around the market, particularly for plastics, but equally, since that point in time, there's also been an Environment Ministers meeting which has had some outcomes in relation to waste and recycling and plastics. We wanted to make sure there was consistency. We expect to have the review report with the Minister imminently.
Imminently?
Imminently. It's
Right.
not with the Minister yet, but we're imminent.
Okay. And then, Minister, do you have a period of time that you'll sit on that for? Or
I'm not going into it with a particular period of time, but we'll obviously consider that report.
Now, just on the Environment Ministers' meetings, I think the most recent communique said ministers tasked their officials to work together to return to the next EMM with a draft intergovernmental agreement to deliver options for nationally consistent product stewardship arrangements with a focus on batteries and packaging, and noting that jurisdictions will need to consider the economic impacts of any regulatory scheme. It seems that language seems to me to be, deeply ambiguous and non-committal. Can you please state clearly what was agreed to and what will be presented at the next EMM for agreement?
Well, I mean, I think that statement from those ministers, so federal, state and territory environment ministers, signalled a desire to move forward amongst all of those ministers on a range of these circular economy issues. The department, the officials here can talk to you about the work that's been undertaken around the intergovernmental agreement. That would be one outcome that I can point to, and maybe hand over to Mr Jagurtha from there.
Thanks, Minister. Senator, specifically in relation to the intergovernmental agreement, and you've referenced the text of the communique already, but the intention there is to return to the next Environment Ministers meeting. So they're usually held twice a year, so we would expect later in 2026 with options, as was requested by the Environment Ministers, for an intergovernmental agreement that would provide capacity for harmonisation of product stewardship arrangements across jurisdictions. So basically to provide an agreement around harmonising arrangements across jurisdictions. The meeting tasked officials to come back with those options. We've already held one meeting of states and territories with the Commonwealth to discuss taking that intergovernmental agreement forward and look at putting a draft together for ministers' consideration for the next meeting. The other point I would make is, as you've already referenced, the other intent was that the first two product sectors, for want of a better term, that would be considered to use that intergovernmental agreement to help with harmonisation across jurisdictions would be packaging and batteries.
Okay. In relation to, I was just having a look at the timetable earlier, that you responded in questions on notice that I'd put in February, like going back to the process that this government's been through since, in the last 4 years. There's been a lot of work done to get to this point. I'm just kind of wondering why it's taking so long. Like, how much more work do you really need to do to get, for example, an EPR in place for packaging?
Sorry, Senator, you're talking about specifically in relation to an EPR for packaging?
Yes, yeah.
Well, so, as we've said a number of times in recent meetings, we've certainly been continuing to engage with stakeholders, both in the recycling and packaging sectors, in relation to how an EPR might work. As you'd appreciate, there are a range of technical details to consider in terms of building a product system like that, and also in terms of for us to be able to accurately provide advice to the Minister and the Government.
But you said the same thing to me a year or two ago, Mr Jagurtha, how long is it going to take?
So also, to be fair to the department, it is true what Mr Jagurtha has just said about working through technical issues and the range of implications from these sorts of schemes. I made no secret of the fact when I came into the portfolio roughly 12 months ago that my overriding priority and the department's overriding priority had to be the delivery of the EPBC reforms. And that meant that there were other very, very important things that we should continue working on, but that would not get finalised until we got EPBC reform done. The department in the meantime kept doing the work on it, kept managing the stakeholders, talking to stakeholders. So I don't want the department to feel like they've got to take responsibility for decisions that I made. But having got EPBC reform through, there has been increased engagement from me, other ministers, government generally, about these reforms. Okay.
Can I raise a couple of things? Because obviously having been on this road, walked this road for a very long time as well. There's a few things that concern me. But one thing that I saw in the statement that was put out by at the last EMM was in reference to states having to consider the economic impacts of any regulatory scheme. Is this potentially like a get out of jail free card in the sense that if it's going to cost too much or it's going to impact costs of living, that this is something that this is a reform we can walk away from?
I wouldn't describe it that way. My recollection of the discussions held at that meeting, of course, when any government or collection of governments is deciding on major policy change, you consider all of the possible impacts of that change on the environment, on business.
I just haven't seen this in any previous language before.
What was that, sorry?
I just haven't seen this in any previous language before.
I might be wrong about this. My recollection is that wording like that was requested by at least one of the states.
Right.
And, you know, if you've ever, I don't know if you've been to a ministerial council meeting lately, Senator Wish-Wilson, but...
I'm not sure I'd ever get invited to one.
You were just called a minister earlier in the day, so maybe there's hope ahead. But, you know, in settling the language of a communique, you know, different jurisdictions' interests need to be reflected in the wording. That's my recollection.
To be honest, it was exactly the argument that was used at both the federal and various state level to oppose container deposit schemes or recycling refund schemes going back 15, 20 years ago when I started campaigning on them. Like it was going to affect people's cost of living and it hasn't turned out to be the case at all. Again, it's been very popular and very well received around the country.
Yeah, it has. And you know, I was willing to have that wording included in the communique because I think that is something that we should consider, just as we should consider the environmental benefits, just as we should consider the implications for current recyclers if we don't take action. There's a range of different things that you have to consider.
And has there been any modelling about the potential costs of an EPR scheme done through the department? I have seen independent modelling showing it's going to add potentially 25 cents per week to the average Australian household if it happens.
I think that modelling you're talking about comes from a couple of the peak bodies, APCO and ACOR.
I think this one's from Phantom. Phantom, but yes.
Happy for the department to talk to you about that.
Yeah.
Senator, yes, so we certainly do have modelling that estimates potential implications of a range of different settings. We continue to update and take that modelling into account. Of course, as you'd realise, a lot of it's very sensitive to the inputs that you put in, which is why the modelling itself is important. We continue to work to refine that modelling.
Could I ask, is the draft agreement scheduled for discussion at the next EMM intended as an agreement to discuss and deliver options, like to get to that final stage, or is it an agreement to review, endorse and progress an agreed model for packaging reform?
Senator, as you will have seen from the communique, the agreement is options for nationally consistent product stewardship arrangements. However, in a previous you'll also be aware that, Environment Ministers meeting, you'll also be aware that the Commonwealth undertook to progress packaging reform. We see those two things as working together. So some elements of packaging reform if you like, the regulation of packaging outcomes are dealt with through levers held by states and territories, for example, in relation to curbside recycling, in relation to material recovery facilities. Some levers potentially held by the government, as we've seen with waste export, licensing and permitting in the past. So what we're aiming to do is use that agreement as the mechanism for jurisdictions to ensure that, and again, noting that what ministers have asked for is options, but to use that agreement on options to be able to bring back the interjurisdictional components of those reforms.
Okay, so could I be perhaps more specific then?
Sure.
So will ministers be reviewing and endorsing an intergovernmental agreement on packaging reform at the next EMM?
Oh, I can't speak on behalf of endorsing, Senator. That would be up to the ministers
is that
in the meeting.
The
intent is for officials to bring forward options for environment ministers to consider and I guess potentially endorse at their next meeting, depending on the options and how they land with ministers.
Okay, sorry, and could you remind me when the next meeting, the next EMM?
It hasn't been.
So you're going to invite me to, Minister? Yeah.
It hasn't been scheduled yet, but it'll be in the second half of the year.
Second half, yeah.
Politely inquire about how much longer you've
Because
got.
you're so polite, Chair, you certainly can.
Thank you.
Yeah, I've got quite a few I can put on notice. Just very quickly, just three very quick questions. Circular economy roadmap. At the Environment Minister meeting outcome, agreement was reached at the most recent EMM on advancing a circular economy roadmap. When will this be released, and will it be based on the core principles outlined by the Commonwealth Circular Economy Task Force?
Catherine Geiger, Branch Head, Circular Economy Strategy. The intention is that the roadmap would be put to Environment Ministers in the middle of the year. Sorry, and I missed the second part of your question.
Yeah, just whether it was going to be based on the core principles outlined by the Commonwealth Circular Economy Task Force.
The Ministerial Advisory Group?
Yes.
So that will be incorporated, but it's a document that will be developed with jurisdiction, so it won't just reflect the Commonwealth's perspective on the circular economy, but the states and territories as well.
Okay. I've got to ask this question though, Minister, because it's something I've probably never had closure on in all the years I've been trying to get reform on packaging and waste reduction and recycling. And that is the role of Visy, who are obviously a very big player in Australia. We have had a Senate inquiry in the last Parliament into this, but I wasn't able to get them to appear as a witness, even though, you know, they've had pretty substantial taxpayer funding over the years. They are a very big donor, and I'm just not being political about this, it's a fact. They're a very big donor to both your party and to the LNP over the years. In fact, indeed the biggest donor. Are they supportive of packaging reform, like an EPR scheme? Because I'm wondering if they're not, it worries me, considering I'm not sure why they do donate to political parties unless they want outcomes. But I've never been able to kind of work out whether they're supportive or not of this kind of reform.
The only reason I'm hesitating is that, I mean, I have discussed these issues with Visy, as I have with a very large number of individual companies. I'm hesitating because I'm just trying to remember what they have said to me. The department might know exactly what their position is. Yeah.
Could you tell me?
Thank you, Senator. Cameron Hutchison, Branch Head for Packaging, Stewardship and Investment in the Circular Economy Division. Without wanting to verbal Visy in this forum, I think it's fair to say that, and my recollection of our conversations with Visy is that they're certainly supportive of reform. Okay. But I think, as you will appreciate, much of the industry support will also come to the importance of ensuring a level playing field for all players there. So I think that's what, certainly as Visy, one of the bigger players in Australia's packaging and resource recovery systems, is looking to achieve there. And that's what I think they'll continue to keep working with us on. So my engagements with Visy have certainly, my recollections are that their disposition is absolutely positive and supportive of the direction of reform as outlined by the Commonwealth, but wouldn't want to, speak for them in terms of specific details or particular elements of that reform.
Are you able to maybe tell me then more about that last question, Chair, the direction of that reform that you're referring to?
So
I'm not quite sure. I mean, we talk, these are big top line kind of words we're using, like EPR and others, but what are we talking about here in terms of direction reform? We are moving towards a nationally consistent extended producer responsibility scheme?
Well, certainly, Senator, I think, as I've said in previous estimates, that's certainly one of the options that we put to government. And as the Minister was and you were referring to earlier, there are a range of different settings that go across regulations in an extended producer responsibility scheme, how that might be set up in terms of how it's administered, whether there's a separate administrator, levels like obligations that they set, where the fees, as we've spoken about before, are eco-modulated. All of those things are things
which is what APCO's been pushing, right?
Indeed. And all of those...
Visy part of APCO, Mr Hutchinson?
I would need to
I
take that on notice.
I can't remember if they're still part of APCO yet.
We can take that on notice, Senator, but all of those elements I've just described form part of the options and the advice that we're providing to the Minister and the Government in relation to what the pathways can be in terms of working towards regulatory reform. I would also say that in terms of setting details, we would expect to continue to work with industry and peak bodies like APCO and ACOR and others to ensure that we fully understand the implications of those things and continue to provide that advice to the Government.
Okay, well, I'll have to digest that, I suppose. Yeah, please make it happen. There's been a lot of countries around the world are doing this, as I'm sure you're all aware. And unfortunately, you look at the US, and I think Phantom did a really good job looking at the international examples of this, and how if we go down the road of individual states doing it like we've seen in the US, you get this hodgepodge of all sorts of different schemes with different rules and regulations, and it makes it a lot more complicated for industry. So we've seen that happen in Australia with single plastic bans, CDS schemes, a whole bunch of other stuff, but not...
That is certainly something we're conscious of, and those in the room who are not fans of over-regulation would, I'm sure, be interested in the fact that the risk is that in the absence of national schemes, we have a proliferation of different state and territory schemes that industry needs to comply with. So it's probably something for everyone to think about going forward.
I might just add, Senator, that the department undertakes a fair bit of work ourselves looking at international examples and representations and keeping abreast of developments internationally, and it's absolutely something that we factor in terms of the advice we provide to government.
Well, hopefully it'll give you some confidence when you see the EU and the UK and the US and Canada and a whole bunch of other countries adopting these schemes. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Whish-Wilson. Senator Bragg.
In advance of being efficient with your answers. In terms of the product stewardship for oil, where's it up to?
So, Senator, the product stewardship for oil review was tabled, I think, at late last year. Mr. Hutchison will have the exact time frame.
Where's it up to?
So we're currently working on, again, providing advice to government about the opportunities that the recommendations of that review create.
So you've given advice to the government, have you?
I've certainly spoken with the Minister and his staff a number of times in relation to that scheme, Senator.
Is this Minister Bowen?
Pardon?
Minister Bowen?
No, Minister Watt,
okay.
Senator.
So you've briefed him, okay. The government haven't responded yet, have they?
No.
No.
Okay.
Senator, could I just note as well that that scheme also traverses Treasury portfolio as well. So the way that scheme is administered is both through the environment and the Treasury portfolio.
Okay.
So it's just important to note that.
Was the government advised before this year's budget of the risks to domestic waste oil collection and processing capacity?
I have certainly had that point made to me by businesses in that industry, and I'm sure the department's heard that as well.
Yeah, so the government accepts that recycled fuels and refined oils reduce reliance on imported foreign oil?
Yeah, I think that's fair to say.
Yeah. So have you done any assessments to look at sovereign capability implications if domestic refining capacity declines?
I think Mr Jugurtha can provide... We've certainly considered in this whole circular economy space around oil, around plastics, the opportunities to build sovereign capability. If we recycle more plastic, if we recycle more oil, that does reduce our reliance on imports.
So when do you think the government will respond to this product stewardship oil scheme review?
Look, I'm not sure that we've given a particular time frame commitment.
Okay.
I'm very aware that those involved in that industry would like some certainty.
Yeah, and you know about this, the biofuels and all that, the prospects for using woody weeds and other things like that for...
In general terms, I know about that, yeah.
So will that be part of that response, or would that be a separate thing?
I think that's a separate... If you're talking about biofuels...
Yeah, biodiesel.
Yeah, that's a separate issue, and it's more in tomorrow.
Minister Bowen's...
What's tomorrow?
Tomorrow's Tuesday, and it's in Energy Day.
Ah, right, yeah, okay. Are you sure?
Are you back for that?
Well, you have to wait and see.
Well, I won't be here.
You have to watch the monitors.
Can you give me a preview?
Oh, can't tell you, that's the secret. So product stewardship oil is you, but the biodiesel and the like is...
Yeah, we do, as the Department of, as the environment part of DQ, we do circular economy, recycling of various products. Biofuels is probably a mixture of departments. It's the energy part of this department. And climate. The industry department has a role. The transport department has a role, but it's led by DQ. So tomorrow's the day.
Okay, but I can't give you questions to take on notice for them, can I?
Well, feel free to flag questions that you might want to ask tomorrow.
Okay, so I can't do it now. It's not very efficient, is it? All right. What about EV stewardship and recycling? Anything on that?
We're certainly doing work around battery stewardship and recycling, if that's what you're referring to.
Yep, that's what I mean, yep.
Yep, so there is work happening in this part of the department on that.
All right, I just want to ask you finally, in the interest of efficiency, about big bag recovery.
About what, sorry?
It's called big bag recovery.
Big bag recovery, okay.
Yeah, so there's a Australian Government voluntary accredited product stewardship scheme that ran from 2021 to 2026.
Yep.
And there's some problems with the scheme.
What kind of problem?
I'm told that there's, lots of bags out there.
No, I am aware of this.
You know about it, right?
Yep.
So I just want to know, I think you've done an audit. Your department's done an audit? Of the big bags?
We're just getting the information.
I think you have, yeah. I mean, these are technical points. Who knew?
Lots of products out there.
Mm-hmm.
Senator, do you want to give us your question?
The question was, did you do an audit?
Oh, have we done an audit on big bag recovery?
I need to take that on notice. So.
Why don't we come back after the break with an answer on that?
Oh, I think you might upset the chair if you want to do that.
You may.
I think you might be in...
Or can we take it on notice then? Why don't we come back to you on notice with an explanation
I have a number
of the
of
work.
questions about this big bag issue.
I thought you said you had one.
No, it's a number of questions. So I'd like to know, I believe there was an audit. I should probably be upfront and say I'm sure that there was an audit, so I'm just asking you whether you're aware of it. You're not sure, but you're sure you'll find out later. Did your audit find that any plastics collected by big bag recovery schemes placed into landfill or stockpiled? I also wanted to know whether any of your officers had visited any of the big bag recovery collection or storage sites, particularly in Tasmania. So is this helpful if I do this or not? Just
Yeah, no, that's very helpful.
Yep. Okay, fine. Yep. Okay, I'll keep going then.
I don't have this detail with me, and I'm not sure that we have done. The department has done an audit of that scheme. So it is one I think we're going to have to take on notice unless my colleagues contradict me. But
all right, well, okay, that's fine. We'll just place the rest of them. We won't waste any more time. We'll put the rest of them in writing to you then, I guess. Okay.
Sounds good.
Thank you. Thank you, Senator Bragg. So just by way of housekeeping, we're going to move off outcome 2.3 now, and immediately following our dinner break, we will begin with the Sydney Harbour Federation Trust, and we will return from dinner in a slight adjustment to the schedule at 7:52 p.m. Thank you.
you.